quickly.
Sector clear. Copy. Sector clear. Copy.
Shoot him.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One X-Bet.
And Oscar definitely back in the server here, Cole, as he shows up with 21 kills and a 13-8 second map victory there for Sinners. We're moving into the decider, though, here of Nuke, and both teams are facing down elimination.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a scary spot to be in here. It's the decider all on the line. If you're Sinners, you have this whole little redemption story that you want to prove. Again, I kind of walked into this one saying Sangal has a little bit less to prove here. They're a very fresh roster off the back of some big changes here. And if they're able to get some more reps in this event, I think that would be a great opportunity for them. But it wouldn't be a big surprise if they were to take a loss here to a more experienced Sinners, a team that adds this like 4-man core, just years of experience. So, again, Sinners definitely looking for that opportunity, and I think trying to get into a playoffs run here for this squad is going to be of the utmost importance for them.
Yeah, Sinners are a team that are trying to find their groove again. They absolutely did back late March, early April, early on this month, just a couple weeks back. Dude, they were running all of these events, all these tournaments. They pushed themselves into the top 40 as well, but they've taken a bit of a slide lately here, Cole, and a team like Sangal, they can capitalize. We already saw that on the map of Mirage. Really strong stuff. I think round by round performance was strong out of Sinners. So this team really looking for these extra reps. Obviously, I don't think they have as much pressure as the Sinners do to really perform. They're here for practice. They're here to try and, again, try to establish themselves up in the scene. Of course, they want the win here. Of course, they can't just tell them, oh, it was just practice at the end of the day. But more and more experience to be garnered from this team. A win here would be big.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I mean, again, you talk about some of the changes that this roster's made, and obviously, like, the players that they lost are some of the more, or at least one of them was the more experienced player. I mean, losing Sazal, I imagine, was kind of a big hit for this squad, knowing that he does bring a lot of that experience in international teams to the mix. So it was definitely sad to see him go, but they've gone for a pretty exciting different route here, and I feel like bringing on Jota was a great adjustment. Bringing on Sammy was kind of a big surprise here. Him breaking into like the international scene is pretty exciting, and we've seen what he can bring to the table already. So we'll see if they can do it on Nuke.
Yeah, Sangal probably have played an insane amount of maps in the last month, by the way, I should say. 47 maps played in the last month is absolutely mind-boggling. So really trying to gel together, glue together with this team. I think, these players, they've been on the grind. They kind of want to see that effort really come to fruition here and start making deeper runs in the tournaments. I think there's, I say there's not a lot of pressure, but I think mentally speaking for some of these teams, once the tournament season is over, they've played a really incredible amount of maps. I wonder what the all-time record is for most maps played in a month.
Yeah.
Because I just know that we're talking lockdown era Copenhagen Flames. I think they were at 130 maps played in the last 3 months, something mind-boggling. But it's that pipeline that has actually created some of the best players in the game right now.
Yes. I mean, honestly, another mix would have been Extra Salt, right? We're up there from the NA squad. They were one of the most played, most officials underneath their belt. But at a ramp rush, there's not a lot of resistance here. Just given over instantly here, and Sinners looking to take charge and towards this lower bomb site. They've already got rotations down, but they're losing numbers fast.
They didn't even slow down for their engagements. They just kept on running. But They have yet to actually get into the site. They've lost the bomb, separated from the teammates here, but as Neofrag runs over yet another defender. Not much to be said. LNZ does get a headshot on the way out. He needs to get the second one, though, as he does have an isolated fight onto Ite, but now joined together with Oscar. The job becomes a whole lot more difficult, and the headshots just simply aren't connecting for either player. But the HP so low, Ite will get it with the body shot. Put a long-winded pistol round there, but Sinners get it in the end.
They do. Long-winded, more so than they might like, but I think just prioritizing the real estate in that map helps out, goes a long way. We get the force buys again rolling out here. We talk about force buys, I think it's largely map dependent as well. And I think Nuke and like Ancient are the two best maps that you can force buy on. Nuke is number one though for me. So if Singala keep up their force buying ways, this will be their best opportunity to try and win one of these. There's no hesitation. Sinners have come through ready to play here on Nuke so far. This T side has been aggressive as can be. Very little holding back right now.
Super instinctual. Like, there's no hesitation. But maybe they should a little bit. Savy does hand out a headshot. Might make you reconsider. Sinners, though, have quickly brushed that aside. They're already up towards control room. But they've let go of this angle. LNZ up close. Oh, but then Neofrag as well, backing up these MAC-10s and getting locked out of the B side. I think they're already calling it quits, but I is awaiting with open arms for these saving players. Now, in terms of maps played, across the last 3 months, I believe Permita is the team with the most maps played currently in the last 3 months. But another team that I really want to shout out there, the number 20 team in the world, MIBR, have logged over 100 maps as well. Not only have they been grinding every tournament, they've also been winning every tournament.
Yeah, I was gonna say that roster came from failing to qualify, taking a 2-week break during the major, 3-week break, I guess technically, but after that, they came through just with some fury, fresh off the back of the major. It's been really fun, and then obviously they just took a first place prize over there in Melbourne. So
yeah.
It's all paying off. The hard work, like you said, it pays off, and that's what we've seen during the COVID years. That's what we've seen from these tier 2 teams rising in the ranks, and I definitely no stranger to working hard here. Gonna find himself an opening door and get out of dodge, because again, this roster's not hesitating. They're already down secret Neofrag. He's just claiming control so quickly, but that's a nice little pickup right there. Xfloud buying some relief.
Yeah. That relief could be short-lived, though. Youngster gets closed in. Oscar getting very finicky with the defense, but he's getting a lot of information for his squad, and I handled another. So B-site gonna be claimed pretty quickly. And bomb planted without contest. It's gonna be another attempt at a save. We're saying Gal. As LNZ up to no good in T-spawn. He'll get mopped up. And no, X5, it is not planted on the A site.
Unfortunate.
You know, about that whole discussion, though, all of these teams kind of want to be that squad. The one that grinds the most and learns the most. Right here. Sinners definitely getting their name up on that tally. But there have certainly been ups and downs. Some slumps. Maybe if this map goes their way, it could be the start of a reversal.
Yeah, I mean, I think the best way to build yourself out of those slumps is sometimes I think taking those breathers like we saw in my BR getaway with and coming back stronger. But also consistency is a good way to break the deadlock as well. And they're looking for that consistency here. Just Neofrag. He's been consistent on his outer yard gambits. This time he's forward in the smokes instead of behind them, but Samey, a player walked straight into his crosshair right there. All he has to do is click mouse 1 and mission accomplished.
Next up, though, is Youngster. Question is there a flash to accompany this? Well, he's making a lot of footsteps. That should have been heard, that mini drop. There is no readjustment, though, from Oscar. A lot of shifting players here for Sangal, but no timings to be nailed down. Knight's gonna try and make some headway, but facing down an op M4 combo. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. I suppose next up is Out Hut, but B6 gonna get caught out, and one by one, Sinners drop. Kind of moving, not with the same gusto as we saw in these previous rounds. Maybe trying to change things up, but Sangal are ready and waiting.
Yeah, it felt like, Neofrag is the big one that's taking that charge and giving them some access right there. And you can see when he goes down, trying to find the identity, trying to find opening success, goes out the window a little bit. We'll see again, probably a similar setup here. I don't know if Sinners have anything big that they need to change up. This time a lot more reinforcements here for Neofrag. Not alone in his outer yard campaign. He has got back up early here, but Samey with the AWP deals with some presence towards ramp quickly. They get a man advantage off the back of that.
I like how they try to react outside, but Samey's actually faster, you would think. But Oscar is also prepared. Well played there from Sinners. Netting that re-aggression, that mobile AWP. They're actually going to try and continue this split, but they're being very noisy about this move as well. Jota put on notice. LNZ in mini. Xfloud in secret. They're all triangulating to try and clear out this outside position. But if Shock gets these entry kills, you can't really commit to this. Xfloud will make a move, and Oscar's just ready and waiting. Sinners, they move forward, they stay patient, and the kills come to them.
Let's see, watches a bullet fly by his head right there. Shota's repositioned down in towards the lower site. LNZ is still hanging about towards Mini though. And now it's about buying time here for Jota to make a move, but Neofrag is honing in on LNZ. Might not be long for this world. There's that trade. It's just a second too short right there. If Jota could have made a little bit more of a move, or if just another second was bought there, it could have been a different story. But now a 2v1 post plant.
Yeah, but Oscar decides to hold the angle
the site.
Instead of going for the plant there, instead of playing the safe game, he wanted the kill. B-Stick will be going in for the plant. Nate to the smoke though. Joe's gonna leap on through. We have a straight 1 versus 1. Into the brawl we go. Nade will just do some chip damage around the site though. Elevated angle and an amazing flick out of Jota. An overstep from Sinners will finally get punished. Sangal advance with the clutch.
Yeah, opportunity right in front of them right there with that zoom in from Oscar. Gets sent to the sidelines. That's an incredible 1v2 clutch here. The new guy on the block, delivering so much impact, man. Look at that quick adjustment. This guy is looking sharp here, looking like a good pickup for Sangal. So it's going to continue this early effort on this defense.
It is really cool to see this team have some Turkish talent within their ranks. It's not just Eternal Fire. This level of the game. What a clutch. The 1v1. Now he's tested with ramp. He gets his 2, even stays alive, comes back for a 3rd, knows that he needs to continue going for frags. He's not going to cower and hide. That's a triple kill. And then Samy's already down at the lower site. Nothing passing. Oscar will send a shot down range at least. This clutch is not impossible.
Again, I mean, Oscar so good at operating in these clutch situations, but 3 players still stand in resistance here. Good news is he's got bomb. He's got a chance, but he's got hungry players looking to close out here. And xCloud is not giving him much of a duel to work off of here. Jiggle, information gathered. Very crucial. His utility starts to get dispensed here. He's gonna make his way in, but that's gonna just call in for the rest of the reinforcements to arrive.
Yeah, and Oscar kind of ruined his own cover. I believe he threw an HE to those double doors. That's wide open and clear. But it does allow him to sneak on by, but it also gives some sight lines to xCloud from control. Not going to let him escape. So we go 3-all. The new guy, man. Jada, turn it up.
Look at this, man. Lockdown ramp defense here. That's where you know you have no escape options right there, likely. You're not making it out of that round, so going down with a big fight is exactly what they need. If you guys are interested in checking the mobile app there, you guys can scan that QR code right in the screen. Go and check out 1xBet. The apps that they've got going on. Again, there's a lot of action still left here in Series 3 RES in Europe. So if you guys are interested in getting in on some of those odds, I think that QR code will be popping up throughout the day. You guys can get that phone out, go check out the 1xBet app. All that being said here, we're going into another small investment here. Oscar willing to buy the scout right now. The rest of the roster has a couple upgraded pistols. Well, we'll see. I mean, maybe Oscar can have some fun this round with that scout.
There's a chance. xCloud is getting a bit finicky outside. Does lob in a grenade, though, to get some good chip damages. And will not give up his life. Or he might be in for a rude awakening right now. A lot of players silently moving outside. I say that as Oscar gonna make some steps. That'll bring in Sammy on the op. The easy first. The Glock does get the better of xCloud, but plenty of support. And a quick 2 versus 4 on the eco. Make it 1. And make it none. LNZ will mop up. And there we have it. 4-3.
A pretty clean one right there. Sammy having a lot of impact alongside Jota here. So he's good for a nice little multi. You know he's good with a nice 3K at his disposal here. And Segal gonna claim a lead. Find themselves 4 in a row. See if they can keep the ball moving there. Sammy getting active with the op here in Hut. He's already got a deep line of sight right now.
Oh, and yeah, he's gonna make good on that promise. 3 versus 5 instantly as Sinners try to blast through that A site, try to draw some attention, give some space outside. Instead, they're getting cut down. More information given out of the CT end. Sammy actually lets Beast it cross, and I guess the same for the rest. As Sinners will get this secret side access. But you always have to ask that question, at what cost?
Already got rotations down here as well. It's the tough part here. Multiple members ready to go in defense. A big if right now. If they can get away with this right now. Smoke goes in towards Xcloud. Making the move. This player tucked in, but again, Jota's been too strong on this defense here. He's been too strong dealing with the pressure. Always in the right spot at the right time. And Oscar left last man standing once again here.
He's toast. Elevated angle is just unfair there from Jota. That is 5 rounds straight. This young gun right now for Sangal is hauling it.
They're stepping up to the plate here in map 3. 2 new additions right there, kicking off and finishing the rounds for Sammy and Jota, and that's I mean, again, a really promising look for this Sangal squad. Fighting strong here on Nuke. Looking for a bit of an execute towards this A side, it seems. Youngster gonna get tested for the first time in what feels like this whole game. Can he pass?
Here we go. Back a silo, able to line up one on a neo frag. That helps out. And suddenly, well, LNZ is gonna get his chance. Last man, Oscar. He goes down to the grenade. And Sangal, a little messy on the whole. They take damage, but they're all standing. That's what matters.
6 rounds right there in a row. Again, I mean, Youngster, he was yet to lift off. He didn't have any kills heading into this round, but the solid site defense brought to you by Youngster and LNZ. A flawless round right there. Money is getting a little bit too far out of control here for Sinners to stay comfortable throughout the grand scheme of this half. Never where you want to be here, where multiple players are hovering around the 10K mark. This T side needs to start shutting things down a little bit. Neofrag going back to what has worked at one point here very early in the game of taking this aggressive out of yard control, but they've found solutions to this problem, and they've found them pretty quickly here in this map so far.
They break the smoke. Ooh, and just seen around it, LNZ also gets a kill. In between, and outside is a disaster here for Sinners.
1-2 punch right there. 2 players knocked out. Sammy is the next little prong of approach here. He's got an op scoped in on your location. Have fun turning the corner into that. You have no chance.
Man. I mean, what are you supposed to do? I really want to see LNZ's second follow-up kill. On that headshot through the smoke. As Youngster will trade out his teammate. That's kind of LNZ's job. He has really good mechanics, but never plays the fun positions. Sammy also watching this angle to perfection. Hands out an off headshot. That is 7 rounds straight for Sangal, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, they're just dominating here. Once they've gotten the rifles out, that's all that was required. We'll see that first opener there from Xcloud, and the second one was still playing around the edge of that smoke. That was being broken open. Sammy, all he has to do is knock down a couple of pins that are, I mean, in a 2v5 or 3v5 rather, kind of just walking right into them. Of course, you're going to take the contact approach. These are going incredibly well for Sangal here in map number 3. This elimination as well. This is elimination on the line here for one of these 2 teams, so
Really trying to toss them in together, but LNZ in a really untenable position. Youngster has to hold off on the off angle, and that's not going to work. Quickly traded out. Smoke for the plant. And Sammy can't get up the vents either. Almost gives himself a chance on the ite, but missed shot won't do. This is looking like a save. Despite the bank accounts.
Yeah, you got 2 AKs, I guess, which would be nice to save. What I would love to see is a late retake here. You know, that bomb does a lot of damage on nuke. So, you know how players start to run away a little bit early.
Oh. Nah, not today. X-Cloud trying to fight for some exits. Oscar will take it. Instead, we'll have Sinners pick that one up. No little late retake, just trying to steal some of the remaining guns away. I'll say Sinners probably need this one.
I definitely needed that last round there. That was a well put together execute. Again, they have some tricks up their sleeve to pull out these rounds. Here and there. Another like half by victory. That was what really put that last map into bed, and this time a little bit awkward right there. HE's landing on the back of Oscar. A squeaky door requires another one to be blown open. But look at this outer yard setup here. And a lobby crunch rolling through as well, I believe.
Look at this on a timing, and instead it's kind of weakened A site right now. They have to invest a lot of resources into that lobby crunch, but LNZ still inside of Mini, picks up onto Neofrag, and then X-Flop completes the flank outside. Devastating setup here for Sangal as Shock now put into the clutch. Has a player wrapping him heaven though, and Jono's not going to let that clutch materialize. It's an 8-4 half at the end here for Sangal with a real masterful defense in that one.
Yeah, that's just a lockdown defense coming through there throughout the majority of that half. One singular round where Sangal have guns is all that Sinners were able to manufacture. It's a very worrisome sign right there for how Sinners were able to bring that one. And again, the one round that they did one, I was very impressed with. Great execution power, great on the inbound, but couldn't replicate that at all. Starts out 3 rounds in a row, and you can see they just get one more. Pistols have been a strong suit for Sinners though, so might get them right back into the CG side.
Here we go. Certainly needing it for Sinners, but unable to pop off the first shot. Now trying to wrap around. Shock lobs an HE. The Glock train trying to hunt him down, and they'll get him. Now up towards heaven into a free A site. Neofrag will deposit a kill on the way in, and Oscar also cleans another one. They'll get the bomb plant, but Oscar and Neofrag have gotten so much damage downrange, it puts it all up onto Jota, with so many players beginning to advance on him, and Ike just trying to draw attention away. Eventually, he has to look and hand his back to him. Sinners do come through with that massive pistol.
Just really incredible stuff. That's just keeping your distance really well on the side of Sinners. Up against those Glocks, been given a couple of fights that they'd really like to take right there. Shock getting in a crucial one. But look at that distance right there. Oscar, back of Squeaky. Far, far away. The P2K becomes a lot more strong here. It's, of course, with the bomb plant, we're going to see the 4 spies rolling on out here. Jota goes for the AK purchase here. No head Kevlar. Trusting that in this guy's mechanics is something you could definitely lean on. LNC rocking the scout right now. Sure.
Ooh, well, might not be needed. It's gonna get boosted up alongside Sammy. But what about this off angle in garage? Neofrag gonna collect on 1, 2. There's a third around the corner as well, but is Escape kind of locked out? And Jota also finds a kill, but Neofrag does not rest on his laurels. He keeps continuing to fight, but he's gonna need to keep doing so, and he does. He's on for the ace, helped out by Shock. It is a bloodbath outside. Sinners the victors.
Wow. I mean, Neofrag right there, changing the tide completely. Massive 4K. Finding, I mean, concept backs turned right there. Look at this. I mean, really well played in this off angle. Every challenge he gets, it feels like there's a side turn. I mean, three sides turn. The only fair fight he had was up against xFloud. He deals with that. That's excellent setup, excellent timing from him. Intuition. His instincts in order here. He's able to lift them off with more success once again.
Uh-oh, but this round's not done. Some aggression, definitely punished, and it's another Deagle headshot.
Uh-oh.
Sangal, this round could be more devastating than the previous.
I mean, AK recovered for Sammy. And now challenging what could be Ait alone. I mean, he's got an MP9. He's got no head or no Kevlar to deal with around the corner, but see if they've got what it takes here. Jumping around that corner there. Not a single kill rolling through. Sammy delivers with the AK. A little bit of a collapse here for Sinners in an all-important round. One that felt free for them.
Cole, I feel like there might be a chance they overthink this, or will they? No.
Wow.
Sammy just waits for the re-aggression. There's another headshot. And 45 seconds. All 5 players just need to work together to get this one done. Oscar out of position. And they did it on armorless pistols. Just a Desert Eagle out of Sammy. It's like Mirage all over again.
Whew, I was going to say, this is going to be 6 rounds that pistols ended up favoring Sinners in this map here. And with 6 rounds, it would be hard to imagine that you'd let it slip. But they're not going to get 6 rounds. They're only going to get 5 right now. Sammy changing the tides with his 3Ks. And going a little bit of a hunting effort. It might be worth it here, Oscar. He's going to get spotted out. Just do a little bit of damage. That bomb explosion can do the rest. In fact, just take the last kill yourself. LNZ to finish, and an upgrade is his reward. He's got to run away, though. He's going to die to bomb. A little bit awkward right there, but what a shot from Sammy. My God. Playing those angles to perfection. It doesn't just stop there.
This guy's an opper, by the way. I don't know how he does it with the Desert Eagle, but I mean, this is a pretty nice investment so far from Sangal, paying dividends. This series in an unproven Polish offer. You know, he was stuck in that grind, stuck playing for every Polish team. You name it, Sammy was there.
Oh, Neofrag trying to track. Using those audio cues as much as possible. Just one player, in fact, a lot of players dropping down here off the back of that information. So a gamble called out by Sinners, but it might be paying off here.
Yeah, shock. First contact, instant headshot out of xFloud. Neofrag, though, can he get anything done? Just the one, and Oscar had left the angle at that point. They're calling for some backup, but look at this.
Though. Just cleared out A.
Yeah,
That's
this
what
is beautiful.
More likely to do here, as there's not as much initiative here. Yeah, I mean, look at this, all clear. The call comes through. They're up the vents in time. Close behind the punch right there, but I mean, again, that molly towards heaven's gonna really seal the deal. And it was a good idea from Sinners, but just read out the little extra insurance right there of Jota clearing out that A side and avoiding that B side stack is so massive.
Yeah, very dangerous round. Right now, Sangal hitting some caliber shots. xFloud needed that clean entry there, or else every element of that crossfire starts activating. You have Oscar at the other set of stairs, Neofrag in the vents. Imagine if Oscar was next to him. That could have been absolutely devastating. But maybe he pulled the ripcord. on that setup a little too early. A lot of hypotheticals here, and you could be looking back in the rearview mirror. You could be out of this tournament. And I know for some of these players, like the online grind, the days start blending together. But there might come a day where you don't play an official, and then reality really sets in like, dang. We need to really compete for these events.
Silence becomes deafening. You miss out on these opportunities when you get eliminated early. Already a cheeky opening pick found. Shock right around the corner right there.
With the
Zeus.
Zeus.
Frag. Or does he have a Zeus out? That could be good.
Oh, but it somehow didn't work. Not meant to be for his namesake. Neofrag next. Instantly headshotted. Sammy now up to 20 kills. And it's really been this T side that has just been so darn deadly. Youngster with the next headshot, and not a single point of damage sustained from Sangal. They are on the warpath.
That they are, man. If we're going to talk about this nuke victory, we're going to talk about Sinners closing out both pistols here. And potentially only winning a single... I wouldn't even call it a full gun round, because it was when they were on a half buy. It was when they were on Tech 9s that they won. It wasn't a full gun round here, but look at those 1x bet on shift. Heavy in favor of Singal. You can go check those out with the banner below. Of course, use code 1XRESEU. So we could be potentially seeing why those odds are so heavily in favor here of Singal. Not a lot of runway left for Sinners. They look to keep themselves alive with another gun round, another purchase. Dropped in. Wow. Neofrag tracking that one instantly. Didn't leave that one a chance at all.
But I is isolated and in trouble. And will quickly be taken down. X-Floud also activates.
Oh, look at this.
It has hit a mean timing. Now Oscar does return. It's an awkward fight though. Oscar will falter eventually, and now X-Cloud cuts off all the rotates. This is devastating. Neofrag, 5 HP. He can't continue to fight.
No way he goes up this ladder. No way he does this to Neofrag.
Bro, you cannot be serious. X-Cloud, that is just disrespectful.
Oh my god. Just slamming the door in their face right there on this retake. You want to give this one a go. You can't convince. And in fact, you can't even reposition. An infuriating into the round for Neofrag, who lifts it off. Shock sticking about here. B-stick far removed. He doesn't want anything to do with taking another fight here. Understandably so. He's been having a brutal go of things. X-Floud looking to put this one to bed.
Terrorists win.
I mean, if you're Sangal, this map is everything you could dream of. Just absolute confident individuals and some strong positioning. Like, despite being in that 4-on-5, Sangal are able to react properly and hit the weak part of the map. Ite, without backup, quickly traded, and that gives them avenues into B. That gives them post plants. It gives X-Floud that extra space to work the opposite end of the map. Some rounds that'll make you smile there for Sangal, for sure.
This series that'll make you smile here, keep you alive, give you that chance to make it into playoffs. X-Floud back up to his antics once again. Neofrag got some good spam last time around, but now they're in the back of big garage here. Problems start to arise.
Look at this. X-Floud is already backstabbing him. Neofrag, he's been so good outside. X-Floud does have to keep eyes on the back of his head. Look both ways before you cross the street. All right, he's gonna gotta keep your crosshair locked in. Oh, he's gonna try and sneak out to ramp, and Neofrag turned the wrong way.
Oh, no.
It's the backstab into heaven.
No.
it's going to be absolutely ruinous. But they do start the challenge. A little awkward there, but xFloud with the backstab. It is critical. LNZ knows exactly where to look as well. And this round is over. xFloud plays a masterclass here, and so do the rest of Sangal. Height with the MP9 will falter, and so will the rest of Sinners. They've been eliminated, and Sangal proved there is proof in the pudding.
Yeah, I mean, that's a real masterclass coming through from Sangal again. Just beautiful communication rolling out throughout the entirety of that series right there. And then Nuke, they put it into full fruition right there. Full force on what Sinners were being, brought. And again, losing both pistols there and still only losing a single gun round is definitely impressive. That's domineering performance from Sangal right there. That's incredible back and forth from this squad here, and it again makes me very excited to see what they can do. Could they potentially make that playoff run?
I think they certainly have a chance. We'll have to see what kind of form Perry Vision is in, and how they fare versus Zero Tenacity. But this is a really scary looking Sangal squad. Really, just everyone on lock. I mean, Jada's lurks were incredible. xFloud feeling extremely confident. And, as long as Youngster and LNZ able to batten down the hatches, this team is a force to be reckoned with. And we just forgot to talk about Sammy. What a map he just had as well.
Yeah, I mean, again, recency bias might kind of hint that a lot of impact coming through from xFloud throughout this series, but Sammy, a consistent factor throughout the winning maps right there. Again, a guy that started off this game with 0 kills, 0 and 7, and was able to be the difference maker on that first map of Mirage. Somehow figured out a way to find impact, even though he was so silent at the beginning of the game. And a player that can overcome a slow start and still be able to deliver in the biggest moments is definitely something you love to have on the team, and I'm sure that Sangal are going to love to have him long term.
Yeah, I mean, plenty to look forward here to Sangal. But coming up next, we've got another series moving right at you on the docket. We've got that match, Zero Tenacity taking on Perry Vision to decide who makes it here off into playoffs in this group. So check into that, see who Sangal will be facing off against, and check in who will be making it off to playoffs. We're going to take a little bit of an extended break. We'll see you guys on the hour.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
quickly.
Sector clear. Copy. Sector clear. Copy.
Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xbet.
And so we're back here with RESEU. We're through our first series, and we had to say goodbye to Sinners, team that had a really strong run of form, and then, well, they're in a bit of a slump right now, and they're gonna have to find some ways to pick themselves back up. But now we're checking into some teams who definitely have picked themselves up out of these slumps and are looking really darn competitive and a shot to go to playoffs. What's good, Cole?
Yeah, I mean, I like the way you brought that up there. These are two teams that might have started off the year with a little bit of struggles here or there, but especially for Paravision, this is a roster that has been revitalized coming into the most recent changes that they've been adding. Belchnok in the roster, and since then, I feel like Paravision, the success that they've started to experience, a little bit more time with Jerry and this new crew here, and we are seeing a big turnaround in the performance here from Paravision. And out of this scrappy group, man, one of these two teams is going to be locking in the playoff position and avoiding that Singal matchup.
Yeah, and I think, Paravision, their game versus Sangal was quite close, but Zero Tenacity, I think, probably surprised by picking up that win over Sinners, just kind of able to squeak out that third map victory. Got somewhat down to the wire there. So definitely going to be happy that they made it on through definitely a long-term lineup versus sort of a new age super team. This Zero Tenacity team, we've seen these same faces for nearly 2 years at this point.
Yeah, I mean, long standing with this organization as well. They have been trying to put in a lot of work here in the tier 2 scene and have been recently experiencing a lot of success here in the mix, finding some big victories. Again, like you mentioned, there's a little bit of consistent success over the likes of Sinners there and a couple different events, and then obviously in the opening stage of this group here, and a roster that again has been taking some of these teams a distance here. They're no stranger to a long and drawn out series. These guys love a good 3 mapper here, and last time that they battled out against this Paravision roster, incredibly close, ended in an overtime affair, but I expect that same thing to replicate here once again. This is going to be a pretty exciting rematch here from these two teams that played over in Series 2.
Yeah, we'll be able to check in. I mean, Namana just going to be the absolute god in the server. At least that's what he's hoping to do against the Paravision squad. When we're talking about that Series 2 here, Cole, this is a much different Paravision than what was happening early on. I remember back 2 months ago, we casted them versus Monty. This team looked shattered. They didn't look like themselves. But Cole, right now, they're able to wake themselves up and take on some of the best teams in the region.
Yeah, this is definitely a team that has been revitalized here. Again, I think a lot has been offered from Jerry having a little bit more time with this roster, but I feel like there's been this really good cohesion between what Belchnok is bringing to this roster as well, right? I mean, since they kind of went their separate ways with X5, this roster has been kind of fielding a lot more success. Those T sides have been something I can be excited for instead of kind of disappointed by every time we see Jerry's calling roll out. And so, from a roster that we looked at these names here and we talked about redemption stories for so many of these different players, obviously Art Frost, every time I talk about this team, this guy, he's going to be hungrier than ever to start experiencing that success, watching his old teammates make deep runs and close out Kato and watch them on the biggest stage. That has to be kind of a gutting feeling for him, but a feeling that can motivate him to future success. And obviously talking about redemption as well for Patsy, who had his struggles on Liquid, got a tier 1 move up opportunity and kind of missed out on the success story of that.
I mean, to be honest, I think Patsy was tier 1 material even back on Spirit. You know, prior to Donk, that guy was the man powering Spirit in a lot of those playoff matches, and on the big stage he was there. So Patsy, certainly a caliber player. Like, again, we talked about it, you know, just 2 months ago. We saw this team. We're like, how are they not performing with these kind of players, with these tier 1 level players? But I think they're starting to finally find their footing. That's going to come to fruition. Art Frost playing out of his mind as per usual as well. I think, you know, you talked about that. I think it's starting to motivate him a little bit. He's currently a 1.22 rating in the last 3 months, even despite the ups and downs from this Perivision squad. Let's go ahead and jump into the veto though, Cole, see what maps we're going to land on and see how Perivision can continue this spree.
Yeah, we'll take a look and see where things lean on into here out of the gates. We are going to get a Anubis pick out of the side of Zero Tenacity, which honestly, when you pick into a map like Anubis up against Perivision, you better come through looking strong. We do get the Dust 2 decider there, so that's very exciting. It'll be my first time casting this, you know, since it was last taken out of the pool. So that's going to be a very exciting, you know, way to close out this series if we get there. And Zero Tenacity have already played it once before. I think that was versus Sinners in a pretty long overtime affair. But yeah, I mean, this veto here, I think Zero Tenacity is still playing to their strengths out of the gates with this, you know, this opening map pick. But I tell you what, man, Jerry's always been a really strong caller on this map of Anubis. So, you know, you are kind of leaning in on a little bit of risk taking here out of the gates in this veto, leaning in on this map and picking into it.
Yeah, sure. You know, when you pick into this map against Perivision, you best not miss. That is for darn sure. And I think Perivision extremely confident. I do hope that Zero Tenacity do scoop up their map pick though. I want to see that Dust 2 because I think Perivision as a team on paper, we know Dust 2. It is the king of firepower maps. I want to see Art Frost opping on it, and I think it might be a potential Perivision field day just by looking at what's on paper. I'm not sure about you, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, again, we'll see how much time both of these teams have had to work on this. Obviously, both of these rosters are very active right now, playing a lot of officials. So, you know, the time in between these series that you have is pretty limited. So getting your actual protocols down on Dust 2, it might not fully be there. But again, it's still the same old Dust 2 here with a couple of small changes with like the skyboxes.
Yeah.
So like realistically, if you got some cool executes, you'll be able to throw them out. But the fundamentals of Dust 2, I don't think are going to change much, right? It's very kind of simplified map. That was the problem whenever people were talking about getting rid of it was how straightforward, how simple it was. Yeah. But I think with the opened up skyboxes, those BXX are going to be like the biggest and coolest factors that we see out of these changes.
Yeah, I think prior to leaving the pool, I think Dust 2 was considered like a solved map. Like there wasn't any new strategies that you could really bring to the table that could like break the meta. Everyone had the same playbook. It's about who just had the better execution of that playbook, who had the better individuals to walk around the map. And maybe there's some more innovation to be had. Obviously, you know, again, that opened up skybox will make a really big difference in terms of cross map executes, what the CT side can do as well. So we'll have to see if that's even necessary. It'll be some awesome stuff to see Dust 2 return back to the map pool. But for now, it's Perivision taking on Zero Tenacity. Zero Tenacity selecting into this Anubis.
Here we are. I mean, again, like you said, you better not miss. You better not come with any missing game plans here, because this is a roster that thrives on this map. They thrive in a bit of CT side aggression here. Actually come through with some pretty impressive CT sides in the past on this map as well. So Perivision ready to kick things off on Zero Tenacity's map pick here. See, Hot trying to get moving towards the middle. A lot of challengers approaching him, but quickly giving up on that and falls straight into the hands of Belchanok. They do sacrifice space towards A, but they're rotating on in.
Yeah, the rotates have arrived, but they are currently smoked out. Jerry could be under some pressure though, but Patsy's starting to complete a flank. Post plant is very tentative. As getting close in, Jerry will be able to be victorious on the fight. AVN will move through the smoke, but about to get back to, he might get knifed. Look at this kicker. I think he was going for it. He might have. We could probably see on the replay as he goes down, but Perryvision will walk away with the clean pistol.
Yeah, I was with you. I was like, one CT was hiding in that smoke right there, and I was wondering when he was going to strike, and I think he might have had the knife out, like you said. Unfortunately, got stolen away from him just as the kill came through. But either way, Perryvision flawless on the retake right there. Don't lose a single player. In the meantime, take a look at those 1x bet odds. They do give Perryvision a bit of favor here, despite the head-to-head success that we saw just a little while ago between these two teams.
You know,
I mean, again,
Cole,
that was on they played out on Overpass during that series, so.
But I think it's truly a different era for this Perryvision team. I think that Perryvision squad.
It was only 10 days ago, though.
I mean, still true, but in those 10 days, Cole, we have seen Perryvision. I only alluded to it, but they took down Mao's NXT, Guild Eagles, and then, you know, Sinners Sangao as well. It's like Perryvision have looked solid in these last couple of days, and now being closed in upon, able to jump down and escape kicker, keeping himself alive.
That's impressive right there. That guy's reaction, incredibly quick. Did the same thing he did on pistol, but this time there's no one to catch him in E-box.
Oh, the left-hand view model.
Oh yeah, Cherry's rocking it.
Ah.
But there's a lot of reinforcements on this B site right now. There's 4 players. They're going for a re-aggression though.
Oh, and right into the Lion's Den. Jerry down to 2 HP, leaping through the smoke. He can't cover for his teammates. Our Frost. Nade.
Backspin.
It's good. Dunks down. AVN trying to close the gap. Instead, we'll get the reposition. This puts a lot of emphasis onto Patsy and what he can do, beginning to move forward and able to flick on over. Deals with the MAC-10, and they should know where Shiofo is as well here in E-box. Spotted out, could get honed in upon, but the bomb, is it planted in the open for him? It's looking like it, and he's starting to clean up these remaining CTs. There isn't any time. Zero Tenacity have picked up this force by our Frost. All he can do is flee.
That's a excellent round right there. Just that reposition, getting a little bit further back in towards E-box, just provides some extra safety. And catching that re-aggression right there, big pause in the action from Zero Tenacity, never rushing into things, and the round kind of falls into their hands when the re-aggression into 3 players in E-box takes place. That's a big pickup right there. He has small details here. I know Art Frost, he probably had, I think he had enough money for a kit, but didn't purchase into it as well. That hurts him quite a bit as well.
I mean, you
that
want
could
to
have been a
save
round
for that
saved. But yeah, exactly. That's the thing. You know, you got to take those sacrifices sometimes, and maybe they were hoping that they could just deny a bomb plant, deny that execute straight up. Instead, Zero Tenacity answer back, and it's forced by Wars to kick off this map.
Yeah, you can't really have that a little bit of hindsight there. I don't think you can really blame him for not having a kit in that situation. The mentality should be just stop them on the execute. Oh, that's a missed molly. That's gonna really hurt. Kicker is gonna swing forward. Oh, but Simka is able to find a double kill. What a spray down there. And that's what could have been a weird situation. Salvaged here by Zero Tenacity. Patsy falls next. Belchanok will scoop up the FAMAS.
Ooh. Get blocked.
Yeah, but Belchanok does get vision as the smoke fades. Okay, weirdly enough, there is a small chance. Jerry has to really be aware of this temple possibility.
Has to find something here, a little bit of impact with the CZ. Not an easy task right now. He's gonna get taken a bat at here, and almost a kill, almost one. But they just hunt him down right there.
Belchenok is starting a bit of a faster flank here. And considering he was just on A couple moments ago, that's going to be an easy kill. Surely Belchenok can start to isolate these fights down where that bomb was planted. Eats a dink, does get the finisher. Simke now around the corner does nail that instant headshot, though. Belchenok almost comes through with the clutch, but Zero Tenacity will prevail.
Well, nicely done right there. In these late round situations, but all that matters is that you win them, no matter how close it comes through. Simke, nice little double up in towards mid. That saves him a lot of worry right here. Avian was willing to throw his life down on the line to win that round. So it's nice to take a lead. We got a B-side stack right now. The bomb's kind of heading in that way as well. Could be interesting.
Oh, that Deagle headshot needed to connect with the quickness, and I mean, okay. Leaping in through, my goodness. I just couldn't believe my eyes as Brew Monster just does not care about the Desert Eagle.
I mean, I think what we've seen so far is that these players are willing to sacrifice their life for the game plan. Talked about it with AVN last round. He just kind of jumps into the fight. And right there, ignoring all site presence there to just try and take care of E-box control.
That man was charging through his team's molly, ignoring the Deagle shot.
Yeah. It's like it's kind of worth it to pull that distraction there for that space in some form or fashion right there. So a little bit wild there, but Zero Tenacity again committing to the game plan here.
I mean, overall an NT from those USPs as well. The triple swing coming through from E-box did net good results. Just the reaction from Zero Tenacity was swift to take that B site. Next up, though, Jerry. Gonna be tasked inside of E-box. Ooh, that... HG gets awful close. Another airstrike. Leaves a crater just where he was. Namana playing some games here with Belchenok. He's gonna go ahead and pass up on that duel right there.
Looking at no utility for the CT side at all. This is going to be a very tough round here to hold off if they get an exec thrown his way. And you're exactly right. Kind of getting closed out on here. Good reposition though to give a little bit of space. Oh my god, that timing is... That's going to be really rough to deal with right now long term.
They're going to start splitting in towards Temple on the 22nd mark.
God.
Like how... Yeah, this is just an insane timing that's just been nailed. He's gonna have to start making noise though, and well, it's not being communicated right there as the whole site defense evaporates. Namana comes through with a double kill there. He just hits every single magnificent timing right there. Then Art Frost is dead next. 1 versus 5 here for Patsy, and just like that, round's done.
That's just over so quickly. It's a beautiful... I mean, first of all, just baiting out all that utility so early on. You're not going to be able to hold there as effectively without the util. But then you have that 3-man setup. You have a whole nother problem that you never even knew you had to worry about. The timing absolutely nailed his parry vision. You know, kind of sacrifice a little bit of space in the hopes that, you know, they would think it was too late right here. You think it's too late for a mid flank to activate like that, but as impactful as ever. Nothing saved over. And these gun rounds for Zero Tenacity are looking pretty incredible.
I mean, our Frost is going to watch back that demo and just see like every second he was off on the timing there as they start to cross into Temple, and they all do it silently. That is the most insane part about it. That's got to be tilting. But hey, a lot of these players are experienced. They're not just gonna get up in arms about such a mistake. They've seen a thing or two. The smoke there for Simke. He's really aggressive there, but no dice just yet.
Yeah, no luck at the moment here. We're still playing careful right now. Now around the smoke, whole different story. See, there's a little bit more passive. One in the open, but Belchnock able to adjust it. A quick response from Jerry as well. More fights here. A hand. And that's a big one from Art Frost right there. Sends Emil packing another dink from Jerry as well. So AK's retrieved, damage done, and a 1v3 out of Brute Monster.
Yeah,
he's getting the bomb tap, but no luck in sticking it here. Sidearm is out, and it's gonna save him. Patsy down.
Oh, but Art Frost is able to salvage that, scoop up and op, and get that second round. Art Frost not getting timing in middle again. And the 5.7s, the pistols put in work there for Parry Vision.
That was a very impressive round right there from Jerry as well. Playing off the back of Belchnock with the opener. Looking sharp as can be. That's a huge round right there for Paravision. I actually wanted to check the last time these guys did play out in Series 2. Anubis was won out by Zero Tenacity. And it looks like they started out on the CT side. And they got an 8-4 half.
Oh my goodness, walking through the smoke there. Namata keeps trying to make plays happen in middle, and eventually he'll get caught out. Paravision just gonna start staying diligent on every part of the map. Hey, if you want to brawl us, let's take these fights.
Be able to break these games down. That's a deep Molotov there from Patsy. And Flashbang follows up. That doesn't connect either. Art Frost still gonna post up just in time. Misses the shot though. He reposts though. So nothing a little repeat can't help you with. Keep that space. Again, middle control is going to be pressed upon. This time it's more on the responsibility of Kicker.
Uh-oh. And back turn there. Also, ABN just double entries. That's why it's solo. He just walked through the B defense and it's gone all wrong. Kicker, he's going to try it. Playing up top, around the edge of the smoke. And the teammates being called in right now. ABN just walked out B main, found the double entry, and a 3v5 swings back.
Yeah, it felt like a big miscommunication there in middle as well. Utility tossed out in desperation, but no fights given to Kicker at all. Molly met and that right there. That could be enough discouragement alone. It is. They'll call it quits. A 3v5 turns into a 2v3 save. Zero Tenacity overcome the round right there. Again, that mid play there. Art Frost with his back turn exposed to mid. You think for a second there Kicker's covering you in some form or fashion, but not fully the case. And let's see what AVM was able to get away with here. Just, again, not respecting that B defense at all. Knew he needed to take a risk there, and that bit of initiative saves them.
Yeah, there's a lot of risk taking right now from Zero Tenacity, just shift walking everywhere. And Paravision left guessing. as we are back aboard. Everything's still on a purchase, but the way Zero Tenacity have been winning these rounds have been just outright frustrating. And Brute Monster holding this with an AWP, but does miss the shot. Puts it up to AVN, who is able to transfer this Galil on this guy. Another multi for him.
Doing so much work.
Our Frost though, post up. This guy's still on the server.
Now looking to get some opportunities here to rattle that shot off. Last time he just got shot in the back. Get the best chances. They take some fights forward instead of hanging back here. In fact, might even charge towards E-boxes. Miha, oh
Timing.
my goodness, that is brutal right there. Turns his attention away. Patsy avoids the hop shot. Can't avoid the spray though. And eventually hunted in. Kicker still hanging about there on this A side. His last man standing. Here's the quick aggression rolling through clotheslines one, but there's still two more around that corner.
Oh, but he hits the second headshot though. Onto the opera, scoped up on the angle. 1 versus 2 all of a sudden for AVN. And Kicker, he's just going to start advancing forward, closing in onto that bomb planter. Now trying to wait for a little bit of backup, though, trying to preserve his life. AVN fighting right now, gets the reposition out in the open. What a round out of Kicker from A-Main.
But last time we watched him here, Kicker was like, he was looking, oddly enough, like the star of the show, right? I mean, his performance here has been just so elevated here. And it's fun to watch this player succeed, because when he is sharp, when he's hitting his shots, he becomes a different player, a different beast. And there's what he can do in full effect right there. With that tier 1 experience.
I mean, this guy used to be a real star player. You know, even in the avant-garde days. Guy who held one of the highest headshot percentages in Counter-Strike. You know, of course, times have changed for sure. That was 5 years ago now. But shows a bit of that old flair.
Absolutely. And definitely when he's given a little bit more faith from his squad. This little contact play right there doesn't work out. Avian this time, big name to shut down for Art Frost here.
Yep, and they're gonna start pushing through smokes, and that's not gonna work. That's the bomb. Oh. And Art Frost continually rattles off more and more shots. We're gonna start running through smokes now. Jerry says, I've had enough of this. Ivan had to fall last, and there you have it, Cole. 4 rounds to Perry Vision, and they are starting to tear apart this offense.
That they are. Changing the tides big time here, and starting to loosen up that game plan as well here. I mean, diving through smokes like you said. Getting a little bit frisky with it. Forcing Zero Tenacity into a timeout here. This is going to probably be for the next round here, as this one's obviously going to be a full eco. But just looking to relieve some of the nerves for now.
Yeah, I think they were able to get a lot of their rounds again, walking through these smokes, nailing a lot of these timings, and now Perry Vision have not let any of that happen. Like, they're just holding all these smokes. They're just they're thinking all a step ahead, like, okay, what are they trying to make me look at? And oh boy, here it goes. Shooting gallery available for Art Frost. He whipped out the USB. Didn't have head armor though, and oh my goodness. Burst fire on the Glock gets the second kill. So not bad from the Glock Eco at the end of the day, but all that is just more confidence for Art Frost.
Farm up some sweet eeks. Like you said, some good confidence builders from Art Frost, but also AVN. When that guy finds one, it's tough for him to stop. In between these mollies right there. Great utility usage from Kicker though. HE dunks him down.
And a great smoke or a missed T-side smoke. Look at the angle that he's about to take. Back's turn for one, the second, and he even gets help for the third. Belchinok gets his second kill. Multi-kills for everyone on Perry Vision.
Oh, that's just such a pretty position right there from Kicker. Opportunity arises and he rises to the occasion right there. You'll see Patsy walking on in. There's one freebie back, although it takes him all his health to get there, so 5 HP more here.
Are you kidding me?
Wow. The 1 HP call came through. He really took that one to heart. That's wild.
There's a lot of confidence out of Perry Vision. They said, like, okay, you won these rounds in this kind of fashion. Well, here's the full brunt of our firepower. Perry Vision were playing some standard, respectful Counter-Strike. Now they're in your face. So, kind of desperation forced by. Oh, I say that. Doesn't look desperate for Brute Monster, who absolutely nails a headshot. And that scout head to head. And so a 4 versus 5, still the weaponry disadvantage, but maybe made up for. Now, Manna actually able to add to it. Gonna continue trying to walk these timings, though. Able to nail another shot, toe, and a flying Tech 9 will get the best of Patsy. Jerry will try to walk through the smoke, try to get activated. Oh, but now tagged down to 4 HP. It's looking like Zero Tenacity will be able to pick up their 6th round here. Perry Vision busy shaking their fist.
Jerry's picked up a telescope here. Some kid down low as well. So Belchinok making his move on in, but no, not gonna happen. Not today. Nice attempt right there to play out the contact game, but too much resistance here. We're all tied up at the half. It's tied up at 6s. A little bit of extra grace given here to Zero Tenacity to close things off with some good damage done early with these lesser weaponry. They're able to make the most of it here big time. Some relief offered up to this this Zero Tenacity squad, and again talking about their last defensive effort here versus Perry Vision in particular, we're able to get a whole lot going. So we'll see if they can replicate that success here once again.
Oh. A little bit of aggression here from Zero Tenacity. They're wrapping up the whole map, and they just found the bomb there, Cole. Oh, things are so weird. There's even a team kill in the mix that almost turns the round on its head. It might be game defining, but Art Frost couldn't hit the headshot. He eventually would get a second crack at it. 1 versus 1.
Peeking on the possibility of this flank here, but he's over towards middle. They're going to meet in a head-on collision right here. Art Frost turning that corner with a side turned. Jofo doesn't expect that, and Art Frost going to claim his 1v2 victory right there and give Perry Vision a pistol. A second one.
It's massive. And what an outplay there from Art Frost, kind of playing into the tendency. There is Zero Tenacity. So he absolutely locked into where that bomb was dropped, but Art Frost plays with that information in the clutch. Uses it against his opponent. And so that'll force out the full eco. But it does bring together like the 5-man stack coming over here. And Belchinok eats a dink. It's a little awkward. But Kicker puppy guarding that gun, making sure that no one will get their hands on it. Kind of all over the shop right now for Perry Vision, spotting multiple players on that B site. Bomb's already off to A. Let's see how much Art Frost and Kicker can get here on this site, though. Not a lot. they're taking some heavy casualties.
Oh,
They're
wow.
gonna lose another.
Yeah, this is no longer becoming a very fun anti-eco. Patsy is gonna get some freebies, or a freebie. At that. And maybe another one jumping on into the fray right there. Nice little footwork. Makes it difficult there for any further damage. Minha clotheslined another kill. Patsy out. Upgrade onto a Galil. Extra $600. That is, again, that's past the point of kind of a goal there for you. You did more damage than you would have expected. Able to farm some checks as well right there. I mean, you did a lot of exit damage. Safe to Galil. That's a very good round right there if you're Zero Tenacity.
Last bullet in there for Simke as well. And so off the back of that full eco, we actually have a glass cannon AWP in play for Brook Monster. And a real scary looking buy. Lurk smoke available though for Belchanok. Eats the grenade though out in the open. Perfectly played there from Zero Tenacity. The rest of the players trying to make their way out from Evox, but they just have to force their way through the fire right now. Absolutely saturated this B site. Zero Tenacity, no problem on the hold.
This lockdown defense offered up right there. You said no problem breaking that one down. You got the coordinated effort, the good counter utility right there. All this, I mean, largely provided and benefited by the amount of damage that they did in that last round as well. And speaking of damage that they did just 2 rounds prior, we're looking at an immediate kind of force buy situation. Instead of rocking Galils and Mac 10s in this round, you've got 1 AK and Tech 9s and a Deagle. So a completely different story than what we could be looking at here.
Can Brute Monster avoid the instant headshot? Yeah. Belchanok unable to connect on this really just disgusting off angle to deal with. The AK is juggled over. They'll get another crack at it. Simke feels the timing.
A lot around that corner right now, Simka. Oh, this Molly's gonna be good. It's gonna be good here if he can get it off in time.
Oh, no.
A little bit awkward. Tough bounce on it. It's gonna make the jobs a little bit more difficult here.
Oh, and Jerry able to handle one. A re-aggression from AVN as well. They try to re-clear. And now it leads it to Nomena, and he gets cleared out as well. Jerry's AK putting in the work to get into the B site. Kicker holding on to Palace, though. If he falls, that could give him an avenue in. Kicker just needs to keep his cards close to his chest. Backup arriving, flashing in. A perfect one at that. One goes right back, but there's no trade. 2 versus 2 straight up. There's the op shot, and then there's the retake. Zero Tenacity put together.
Yeah, just again, one of those situations right there. Great flashbang to start off that retake effort. And you just kind of find yourself in 3 separate isolated duels right there that all flow in the favor of Zero Tenacity. Great backup. When things start to go wrong there, one small misstep right there. It's a game of pixels right there. That Molly bouncing off the wall giving Jerry a little bit more space than Zero Tenacity were comfortable with. But the retake effort still flows through. And it's all tied up right there. And as you can see, that QR code right there flashing up. Go and take a look at that 1xBet mobile app for all of your 1xBet needs on the go. Again, that is there's a code out there, 1x RESEU, for that first time deposit bonus if you're new. But Kajofo, a little flashbang right into the eyeballs right there. He's gonna have to retreat a little bit. Good Molotov as well.
Oh, trying to pre-fire though, and uses a little too much ammo on that. And Namana was able to pick up at least one on the inbound, and even stepping forward for the extras will be handed out a headshot. That allows a bomb plant for these pistols. There's a reload for Art Frost, and things get a tad bit weirder than they should have. Even the AK scooped up for Belchanok. He trades out magazines, and this gets dangerous.
A real opportunity here. Post plants. Incredibly strong and no armor, but they need some quick headshots, so they got two strong players to do it.
Yeah, Belchanok around the side. He's got his, but aim punch a little too much. And AVN will clean house. Defuses come through for Zero Tenacity, and they'll take the lead.
And reclaimed here. Saw a little run of rounds there from Paravision in that last half that got them the lead, and then obviously tying things up in the turn of the second. But look at this, man. I mean, a real round-winning play right there from Manha right there. Got a whole host of Tech 9s turned his way right there. Instead of falling back and maybe playing behind the utility right there, right? He takes charge forward and turns that round on his head. And that very well could have been a map-saving play right there from him. You never want to let those pistols get too far entrenched in a post plant.
Again, definitely, I feel like most of the rounds the Zero Tenacity win are a couple. Very risky, but again, very safe angle there from Brook Monster. That's been netting consistent results. They just have not been able to get him off that angle.
That's strong with that op. Getting himself in good positions as this mid utility fades away. That's where Paravision are going to start their stampede.
And
they got a
walking up.
tough setup here.
Yeah, Shofo does not have any counter utility to stop this camera play. You're gonna move through. He's on the off angle though, but a good kill there from Kickard at least. But Art Frost not playing a part in this play. There is Jerry, who's trying to sell something down the road. Both players missed, however. And now Jerry's in some trouble. Brook Monster's got that one. Art Frost just out of time. And he will get finished off. Zero Tenacity now to double digits, and the road out of Anubis here. It's very possible for these underdogs.
Absolutely. Getting that back-to-back success versus Paravision on this map as well. Their CT sides dominated them last time. Look at this again. Just super steady aim from Brood Monster. Delivering some important shots with that AWP. We've got kind of forced by territory here. Kicker going for the big investment. Jerry going for a big investment. They want this round. They're hungry for it, but they're not going to get it, at least not for free, as Manha again taking some first contact approach there towards the middle and not only finds a kill, but also some damage enough for Simke to sink that one in.
Oh,
Line up, collateral. Oh my God. You got to be kidding me. That's a collateral. He was across the bridge. Oh.
A happy little accident there for Brook Monster and Zero Tenacity. Oh man, they've got to be laughing to the bank with that one.
Oh, absolutely. That's an incredible sequence right there, man. Look at it. Lineups all throughout the round. He was across the bridge. Kicker just catching a stray. Wouldn't believe that one. Sheer tenacity. I mean, as you can see, catching fire right now.
Yeah. As soon as I talk about their round wins being messy, needing timings. One-way traffic right now here, goal. Looking at a double push out B main. Gonna boost up the AWP. That's gonna make noise on the drop down. No. Staying silent. Oh, it's the timing could not be worse. Belchenok. That is a desk slam moment.
Yeah, it's a desk beat down right there. That's for sure. That's very frustrating. And an already pretty frustrating sequence here. There is no relief from the Zero Tenacity squad. They just won't let you get away with anything. We got deep angles here. That's a nice start right there. And the headshot rattles off as well.
Hold on. It could be atoned for right now. They silently gotten themselves in towards E-Box. That is a great molly on an amazing timing. That'll buy time for more rotates. And there's an HE. And this quickly turned from doable to brutal here for Perryvision. Everyone's arriving. Kicker does at least get a kill back, however, but can't double up. And Art Frost can't get activated with this AWP. We are looking at map point for Zero Tenacity.
We are. Save coming through from Art Frost. No other option here. They come back through. Looking tough on this defense right now. Feels like protocols all just falling in their favor. Brute Monster's opting in the second half has been super sharp. Not only the collaterals, but I think just the consistency as well.
Positioning.
He's just always in the right spot at the right time, catching these players walking into his crosshair. Sometimes he does take some charge there. I like when he goes for those opening duels, but it hasn't been super required in the game plan. He has just been in the right position.
And once again, properly positioned over towards this B site. Oh, but this is going to be fun. Breaking the smoke, gets that information down into the canals. At the minute mark, looking at an execute. But that molly missed. Right now, Simkey's going to fight forward. But he will go down easy. 4 versus 5, but still a defense remain. Not much more though. Brute Monster's offing finally falters. That leaves AVN back in the site. And well, now he's really all alone. 1 kill's good. However, and I think they're overcooking it a little bit. AVN gets the second. Now he can dice up the duels. There's a lineup potential there.
My God.
AVN gets 3. It's now 1 versus 1.
Ooh boy, Kicker deciding on where he wants to play in this post play. He's just gonna stick around on the site right now, and there's still a long repositioning. Kicker's got to be concerned about his flanks at some point. He is. He's starting to feel a little bit of pressure, getting a little bit of antsy.
But eventually, he has no idea where he lies.
Oh,
And playing this perfect, playing the clock. Lobbing HEs. Here comes the backstab. And that's the easiest 1v1 of Kicker's career, probably. as Perry Vision will stay alive. 9 rounds to them.
I would have saved it there from kicker. It's still, I mean, a round that feels like it couldn't really go wrong. Nearly collapses. A 2v5 turning into a 1v1 with low HP on kicker. AVN doing it again. His multi-killing out of control. But realistically here, I mean, Paravision 3 rounds the difference right now. They have to deal with like no momentum and a roster that has been clearly very strong on the defense. But it's not unlikely, I wouldn't even say. We are talking the T side of Anubis, which in theory should offer some benefits here. Finally been able to break the deadlock of winning 0 gun rounds in the second half.
I mean, and so many of those rounds have been very close. I mean, a lot of them, if you remember, 3 versus 5. Going the way of Zero Tenacity. Couple post plants that went awry. A 2v3 retake success. Let's see if Paravision can start something themselves. Simkey looking to reaggress. I don't think he knows Jerry is close to his right. He's gonna walk forward. Hello there. Had no clue Jerry had snuck past. Sick timing nailed there.
I mean, Jerry diving into the fight here. All this reposition heard though, so this is going to lead into a stock on the safe side, but Kajofa only there. The rest of his roster left outside of a smoke looking in. Easy call now as they get locked out of the site for a save. Jerry able to work some magic to keep his team in it for a little while longer. They're not planting the bomb yet either.
They want to hunt.
They are hunting before they finish this round because they know the implications of landing these kills.
So it begins. Belchenok starts his shift walk through spawn. And then trying to take these elevated angles. Everything gets swept out. Now they know. They're all here on the B site. Elevated angle being taken though. Seen. Shoulders spotted. In trouble. And finished off. There goes one gun. How many more can they keep to themselves? AWP hoping to maybe tuck away. And AVN will defend his. Zero Tenacity keep a couple rifles. But Paravision, they edge ever closer.
Getting closer to that mark right now. Cool outro to that round. Get another timeout called from Paravision. They're chugging through them now that they know that it's a real chance. Want to this time get the revenge on Anubis here. Want to this time start off a series with a win on this map instead of a loss. So your Tenacity never wants to make that easy, but seems like they found some solutions here. We're gonna get it eco around the 2 guns, and then obviously a investment for the last round of the play in regulation.
But honestly, with how AVN has played this entire series, this round is not out of the picture. Like, you have probably not just probably, you have the 2 hardest hitters in the server armed. And wanting to make a play. AVN gonna try and steal a kill. Brook Monster gets his onto Jerry as well. You start to feel tentative.
Jerry's been a bit of a problem. Been taking that E-box control. Getting away with a lot. But now they say, hey, Avian, you got B, right? And that's a lot of faith placed into one man.
However,
Look at this mid movement.
it's getting cleared. There could be a fast flank. There could be a fast rotate.
Map control is going to start to be gained here. But it's all about how much AVN can do, because the execute's rattling off. That means they're going to be starting to move on in soon.
Yeah, oh, Molly's just... The floor is lava for AVN. He can't really find a place to multifrag, or can he? He's going to start opening up with some spam. Doesn't want to get spam back, though. Has to concede the angles while Art Frost starts to try and hold on to the flank, but not ready for the multiples that are approaching him. And AVN does find success. The USPs are putting in work, and this is the round that it's going to end. It looks like it. AVN and Brook Monsters AWP enough to pull it across the line for Zero Tenacity. It is 13-10.
I mean, you were exactly right. The two players you want with guns in their hands are able to do a lot of the heavy lifting early, and then finished off strong right there by the USPs pulled through on the triple up flank. I mean, it was all according to plan right there. The map control, the little late plays, and then honestly just so much value in AVN escaping the site proper hold there, evading that full execute, getting out into a position which he can further influence the round a little bit later down the line. I just like that setup altogether, and Zero Tenacity, they get another win on Anubis versus a very strong Anubis team.
Yeah, I mean, that is I mean, we talked about it going into this, but if you pick a new Anubis, you can't miss, and AVN sure did it. 26 kills against one of, I mean, a real heavy hitter in the region. I mean, just starting off with some, yeah, you know, maybe some fortune, but I think they put kind of their doubts to the rest of like, oh yeah, we're just going to walk through smokes and hit all the timings. And they really just started putting individual moments, perfect positioning there at a Brook Monster, and those multi-kills from AVN kept them going.
Yeah, it's just altogether very well set up right there. You got to be happy opening up here with success on Anubis. This is going to be, you know, again, Zero Tenacity looking to replicate the results. So what's funny is this was the exact same position in which they ran into each other. It was this kind of decide, or like, if you win, you move on. If you lose, you still have that lower bracket to lean on. So it's a little less pressure here, and Zero Tenacity looking like they want another playoff run.
Yeah, they're looking like it. There's a solid chance that we do go to Dust 2, however, because we've got Mirage up next. But if we got individuals firing off in the same way that we just saw here on Anubis, I mean, Dust 2 is not all that certain. We're going to toss this one off to a break. Mirage is coming up next. It's the pick of Perivision. Will we get a Dust 2? Let's find out.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One X-bet. respect from 1xbet, 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 respect, respect from 1xbet, respect from 1xbet, respect from 1xbet, respect.
It wasn't the usual suspects for the guys at Zero Tenacity. AVN and Brute Monster able to put it together for these guys to, you could call it an upset map victory there. Even though a couple days ago they were able to take it pretty clean against Vision, they're able to step up and do it once again against a team that is certainly in form. Can they keep it up here on Mirage?
I mean, this is an exciting success for Zero Tenacity here. They're looking to lock in a playoff run in this kind of rematch here, but they again go up against Vision's Mirage here. Last time they nearly got double digits, but it was still a pretty comfortable victory for Vision. So this is why we think this is kind of leaning in towards that third map. If history repeats itself, then we should see that same sort of success flow on through here, and that fun Dust 2 decider roll on out, which would be very exciting to see how these two teams fare up on that map. But yeah, there's no question that that sort of consistency, I feel like, out of that CT side coming through from Zero Tenacity, it's going to be scary to play out on Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, if they can maintain that same sort of cohesion, I think Brute Monster, again, in the right position every single time, and AVN hitting some nasty spray transfers. So some really good individual play, but Vision kind of more in some comfort, I would have to say, at this point. There were a couple of 2 versus 3 retakes that they coughed up, a 3 versus 5 that they coughed up, and you could just imagine how the game could be flipped if those go the other direction. It could be a financial break for the Zero Tenacity side. So Vision kind of left a little bit sour after those little hiccups, we'd have to say. I think a map like Mirage could let into some more comfort for them for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. No question about it here. I mean, that is the value. They do get to start off with 2 very strong maps for them. And then, of course, what we're leaning into on Mirage here, it's still a lot of strength here, especially on that defensive end. The last time, again, just to bring up the history here, is that we saw a really good defense out of Zero Tenacity and only a single T-side round rolling on through there to the 9 defensive rounds of Vision when they were able to close that out. So, it does kind of lead me to believe that Zero Tenacity have a lot to do to kind of patch up that T side. And there's obviously been a little bit of time. I mentioned it earlier, 10 days in between these series that they've last played out. But, that T side does need to be fixed up, and there do need to be some solutions to the slow starts here. So it'll be a good test to bring it out now and see if they have improved at all in that side of the half.
Yeah, and I mean, they're going to have to contend with some bright spots as well from Vision, who they themselves, like a player like Kicker, absolutely did step up in a couple of these moments. I think Belchanok also had some solid moments, but I think I think there was just a little bit of fortune that certainly favored Zero Tenacity in a couple of those rounds. I'm talking about Belchanok with this quick switch. I'm also talking about a lot of these smoke timings very early on in that Zero Tenacity T side that got him started in that first half as well. Just these 20 seconds, just walk through a smoke, shift walking everywhere, and just being absolutely frustrating to deal with. Those type of things, I don't think they can get away with for too much longer, especially on a map like Mirage.
Yeah, I think they're going to need to see some more consistency, some more replicable success strategies here, especially like you said, the T side. When they're in these big man advantages, you just kind of expect with Vision leaning in on this map with the success that they've had in the past to be able to close those sort of situations out. Never a guarantee, but we will see what they can bring on to the table here. So we head on into our pistol round on Mirage. We'll see what these guys have in store for us. Do they have something cooked on up? On this pistol, we've only got One smoke and a single flash, so not a lot of utility, but a lot of firepower here. And the bomb solo in towards Palace.
Palace? Oh, this is interesting. As Jerry, though, could he deal with both these underpass players? The Manhunt will be able to get the better of him. I think I know what they're trying to do. They're trying to go for this little catwalk play where the players will jump out the apartments, but Simk asleep at the wheel right there. Passy just slides out in front of him, hands him a headshot. AVN now back in the site. He will be able to convert the kill. But believe it or not, Cole, this QB sneak, it might just work. Now Mayha out middle in some trouble, and Kicker spotting both players here back of the site. Surely that's the information that Art Frost needs to get that bomb planted. As Kicker trying to trade out mags here, it's all over the place, but eventually that mid player cleaned up. 2 versus 2.
Already running in towards jungle though. Oh, Belchinox won this race to the murder hole right there. When you win that race, you get rewarded. Nicely done. I mean, that sort of strategy right there is the sort of stuff my teammates call matchmaking. Just solo bombing Palace on the pistol. You try and make it through underpass, sell a little bit of a B fake, and they find the kills to make it work as well. I think it's the big factor. But definitely a little bit scary when this kind of fight, this brawl in underpass takes place. You never know how that round's going to turn because you've kind of lost your point of connection here. But Belchinock, as you can see, winning the round by lurking about there. And hey, I mean, a little bit of fun to kick things off here. I like the style from Paravision.
I mean, the one win condition in that pistol round, I guess, for Paravision, just to get that bomb planted in their minds. Right? It doesn't really matter. Maybe it'll be an awkward clutch there for Belchinock. But as long as he gets the bomb planted, Paravision are happy. Well, they win the round. They're now facing down a CT side force. A site stack. But no one to challenge just yet. Paravision are going to take their sweet time with this one.
Little collapse here. Belchinock last time around was able to get some good work lurking about there. This time he's going to let 2 walk right into him here, clotheslining the aggression.
Okay.
Batsy does the same on the other prong. 4 players hit the deck. And Brute Monster, he doesn't even look like he is too interested in saving this round. Knows that he's going to have to take some fights here in this one.
Yeah, now there's hunting party. AT comes through. Belchinock doesn't even wait. He's just going through the murder hole, going for the kills right now. I think Paravision learned in that previous map just to play with confidence against this team. Don't let him hit all these nasty timings. And Belchinock just absolutely holding off that Palace aggression. And that is just a smooth round. That goes exactly as planned as everyone's holding the angles for the push. The value of taking your sweet time right there. Now it's a little awkward out middle. Just a little though. As the USP does convert into a Galil, it's 2 kills. I don't think either side is necessarily unhappy with that. As we'll see a quick 3-0 start for Paravision. Now all the guns arrive for Zero Tenacity.
Nicely done. Easily to execute upon that. Paravision closing out pretty comfortably on that countermeasure. Now we got an op in hand. We got all the firepower you could ask. We'll see that strong defensive halves, they stay a theme here between these 2 teams. AVN tasked with trying to keep them at bay towards the middle here, and Jerry could have made a move towards Delpan, but instead wanted to stay alive here and wait for his teammates to join forces. It's going to be a head-on collision again in middle, man. These guys looking to battle it out. You want to wait for your underpass alert to take place here as well, to get involved before you fully collapse. And that's what they're doing right now. They're just buying time.
Multiple players pop out top middle. Huge entry there from Patsy Kickert as well, chasing. Even smoke as well, breaks it, but Jofo has got a great kill. Elchinok the same, but they're gonna try and collapse. They're gonna try and take the bomb out in middle. They've done it. They've dropped it, and then the boost up from AVN will pick up Patsy. That leaves Belchadok to try and scramble through, but an excellent flashbang can't be capitalized on, though. 30 seconds, so Belchadok can win this. AVN will deny. Zero tenacity. Nice edge there. They'll pick it up.
I'll try to throw a little southbound flick right there. AVN's way, but AVN strong in this series. Delivering another big multi-kill for him. This guy's playing incredibly well.
Wow.
Up against Belchanok on the other end of things, man. These two are going blow for blow. Trading punches here. Belchanok has been a serious influence here. I mean, his palace lurks have just been supreme so far.
Oh.
There you go. Op ready again. Art Frost. I mean, he's been spotted, right?
Well, now he certainly has. In the meantime, Belchanok. Rule number one of Mirage, there's going to be some guy in Palace. But there's not much you can do about Belchanok. We found that out in the second round.
Yeah, not a lot you can prepare against him.
Ooh.
And again, down early, Jerry able to open things up on him. Back-to-back rounds here now. Minha getting caught out, aggressing forward towards middle. And Brood Monster finding himself in the right position, but this time Patsy able to deal with the AVN here. There is still the law applying right now. Belchanok still ready to strike at any given moment.
And the Wally as well. It's gonna hurt a lot. A no-scope, though, from Brood Monster. He's gonna do some battle opping to try and win this one. But Jerry says no. Walks up Khan, handles the defense. 4-1 parry vision.
Oh, that is systematic. Right there from Jerry and the rest of the crew. Piece by piece. I mean, all off the back of Jerry opening things up here. On this T side, the rest of the roster able to knock down. Kind of playing off his aggression. Your A-lurks start to find success. Everyone starts to find success when you start to catch these players in transition, trying to save the round from kind of spiraling and stop the bleeding. We'll see. I mean, AVN walking up towards the middle, easy pickings, and kind of ready to handle any further CT side proactivity.
So Shofo just hit this timing in through T-spawn. And the question is, how much can he realistically get before everyone turns their guns on him? Or maybe they just all leave middle and the flank is just a tad too late. Simki here on the site. He's got a P250, a Dream, 15 HP. Hey, finally the flanks arrived, guys. And it, gets the kill, scoops up the op. I'm out of here, or at least he's trying to say that.
Oh yeah, look at this.
Oh, but he's trying to get sneaky with it.
A little trickery.
Oh, he's just
Where'd he go?
He's just gotten oh no, Belchanok's too smart for that.
Oh wow.
Sad.
Not gonna let that one slide. That was pretty impressive awareness. You know, first thought is that he's a skate towards top of middle probably, but too aware. And the op is recovered successfully. That's crucial.
Belchanok and his meddling. Courtesy I would have saved if it wasn't for you. Meddling kids.
Yes, we're getting 3 dusty maps. Anubis, Mirage, and Dust 2 if we get there. See, a lot of people are complaining that they don't like the map of Dust 2, but I would be complaining about the lack of aesthetic in the game now that we've got too many dusty maps.
Too many desert maps. You should get some more moist maps, like Ancient.
The dust to moist ratio is all off.
Yeah, they took out Overpass. It's pretty moist.
Moisty.
It's pretty moisty. Yeah.
Yeah. I messed up the ratio. That's never good in the map pools.
Is Vertigo a dusty map or? I mean, it's probably not moist, but
it's kind of on its own. I think is like an industrial map.
Vertigo tier is what you're saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the S tier pool, of course. Mid control tries to be claimed, taking some duels here, but again, Manha, a lot of damage done here, just keeping these players at bay. They can't even turn the corner in middle, but meanwhile, the rest of the roster will turn the corner in towards A here and try and take the site.
And it might work because everyone's kind of smoked off, fighting on these awkward angles. And waiting for Jerry to activate, but look at that, not waiting for that lurk to come through, getting active himself, boost up towards the top of the stairs. Brute Monster, I believe, saw that happen. Doesn't matter. Now the wide swing. Belchenok hits the shot, though. Quickly traded, but then there's two more in reply. Perry Vision starting to answer back. Simki, though, in spawn. Gets spotted out. Drops the smoke and pre-fire onto Art Frost. Patsy now in a world of trouble. Needs to pick up the bomb, find the kill. There's just no way. He knows he's inside the smoke, but there's nothing he can do about it. Now out of time. No scope's not connecting. Knife is out. And Simki will provide some mercy by taking him out before time.
Oh my god. That is unreal. What a finish right there. Simke, nicely done. Playing around that smoke to perfection. Knew that clock was the biggest factor here. Belchenok, that sort of headshot right there. You think maybe it's going to inspire a little bit of life, but Simke save in this round. Smart utility work. I think that might have been his first 3 kills of this game here as well. The 1xbet odds dead even here. You can go and check those live odds out by clicking one of the mini banners down below. If you're new to 1xbet there, you can use that first deposit bonus that you'll see many a times, and I'll say it many times. It's 1XRESEU, but execution on end to this A site here. Kajofo alone with an MP9, but he's got help now rotating in.
Oh, and a great shot through the smoke as well. Nevada providing the coverage. Shofo comes through with a double, and this execute has been flattened. Excellent supporting staff there to help him out. This round's done.
Yeah, I mean, it looked a little bit dire there out of the gates. Kajofo left all on his own with an MP9, but he makes that MP9 sing. Makes it look easy. Absolutely love to see that. And then again, helped out by that defense. Spam through the smoke, doing a lot of damage. And Art Frost hoping for some sort of overextension to come his way. But nothing given right now. They're just playing the contact game to perfection here. We might have ourselves a little fun 40 seconds. Oh, Simka. Want to give it a little peek? Oh.
Now everyone knows
who's
you're
gonna,
here.
Who's going to give him the swing? Here they go.
Oh boy. Art Frost is in big trouble. Yeah, a little asleep at the wheel there on the corner. AVN finishes off. That MP9 got so much work done, though.
Yeah, no kidding. MP9 on that site defense right there. A little flash coming through from Brute Monster. And this game, I think, with the AWP, has had the most opportunity to succeed, right? We talked about his excellent positioning. But, you know, what's been more impressive now in that last round is if you can't deliver in the impact, at least firing up on the server, having that supportive utility can always be a secondary prong of approach, and was able to deliver that last round.
Now the op gonna try to slink onto the angle. Oh, but just a missed shot. A chance. Not quite seized though.
Quite. Spilchnok again entrusted with the rifle here for good reason. And Kajofo, his crosser right on the money, but spotted out now. Reveals his move and dealt with by the AWP, at least for initially. They have coverage. They can't get out of connector. They're boxed in.
And there's just nowhere to go. Belchanok trying to start a panic rotate. That is a good headshot, though. That opens up the map a lot. But the one part closed down is jungle. AVN is there for backup. No rifle to be retrieved. And Belchanok, I think he's hoping for an open B site. But, well, Dread awaits him. Simkey just lurking beneath. And, well, Belchanok will actually get into the site. But not much more than that.
It gives you a little bit of a scare there once he starts to take that space, but had it under control the whole time. Wow, that helps out a lot right there. Shot straight through the smoke, rattled off. Coverage offered up from other extremities right there. We are 4 to 5 here before another investment comes out. Arfrost rocking the scout instead of an AWP, and the rest of the roster has 3 smokes and a flash to start off this round. That's the utility that the T side has to work this map control. What do you do with 3 smokes and a flashbang on this T side for a gun round?
I mean, you have to somehow beat an AWP as well with that little bit of utility. That's controlling the entire B side of the map. And I think they just missed their window smoke as well for Perivision. Yeah, you can see AVN is just like ready to peek on your contact, whatever, or just jiggle peek out mid. Yeah, this has sold nothing.
The whole team's kind of locked in right now on this A side here. Nice little triangulated setup, and again, you're talking about a very strong couple of players ready to defend this site. AVN locked in, 25 seconds left on the clock, and a single smoke is what they have to get it on in. I guess a flashbang as well. There's that utility tossed.
Yeah, and the Madhouse actually going to try and step forward in front of this utility. Could be a risky point of call, but now 10 seconds. They've got to get all these kills somehow and get that bomb planted, and they might actually be able to do it. No, they're going to run through the smokes instead and deny that. Time will be the enemy of Perivision in this one. They get a lot of kills, but that's the other win condition.
Yeah, I mean, it is a lot of damage done. That's really good news, but we're kind of gearing up into the end of the half here as well. Perivision calling in a timeout. I would imagine trying to elect a buy up here again. As they try their luck, but the only way that Zero Tenacity lose that round is if they let them plant there. So that was the one goal here. It wasn't to survive, it was just to deny the bomb. Make sure that they can't punch in those digits, start a post plant. They get that mission accomplished here. Perivision using their timeouts earlier than they did on Anubis, which I kind of appreciate. Felt like they were calling those timeouts a little too late when the grave was kind of dug out already. This time they still have a lot of game to play here on the second map.
And I mean, it could honestly still go either way, but consistently round after round, Perivision have kind of had to fight with a more scrappier purchase. Zero Tenacity have been in economic control this game. Oh, and it's gonna be leveraged even further. AVN jumps up though, and that allows Patsy to get that easy kill. Right on back, 4-on-4, courtesy of the op.
Yeah, we got a little bundle of showing connector right now. Namenha feels keen on getting aggressive as soon as it's evacuated. That timing gonna work wonders for him. Again, this deep positioning, it feels like a couple of rounds have been won by Zero Tenacity, taking deep positions in apartments here and being able to stack the site accordingly.
And
Oh, there's A.
in the right position as he swings in, like confident that there's no connector lurk right now. He gets to play these angles and take down Belchanok. Quick double kill, huge impact, and not much this scout can do at long range. Oh my goodness. But the thing is, he's just too far away from the bomb. Like, you can hit all these nice shots, but you gotta play the win conditions here. And right now, Zero Tenacity gonna win courtesy of the clock. Art Frost will hold on to his gun, his life. Same goes for Kicker, but Zero Tenacity playing the win cons here.
Wow. My God. Yeah, I mean, you can't beat the clock. You can hit all the nice shots there, but you can't hit a flashy flick on the timer on the top of your screen. Nothing you can do to get away from that fact. And it's been back-to-back rounds where the timer has cost them. It's, again, good damage, but we're the last round of the half. Your money is null and void at the end of this. Window smoke misses. That's not going to give you any favors here. Well, their fast P play, though.
All right, Simke's gonna be in some trouble. He does drop a smoke, though. Lets him reposition the bench. Starting to move around. Able to readjust for 1 and a second. Clean stuff here from Simke. Will eventually get wrapped up by Patsy, however. Make it a 3 versus 3, but Belchanok down to 2 HP. And then the nade finishes off. Brute Monster steps forward, and Kicker in some trouble. In the 1 versus 3, and Jofo's got him. Zero Tenacity really stepping up here. I believe that's 6 rounds straight to lock up a 7-5 lead.
Yeah, I mean, I got to give a lot of credit to Simke in the end of this half here. Finding 2 kills out of this position is fantastic work. His teammates were very far removed. I think the missed window smoke had kept a couple of players sticking around there towards middle for a little while longer than Simke would have liked, and there was nobody close by to help him. So the fact that he gets a multi-kill there and the rest of his roster is able to rotate in time to join him. Fantastic work. Lead at the half. They're on fire heading into the second. But this is where they struggled last time here. It was a 9-1 run for Paravision, so history repeats itself at all. That's going to be a challenge.
We'll see as again another timing. This guy, Namenha, able to nail all of these timings, gets himself up towards top connector. Look at how much of a nuisance he is right now. But it might not matter at the end of the day. Quick trades, though, come back from Zero Tenacity. Belchanok, I thought his position was known, but now certainly wasn't. AVN walks into the trap. And now a 1 versus 2. Gajofo has both players right in front of him, though. He just needs to hit these shots. He can make the clutch happen, but Kicker won't let him. Paravision will hold on, stay competitive.
Crucial pistol right there. Big pickup. Absolutely need that here to lift off this CT side. Overcoming a pretty difficult situation as well. Could have been a pretty rough 2v2, but that little repositioning, I mean, Belchenok getting himself tucked in towards CT spawn and just kind of facilitating the round late. Excellent work. Menha aggressing forward here. They're gonna make quick work of these pistols. Easy does it. One kill on Jofo, but nothing else. It's always nice to take down the Opera, though. Make him reinvest. That reinvestment will be onto an AWP.
Gonna stay scary here for Paravision. Really wonder where that op of Art Frost will be moving off to. If there's anything spicy in this round, it looks like there is. We do have a Patsy running and gunning at top mid right now, and he just gets the lead and handled by Brute Monster at top mid. Next up might be Belchenok. Hiding between the smoke, eats the flashbang. Art Frost has also let a couple go by. This could be critical. He misses the shot. The setup falls apart. Now Belchenok up top middle, quickly going to be traded. 1 versus 3 all of a sudden for Kicker.
Yeah, the curtain drops right there. Belchenok's lost all of his team in the meantime. He is somehow the last man standing in that exchange here. As Kicker on that B anchoring, you know he's going to be hanging about over here. Pretty straightforward in goal up connector into that A side. Still pretty careful about the situation as they have no idea where he's located. Back's turn. There's a start to his campaign. 1v2 at hand, and AK recovered, but no, not quite interested in keeping that up there. Understandably so. Alarm bell's already ringing as to where he is. The only thing I'm sad about is that he didn't inch a little bit further and get that Molotov.
Not min-maxing to the perfection. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I guess he didn't learn from learn enough from Jame, I guess. You know, Jame would have been all over that Molotov.
There would be a timeout and a team talk. Well, that's
Right.
well, that's
Wait, is he
unfortunate.
going to get it?
Oh,
Look at him.
Hold on.
He's on the move. He couldn't find it. He ran straight towards it, though.
That's Virtus Pro right there. If you miss picking up a Molotov, there's a quick timeout. What happened? And then the whole team's like, what?
There it is.
Yeah, there it is. But like, what
Yes.
happened? What are you talking about? And it's like, you didn't pick up the Molly. Says Jay.
Why not? Do you hate money?
Yeah, that's the next question he asked. Do you like losing that much, huh? We're gonna talk about this one in the prac room.
Yeah, yeah. The art of Jame right there. Art of the deal. Good enough deal to buy up again, though. Be able to keep the investments rolling here. See if they're able to hang about on these gun rounds here. So you're Tenacity able to win one early. They only got a single gun round last time they played up against this Paravision squad. Right back to the mid battles here, the mid brawls for these two teams.
Ooh, and the mid brawl works out wonderfully. 2 players swing out, get dealt with. However, a little underpass boost could actually net some results. Look who's just walked in. Art Frost was thinking about it. Oh my goodness, but timings keep getting nailed here by Nameha. Sneaks on over, holding out towards market, nails Kicker. Even starting to make the move. Ready for CT. Almost gets the kill in Art Frost too. Could have been round deciding. And now instead in a very tough spot. Already out towards the ticket booth as well. Just an awful corner to play from. At least for Zero Tenacity, that is. As it'll be quickly equalized 8-all.
Tied up here. That money has swung out of favor here for Zero Tenacity. It could be a lead reclaimed for Paravision. Be able to keep this close here, but not looking to give them the advantage, looking to take the edge. Again, I mean, we were going to say the second half has been and it's going to be very challenging. Paravision's defense, their mid control just looks incredibly well versed right now. You just keep throwing numbers at the problem here. Paravision finding solutions.
Hold on. Throwing numbers at the problem here for Zero Tenacity. Almost works out. Unfortunately, it's just Glocks on the other end. Paravision starting to take hold of the economy here, take hold of the second half and maybe the map. If this round goes wrong for Zero Tenacity, Dust 2 suddenly materializes on the horizon. We got Brook Monster on an AWP.
It's going to be the solution because I don't know if Paravision are going to stop challenging middle. Maybe take some space elsewhere here. We got a pretty heavy default towards that B side at the moment. Just the Palace laws in effect, of course. AV in charge of lurking about in that direction, but nothing super committed just yet, and understandably so.
Actually gonna call it back here. What's that A site? And it's actually a pristine call. At the moment, Paravision's still worried about middle, worried about that B site boosting up to try and clear things. All right, that smoke is buying valuable time, but they're gonna disrespect it. The fake execute comes through. Jerry decides to leave, and to his dismay, they're already in.
Big call here for this amount of presence towards the B side right now. Clearing out top of middle, we might see some rapid flanks formulate here, but we are going to talk about a post plant. Numbers being punched in. Jungle control maintained. This is very valuable real estate in a post plant right now. It's going to provide a challenge here on this retake.
Nameha also watching that flank. Off angle held, instant headshot for him. Brook Monster also opens up on the Jerry, and these post plants again, just too entrenched like you're talking about, Cole. AVN up top in Palace, wide swings on the timing, gets the transfer as he has been this entire series. And Art Frost, I think he will be fortunate enough to escape. The bomb blast is actually up in the air. I think he survives from here. And he does.
Should
Zero
be good.
Tenacity.
He does lose his armor though.
That is funny. But the op, important, and for Zero Tenacity, they're staying competitive.
Yeah, they're hanging in there. Perfect call right there. But more than anything, I would say surprising for Paravision to have that amount of presence over there towards that that B side. I'm actually noticing right now, Arfrost is not reinvested into any more armor either. I don't know if you registered the fact that he lost it all in that last round. So he's glass cannon. He probably doesn't even realize. Head-on collision, and the op doesn't matter. He takes one shot and it's done.
Brook Monster
for the
had
best
the better
he saves
spawn.
that $1,000.
I guess so. Never mattered anyways. Brook Monster just took the slingshot.
And
I
again,
got
they're
the
kind of
best
gambling
spawn.
off of B now off the back of that opening pick right there. And so your Tenacity calling the bluff right there. They're going to open up into another free bomb site here. The only one resisting is Kicker. Nearly finds one blinded up, but I think this might just be a safe call. And the lead doesn't last long for Paravision at all.
Yeah, and the back and forth nature of these rounds have not helped out the Paravision economy. At one point, they were stabilized. A couple players sitting at 7K. That money has been lit on fire. All right, now burn through. It does beg the question. I don't think there's going to be an AWP available for Art Frost in this next round.
Terrorists win.
So Paravision will have to scrape together another awkward purchase to try and fend off this Zero Tenacity momentum.
Lovely opener, like you said, just the only kill in that round. Wins them the round. Because we have seen Paravision kind of go for a little bit of a gambly setup on this defense. You know, whenever things start to go a little bit wrong, a little bit sour in the early stages. For those big calls here. Again, Zero Tenacity. Very little hesitation on their move right now. 3 players in Palace. I think that this might be a quicker play on the A side.
Oh, but Jerry, oh, bad timing on the ladder right there. And Art Frost can't even convert either. Instant headshots out of everyone from Zero Tenacity. Nemaha, Kajofo as well. Belchanok and Kicker to save the ferocity out of Zero Tenacity. Kicker is going to give this one a whirl. They're going to actually try for this. Throw their hat into the ring. Belchanok as well. Like, Paravision starting to realize the desperation of the situation. But they're just going to lose more guns. They're going to concede more ground, Cole. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
No respect.
Oh my god. I mean, I don't even know if Zero Tenacity is the best name for this squad here. It feels like they got a whole lot of it right now, holding on to this game. Holding onto this map here, overcoming what has been a pretty challenging defense in the past for them to get past. Right now, they've got tools to break it down here. Art Frost has been entrusted with an AWP to fend off against what could be series point, and there's nobody on B here. Brute Monster taking some charge here. And Molly forces a shift up already. Brute Monster's still maintaining a lot of space here. This AWP. How much can Art Frost influence this round if it doesn't go towards that A side? That's the big question.
Yeah, the one important thing here for Zero Tenacity is Brute Monster has not seen a single jump peek, a single attempt at information. Could try to suggest that that B site a bit understaffed.
Up connector though.
Okay.
Oh, but this is also the rotates are being sold right now. Complete hook, line, and sinker here. HE for the smoke. An open Patsy finds 2 quick kills, a third as well. Patsy, turn of the tides here, looking to save the day for Paravision.
Oh, but Brute Monster. Oh my goodness, the 5-7s have done it. Belchanok also picks up on Kajofo. Patsy with an absolutely magical round. But Brute Monster plays the rhythm correctly. But Art Frost will cut the cross. Savior right there for Paravision.
The HE, the smoke right there, but I don't know if he fully got cleared. He just avoids it. Was still somewhat shrouded. And look at that, man. Unbelievable. 3 kills, quickly dealing with the pressure. It was all on his shoulders. If he goes down, even if he goes 1 for 1, it's just a round that's over. It's a site that's claimed, and you're probably saving the op. You're probably looking, kicking up some dust in the next couple rounds here, but instead they avoid the reality of giving Zero Tenacity series point here on Mirage. I was just looking at someone tweeting out that the 5-7 needed a nerf right there, but I wasn't so certain about it. That might have convinced me a little bit more. Passy just breaking those headshots open. Doing unbelievable work with that gun.
Why has it got 20 bullets? Why does it one shot to the head? Why is it $500?
All fair
A lot of things that
questions.
do not make sense.
Oh, look at this, man. What on earth is going on here in mid control? Belchanok swings
perfect.
forward. This is a collapse on the mid setup here. It's just beautiful.
Or is it? Belchanok continues for another swing, though.
It just gets that one last extension right there, and that's all he needs.
Jofo. Oh, struggles on the spray there for both players, I suppose. And Belchanok. Wide swing. Paravision might have just saved their map pick. Might have just saved this series.
Patsy might have just saved them this series here. The monstrous play like that. We're going to see the all-in investment here. Seer Tenacity holding nothing back for the remainder of this game. But the bane of their existence has been these mid setups from Paravision. Very few times have they been able to break this down. This time AVN going to fly by.
Ooh, fast. But Belchanok has got him.
Engulfed
Trying
in
to get to
flames.
that. Trying to catch a player with a knife out. Try to get to ladder room. And next up, Art Frost hands out a headshot. Patsy wins his duel, and well, Simkin continues the full-blown spray, but won't escape Art Frost. Not many people do. As Paravision will get map point. They're going to be thinking about that Patsy round for a long time.
Yeah, most certainly. It's going to be living in their heads rent free. Unless they can take it into OT and give themselves some chances down the line. That has to be the springboard here for Paravision to respond in this series, and it feels like it just might be. One last ditch effort towards this B side here. Smoke for the molly, but they're making their moves already.
Yeah, Kicker. He's already got enough damage downrange. Got help from Belchanok, and it's looking like a lockup for this map. Patsy saved him with the triple. It's looking like Kicker's gonna close this one down. Cole, we're gonna land ourselves on Dust 2.
A third map required between these two teams, and again we'll get that Dust 2, which is going to be very exciting. The last time we saw these two rosters in a 3-mapper, it was on Overpass. It was an overtime affair. This time they're going to play it out on the brand new map, reintroduced into the pool, and you know, I'm really excited to see this finish again. You know what Dust 2 is going to look like, what sort of protocols we're going to see coming through from Jerry, how much depth do either of these teams have when it comes to like official play and game plans. It'll be really exciting to see how this finishes. But for Mirage right there, the resiliency that we saw out of Paravision, you got a lot to be proud of. And again, you really got to lean on that Patsy round right there. The 3K from him was just game saving.
Yeah, it was game saving. I think that was a 2-0. If that round didn't come through, you know, it's 12-9, and you know your money is still in the bin. Everything is working against you. Patsy saves the round, gets them that extra bit of cash as well, cash ejection, the cushion that they needed, and they did it at the very end. And well, talk about a psychologically devastating round as well. But so definitely a fresh mindset coming into the latest map added to the pool, but it's not necessarily new to everyone who's watched a shred of Counter-Strike. It is Dust 2 Old Classic. We're running it back, Cole, after just a couple years. We're going to toss this one off to a break. The Classic coming up next.
The world is changing quickly.
Sector clear. Copy. Sector clear. Copy.
Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xbet.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
"18 months ago, Cole, Dust 2 was removed from the map pool for Anubis. And now, well, just a couple of days ago, Overpass was removed, and we're back with the old classic. Maybe some people complain that it's back, but you know what? One thing that Dust 2 definitely guarantees is some entertaining Counter-Strike and some fragging power. We're going to get that here between Zero Tenacity and Paravision.
Yeah, you know what I missed? I missed the 50 flashes over long doors and an all-out brawl. I missed that sort of Counter-Strike here. I mean, we got a little bit of it on Ancient, I think, still, so we get a taste, a little hint of it. But I need Dust 2 back in the pool, back in the mix, and I expect that this sort of tendencies to still be lingering over. Again, I mean, talking about this third map here, both of these teams probably have not had a lot of time to really lock this into the map pool. There's other tournaments going on that are still using Overpass as well. So the fact that we are seeing these teams kind of being forced in a decider to lock this in, it's going to be really exciting here to see what these rosters are made of, because a lot of those lingering feelings and ideas are still left over from 18 months ago. But it has changed in an inherent way with the skyboxes and CS2 as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if a couple of these teams have jumped into the empty server since it's been, released, and have a smoke or two ready and raring to go. Like, if they have this ready and open to play, and look, it's Dust 2, man. It's, even though we haven't played it for 18 months, it is, prior to it leaving the map pool, considered like the solved map. Like, everyone already had the same playbook. I think things would stay the same. I don't necessarily expect anything crazy. I don't expect teams to necessarily be uncomfortable on Dust 2, because, Cole, Dust 2 is Dust 2. Welcome to map number 3 between Zero Tenacity and Paris, the winner. That is, loser will face off in a decider versus Sangal. And we have to play it on Old Faithful. It's been a while since I've seen a knife fight out long, but here we go. To decide the sides. Looking like it's Zero Tenacity, unless Kicker can pull off the knife round clutch. Let's give it to him. He's got it.
Oh.
All right, 6 stuff out of Kicker. Winning that side selection.
Nicely done. Cheeky little knife round clutch. Now what side do you start off on? Hop on over to the... Oh, no. Oh, okay, there it is. They do hop to the CT side. But it sounds like they chose this T side, but not quite. Quite just yet.
Getting prepped and ready to go. Right before this pistol round starts, you can check in with 1xBet. Secure a 130% deposit bonus with the code 1XRESEU. And even get the live odds, all that going on that mobile app, and get all the freshest stats on Dust 2. So let's get it, Cole. This is going to be fun. It's been a long time since I've said the B tunnels and mid doors.
Yeah, I've been playing it a little bit more recent, and I've been accidentally calling it underpass instead of lower tons.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, that's how long it's been. We got the double fast cat.
Oh, let's see this.
Hold on. Is that a mid to B smoke?
I think so. Oh, no, it's going in towards the window here, but there's also just a B stack in play. So nice smoke from the window, but here's the problem. Patsy in the corner, Belchanok backside, and everyone gets cut down. Hey, some cute smokes there. Already shown from Zero Tenacity, but not round winning. You got to get the kills first. So Namaha coming through, at least from the tunnels. Oh, all right. Give it to him.
Low HP on Jerry.
Yeah, that is true. Dropping into the site, holding that pixel angle. Jiggle peeks there, but Kicker sharp on the draw. That will be Perry Vision with the pistol eventually.
Yeah, it is one of those things you're like, oh, we've practiced this in a dry run in the server before. A smoke all the way tossed in from outside of lawn doors and then a B exec, but of course walking into the stack there doesn't work as well as it did in the dry runs. You take a look. You got Perry Vision a little bit favored here in this decider. It is just funny. I mean, overpass directly removed and Dust 2 filling its place in this veto, and it just, you know, keeps that consistent. They keep the vetoes consistent here. Instead of playing overpass like they did the last series, they now have to play Dust 2 instead. Just a funny little story there between these two teams.
You know, if you're stacking these two squads up, who do you think is favored here on Dust 2?
You know, Zero Tenacity have the experience in the official, which is interesting, but I still think that this map should be able to lay claim here, especially if Art Frost is hitting like this long term.
Wow. Yeah, you know, on that catwalk angle, that top mid, the mid doors, Art Frost is the one person I don't want to be swinging into. Gosh. What a machine. First, second. Wow. Now he has an op. See, I just think that Perry Vision, their individuals are just so strong that, again, that's just Dust 2 in a nutshell. It's going to be all these individual fights. Here we go out long. Flashes everywhere. Gosh, it's like the good old days. Jerry gets that opening kill, picks it up on the MP9. Belchanok with the second. Quick 3v5.
There it is, man. First gun round. We see the classic, the flashes out long doors, the Molotovs, the flames engulfing T-side there, and Patsy just taking some serious fights towards middle. Last player spotted up catwalk, and he looks for it all right there. Patsy deleting any other presence you had in that round. Zero Tenacity, they don't even last a minute in that round.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm getting nostalgic. It's just non-stop brawls. It's a play-by-play's dream. You have some fun stuff though. Art Frost getting the good old fast cat. Does get 1D'd right back though. No time to even stand still, chamber another shot, but Patsy will secure the advantage, and the bomb's down in those lower tunnels. Desert Eagles do get some chances, but Perry Vision have got the wide swings right back. Cole, this is already looking so much fun.
Yes, absolutely. This is what I was trying to... I know people got very bored of this map, and it was understandable. But I do think with some of the changes here, it's going to be played out a little bit different long term. You cannot underestimate the skybox changes. I think that's going to be a big deal. Look at this. Brute Monster is boosted up, given an angle right there, but Art Frost proven to be too much of a task right now. And flashing forward, Patsy tries to run in front of it. The setup here is from Belchanok, though. He can knock down the follow-up pins here. There's still another one. They cannot get any rest. Lower tons is for the CTs.
And that puts it up to Jerry. Long cross being threatened at the moment. Smoke deployed. Remember, those nades as well could really put in some digits. But Jerry's not going to stick around towards Cat. Instead, he's going to try and push through this smoke. He hears them cross. Nade to the smoke, though, from And Maha inside the smoke. And there you go. 2 versus 2.
Ooh. Getting shifty on the site though. Right now, so long play comes through. Art Frost could not chamber the shot off in time here. Kicker blinded up by the flash right there. Zero Tenacity overcome on the bomb site right there, taken at A side by Storm right there. The post plant looking confident, looking sharp.
Oh my goodness. Monster, what a headshot. So aggressive on all these fronts. Everyone trying to battle, everyone trying to duel. Art Frost letting a couple go past, though. A good pot flash back in, and I think Jerry knows a player on top of Xbox, but not going to stick around for that fight.
Here we go, the long play coming through again. Belchenok gonna walk right on into the telescope.
Jerry around the corner, though. He'll drop the bomb. And, running out of ammunition, though, and he just has nowhere to run. Or does he? He'll make his own path, get himself to elevator, and try to preserve his life. He'll go for the swing eventually, though. He'll have to concede that. So, Kicker up into the clutch, but the bomb has not been retrieved. That has to scramble up long. Oh, trying to make a move, though. Trying to catch a player looking towards Cat. Isolated duel. Not meant to be.
There we go, 2 rounds in a row. Immediately break that economy. And a slow kickoff too. This map here for Zero Tenacity gets recovered. A little late long control is what's doing the trick here. You don't want to deal with that early. You run into utility, you run into Molotovs, you run into flashes. But if you take it late, sometimes it's just way less presence. On this side of the map, it's usually sacrificed in the mid round. Team stays consistent here. This heavy catwalk presence is maintained instead. Molotov is not keeping them at bay at all. They're going to stick around here. Another molly here around the corner. Flash setup, and the USP just breaks them down.
That's the open skybox is allowing you to pull off these nifty pop flash plays. However, this round is not done, but as Art Frost finds that kill, the advantage swings just so heavily in the favor of Perry Vision. AVN, though, will bring it back. 2 kills for himself. Kicker, though, finishes him off, and the bomb down on Cat makes things complicated.
Art Frost still has coverage right now. An angle's good from Kajofo. Looking to play the off angle there. One walks straight into his crosshair. That's excellent damage, but the molly lands on top of the bomb. It bounced.
No. He can't even pick it up. He can't do anything about it right now. Kicker could play the higher up off angle, though, and next up, Art Frost is gonna let the bomb get picked up, and off to the A side he goes.
Art Frost playing this one very scared right now. That's gonna cost him dearly. I mean, you can see Kajofo's angle. If he walks around that corner, he is done for. He's got to be incredibly quick on the shot, but that little delay, it's working well for him.
Yeah, this little delay is starting to make him second guess, start to doubt. But Art Frost has got to start to make a move. Is he not going to try for this? Looks like he's not going to go for it. He's hoping that he walks into his crosshair. Maybe tries to reposition. But nothing given. Art Frost will concede. Chance to win an eco round, but the op too tantalizing.
Yeah, it's a very passive round as well from Art Frost. Once he gets taken down low, he doesn't want to take another fight right there. Misses out on a couple of big opportunities. You can see there's one chance at an isolated duel. As that kill comes forward right there, he's on Xbox right there. All he has to do is on crouch and take a shot right there, but he didn't want to. He wanted to try and influence the round a little bit later down the line, and no mistake made but from Kajofo. Op is still maintained, a lot of good damage done. Seer Tenacity quickly bouncing back into this thing.
Able to dig themselves out of disadvantages. That's the nature of the squad. But you see how devastating Parry Vision can be in these rounds. If they have guns, it's a different story entirely. Could have been even more dominant. And you see the nifty plays that they have as well. Just these pop flash plays. The Zero Tenacity certainly aren't prepared for. It's the early days of Dust 2. You can't outstrat your opponent on this map. Ooh, I think Patsy actually is disconnected right now. I think that's the call for attack.
You might be right. If he had walking about with the Molotov out, everyone else hanging about in T-spawn. We do see Patsy disconnect, so this should be a bit of a reset. Your Tenacity in here, quite nice. We do have everyone back in the server, though. That's always great to see.
But I do like the wider playbook that's coming through from Parry Vision, combined with the ability to watch Art Frost start hitting off shots, and just the amount of CT side aggression that we're seeing over towards middle, peeking down in the lower tunnels relentlessly. I know it gets old quick. I know Dust 2 gets old quick. But it is fun to see some of this stuff happen again.
Yeah, it is just refreshing to see Apps back in the pool, I think, always.
AVN flying down towards mid doors right now, wanting that initial duel. Round the smoke, he finds Patsy. Breaks past. Now Kickert about to be in trouble, but you cannot push this ton smoke.
Not a lot of room to miss there, to be honest, if you push that smoke. So Kicker's still so separate than the rest of his team, though. They're still hanging about towards mid. Avian's looking to cut off those rotations, but as he falls here, this B play doesn't become as straightforward as it once was.
Yeah, now, the swing from Kickert's great. Double kill there. And Yamaha being closed in by multiple players, leaping around the corner. It's Belchanok to help him out. At least Simke in the 1 versus 3, he'll drop a smoke, but they've already advanced past the site, and Belchanok's not even gonna wait. Being super aggressive on his peaks. Triple kill for him.
Nicely done. Right there off the back of the save op from Art Frost. And all of the damage, they land 4 kills in the round prior to this one. So the fact that they're able to close this out does give them a big boost here. And as I said, Kicker, the guy with just incredible ability to headshot the opposition, has a very small range right there. There's not a lot of room to miss these shots, so just sharp on the headshots right there denies access. And easy pickings now up against the pistols. As Parry Vision look to regain their footing on this map. That's exactly what they'll do.
Reclaiming control. Art Frost just the op in middle, actual just shooting gallery for him on this CT side. Every single part of this map. Like, I feel like Art Frost is an opper that doesn't miss, but sometimes it's kind of limited by his own positioning. It almost feels like. If he's holding an angle, he's always got the fast flicks. He's at least going to get you a tag through the wall. At worst. And look at this nasty setup. 2 CTs inside of the lower tons. Simkey going to try and work the angles. Jerry's good. Double setup's perfect. Quick advantage. And Belchernock hears these players run out long.
That he does. 2 smokes for the cross right there, but a fast flank arriving. A little boost above the smoke to clear off the catwalk, but Belchernock's already again fast on this flank. The totem pole's gonna fall. 1 and a second evades the spam for now inside the smoke, but does just trade things out. They're low on HP, but Brute Monster's still fighting more.
And okay, there's a molly for Patsy out towards Gandalf, but they don't respect it completely. Oh, but Jofo does. Instant headshot for him. Walking up the CT side right now, though, and catching him off guard. Kicker wastes no time activating there. As it's 7-3 now for Perry Vision. Again, non-stop battling.
Yeah, for control here in this one, just constantly testing the waters. Nice attempt from Brute Monster to pull that one back. But this lower tons control is a big deal here in this map, and I like the way that they're throwing differences in the play style out in the mix. This Kicker, nice clutch to convert. Gets the surprise. Paravision looking to claim even more success here. Oh, look at this though. Challenge at hand for Kicker.
Yeah, he eats a couple of these flashes, just trying to hold on, and he is for maybe the triple. Yeah, he's got it. And then support arrives. Patsy and Art Frost clean up the rest of the B rush. Old Faithful does not work out for Zero Tenacity.
Rush B, no stop. Kicker looking strong on the defense though, man. Off the back of his clutch. This looks like it's easy because it's up against pistols, right? But when they get that sort of space right there, it's by no means an easy task right there. Kicker gets blinded up by that first flash. The job of that B defense gets a whole lot more complicated with the space creation, but so comfortable, so confident in his duels. And now we've got Not Patsy ready to catch that first kill right there. Double op setup on Dust 2. It's a classic here, and it's starting to sing out.
Oh, look at that. Then there's Patsy as well. I don't know. There's a part of my soul that's healing right now watching this, Cole. I don't know.
I'm so glad you're saying that. I feel like I was the only one.
Op duels out long. Here's Art Frost, next challenger. There's 2.
2 apiece for 2 ops right there. I guess we're saying that because it's fun to watch. I feel like if you're Zero Tenacity, you're like, oh, they had 2 ops and we couldn't take any map control. So maybe a little bit less fun to play in the server.
Yes.
But you know, for the viewers at home, it might be a good time for you all. Xavier, he's got the B site. He's just forgotten one crucial bit.
What could that be, Cole?
Need the bomb there, I fear.
But don't you just like spawn in with the bomb? What happened? How did it fall on the ground?
Maybe if it was in the buy zone, he could just teleport it into his inventory.
You could buy the bomb. All 5 players have the bomb. That'd be interesting. As Kicker doesn't really think so. That's a 9-3 half there for Perry Vision. I think this team is like one of the scarier Dust 2 teams because it's just all firepower all day. Players that don't miss. I will say this game has been entertaining to watch, maybe not to play again, as you're talking about. For the guys over at Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, we'll see what the CT side brings out. Can they offer up defense that was as strong as Paravision's? A pistol to kick things off would be good. Not a lot of utility either for this defense. or rather T side. Belchenok ducking over the crosshair Brute Monster. Wants to make his way up as the rest of his team makes it up long there. The P250 closes the distance between the pistols.
Wow. Oh my. First bullet out to P250, crouching, gone. Patsy gets another. Brute Monster struggling to get that headshot. Multiple players pop up on the screen. And Zero Tenacity in a very difficult retake. They'll start to advance. Post plants begin to get established, but Brute Monster does get a kill to start the retake. Then there's a couple more. Now it's a 1 versus 2 without a kit, keep in mind, or now he actually does have one. Brute Monster could try to start this one up, but he can't quite convert the kills. Excellent effort from Zero Tenacity, but that's not enough to stop this freight train. 10-3.
I mean, just a really tough start to that round when your USP and long gets one tap by Art Frost here. That's how it all starts. And it finishes a little bit better there. They have a little bit of hope in this retake effort as some fights continue to be given over, but nothing long term here. Nothing lasts too long. And USP's 5 of them towards long. Kicker spots out the challengers and
see ya.
HE. I thought he was gonna molly that, but what if the ecos roll around that door? How would Art Frost get any of the kills? He needs to stick around here just to be safe. Always, the ecos have all repositioned.
Here it comes. All the pistols begin to run through, and well, they got 2. Probably more than he could ask for. Are we out of this game at Dust 2 with the quickness? We're gonna have to see some sort of awakening right now from Zero Tenacity. Something absolutely mind-boggling to change the game. Just some huge individual performances to turn it around.
What do you think Paravision are saying in this timeout right now? What do you think Jerry's calling? Making sure everyone's getting the util lineups right. Whatever you had practiced up until this point, it's just been called during that timeout to make sure that everyone's on the same page on the default.
It's a 1 minute prac session. I think maybe it's just a timeout to make them think that we're actually trying to do something fancy, but the actual call is just do the same thing.
They got 4 long right now. This is an instant mid to B call.
Oh, this is so sick. Completely out positioned right now. Smoke to CT spawn. Gonna be quite brutal. Smoke spam, though, is excellent. Jerry does hit the dirt, but the solo B defender and AVN will get dropped, but the new smoke mechanics makes this mid to B setup very tentative. Look at this, Art Frost getting picked off from top middle, bomb lost, and 1v3 for Belchenok.
Wow. Felt like nothing could go wrong right there until we see that HE for the smoke, and that's the difference again. It's an old map, but a new game here. And Belchenok drops into a clutch without the bomb. Just hovering around it. And the fights are being given here, but he just can't collect. He's going to go the long way around right now.
Yeah, certainly they start becoming aware of this position, but it allows them to dice up some duels a little better. Just maybe. Of course, he has to be aware of top middle as well. And that does not make life easy. And Gajofa will finish him off. So Zero Tenacity will hold on for one of these rounds. Those bullets tear through the smoke and you get a little bit of vision. You got it. Like, look at this. Over the top of that smoke. They don't bloom as tall as they do. You just see right over it.
Yeah, there's no room to linger about and towards the middle. So when you start to see things that go a little bit sour, it becomes a different story. A boost. I mean, yeah, don't want to challenge Artfrost AWP. Very much so understand that. Very careful about how he takes this mid approach. Crossing safely. Gonna go back to the cat executes. That was a huge part of Dust 2 back in the day. Don't have a lot of utility to do it, but still have something. 2 smokes and a flashbang to take that space, and yeah, here we go. Here's part 1 of the cat execute. Lineup has not changed. Same old smoke. Jerry gonna dive towards CT. Okay.
Okay, we're going for a mid to B split. The reverse sway didn't quite work out the way he wanted it to. A little uncoordinated there. Simki just spins around for a double, but Paxi has gotten 1, gotten 2. He just solo entries up cat. Oh boy. And also the rotates being heard as well. But at what point do you want to send the rest up cat or not?
I think B's clear. I think 22 seconds left. Artfrost is running into B right now. He is gone, but the bomb is going to try and transition
Time?
up A.
Belchadok has got to full sprint here. He's gonna make it up cat. Oh, will he? 5,
6, 5,
4.
4.
Oh, last second. He's got it. And Patsy even got the triple kill. 24 and 9. The angles that Namaha has to deal with as well is just so agonizing, but he will be able to make it up. Now out in the open, he does make the cross, but Artfrost takes down AVN. Now playing from Gandalf for Belchanok. And Namaha realized that it's no good. He'll find the headshot onto Belchanok, but it's planted for Cat. It's planted for the Artfrost. And that is series point, playoff point for Perryvision.
There's Patsy, man, saving the day. This MK, look at this. Holding mid from all prongs of approach. Catching Jerry as he falls into his hands, but Patsy turning the tides in a big way here, completely changing the game. Just going to save them the worries right there. And for one last time in the series, I do want to remind you all to go check out that 1xBet app. There's still a couple more games left on the day, so make sure you get in on some of the odds that we have left. But Artfrost going to kick things off with a big opening pick right there. The boost finally works out for him and collects. And Menha is going to be watching from the sidelines as the rest of his roster tries to save this round.
Yeah, you can see these little uncomfortabilities or these little uncertainties. We saw it with Paravision's mid to B split about how the smokes truly interact with that. Smokes blooming for these executes. You can see that we're still early days of CS2 and Dust 2. And you know, as much as people complain like, oh, Dust 2 simple map, there's still a new game and there's still plenty to be innovated upon. Even though it is the defining map in Counter-Strike.
Get to see it in full effect right there. The Cat exec playing retake on the A side. So a wall of smokes brought onto the scene here. And a late long lurk looking to activate at some point.
Patsy. Oh, looking perfect. And Kicker as well. Just waiting for them to walk forward. Now a 2 versus 5. An impossible retake. And Perryvision clean up their first Dust 2 official. 13-4. And they're off the playoffs.
Yeah, and I mean, looking threatening on this map as well. It looked like a very well-versed T side that they brought to the tip. We didn't get to see too much out of their T side, but the Cat XX, it looked like they had that the extra game plan. And for both sides, I think it was fun to see the CS2 element of this map. But Paravision definitely coming through with some confidence here in that third map. Playoffs bound here, and some excitement on the line for a team that missed out on this opportunity last roll around.
Yeah, absolutely. Like player for player, Paravision just looking stronger on the day. You know, we look at this team, we look at the name value that this squad has. You have a guy like Art Frost who had tier 1 ambitions. They're like saying, Cloud9, pick this guy up. But, you know, I think then the doubts start to set in about Paravision's performance. And, well, this wasn't necessarily the cleanest victory. You know, I think a lot of people coming into this saying Paravision 2-0, no problem. Art Frost definitely gets to show his stuff. Patsy absolutely turning up in this last map as well and showing why this team is made of tier 1 material.
I mean, credit to Patsy for what he did on Mirage as well. He had that big 3K with the 5-7 that might have saved this series. And allowed it to go to this third map here. Otherwise, we could have been looking at a potential 2-0 for Zero Tenacity and a replication of what happened last time here, where Paravision just missed out on playoffs in that lower bracket. But now they get the easiest path. They get the two best of 3 victories, and they're in. And Zero Tenacity will be fighting down in that lower bracket.
Yeah, you just saw the next couple games as well flash up on your screen because that's over in Group D to see who's going to be advancing to playoffs and who will see themselves eliminated. We got plenty more games coming up for you guys, so we're going to swap out commentators. We'll let some other folks keep you company for those games. Dynamo Eclot for those all the Czech fans as well. It's a good day for Czech Counter-Strike. You guys can go check that one out. Plenty more games on the way here at RAS EU. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace out.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Rest European Series. We roll on with our coverage of Group D now to our elimination and promotion game to see who will be the next team eliminated and through to the playoffs. I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwayne as per usual for our second shift of the day. And so far today, certainly have seen some interesting affairs, mate.
Yeah, I would say that. I mean, anytime we get into these kind of best of threes, you want to get a bit of an idea on who's really going to strike for the playoffs. And I think day by day, we're getting closer to some of our threatening teams.
Well, so far over the last couple of days, we've already seen the likes of Alternate Attacks and Bleed make their way into the playoffs. And now Paravision have joined them over from Group C, defeating Zero Tenacity in the 2-1 affair. All 6 maps played so far today as Sangle dispatched of Sinners, the latest team to be eliminated from the group stage.
And just knowing that for Sinners, that is a bit of a winnable game against Sangle, and they might reflect back on that one and saying, oh, we could have gave it a little bit more. We could have got a bit more out of it, at least victorious-wise. And now for the next couple of games, I mean, some CIS teams in action.
Indeed they are. One win take on Dynamo Eklot and Omega take on Mal's NXT. Of course, the respective elimination and winners games of Group D. So, as we go towards seeing who's going to be the next team out of things, it's obviously a moment of first impressions for us, Dwayne, on the one-win side.
Yeah, no, I suppose we just got some. They just had a best of 3 where they took on Sinners. They played map 1. They forfeited the rest of the series to come and play here. Why they even played that series in the first place, I don't even know. Maybe they get a little bit of match sharpness under their belt for an opening map.
I mean, certainly you'd be well warmed up, I guess, if you're the one-win side. I mean, I'm not sure if that match was particularly delayed or whether they hoped that they could try and zoom through it and try and make the powerhouse play. I remember back when the original FaZe Super Team happened, they were just playing everything, and they were just like, right, we're just going to pound out 2 zeros and just make every matchup, basically. And that's basically why I feel like one win might have tried here in this context. But you are right, they have forfeited a game. They're eliminated from CCT, and now to try and avoid elimination here in the rest circuit is going to be their key goal. Certainly would be a heartbreaking day if they weren't able to supersede themselves in the lower bracket game.
And for the one-win roster, this is all about just getting some first impressions of the team as an overall picture. They really aren't playing in massive amounts of tournaments right now. They've only been together for, what, officially 3-4 weeks? Like, that's a serious lack of time together to be playing at this kind of level.
And it's not like, oh, they've signed an August team and then this team has been part of the organization for 3-4 weeks. No, this is a completely brand new project, like a new build, I think is the term that you put it when it comes to these kind of teams. And as a result, obviously, there'll be some names in the roster that we'll know about and we can tell about the individual basis. But as a squad itself, very few results to pull from to determine exactly where one win sit within the grand scale of Counter-Strike.
I remember their debut under one win. They were able to get a 13-1 best-of-1 victory against Aurora. And then other than that, they haven't been able to get the best of victories, haven't been able to get wins against high-end Tier 2 competition. So on paper, there's some experienced players. You've got Buster that's just returned from a Tier 1 level. You've got Neelan, Latic, and Jayo that have all played at a fairly high level of Tier 2 in the past. And then Ryujin is getting a great opportunity to play with some experienced players in the scene.
Yeah, probably the most least known player in this group at the very least. One of the least known players in the entire tournament so far, right? I mean, the only real roster that he's had is the Arkred camp, which really isn't a high level of Tier 2 at all. So many people at home probably won't be familiar with him and his work. So a moment of discovery for him as an individual, as well as just how this roster is cohesive with itself. And they're taking on a squad, of course, that in the Eklot side are a little bit more well established in terms of their namesake, even if the project is still relatively new.
And they would have felt underwhelmed in their opening game against Mal's NXT that they just didn't show what they can offer. They're a team that strike with a lot of recent success, strike with some deeper tournament runs. So being down in an elimination series, they're going to be hungry to try and get back to a potential rematch against that Academy squad.
Just to insert and continue their own respective grind, obviously. We've got a lot of grind from the one-win side. Eklot playing a number of different tournaments and they've been coming out on top. It's always a case of them trying to find success in that higher-end Tier 2 level. The events like the Elises, for instance, and, of course, the Rest European Series, which so far hasn't seen that amount of success, obviously, in the elimination game, thanks to the Mouse NXT loss and a chance to bounce back against one win. Technically, I guess you could say Eklot are walking into this series as favourites, right?
Yeah, I would say that for sure. This is an Eklot team that have been able to play a lot more as a team, and they've got a lot more retributable results too. So for one win, they'll need to cause an upset if they could be able to win this game today.
Well, now we're going to talk about the veto process, Dwayne, and obviously for such a new team in one win, it's very well timed to this formation of the roster because Dust 2 has just been introduced for this particular tournament, so I wonder whether they'll try and sort of curveball pick into it when it comes to their map pick. No, Anubis and Ancient.
So straight away, Nuke and Vertigo are always the permabans for both of these squads. There is a position for Eklot where they quite like their Nuke. So they have to go to something that's not as strong. I would say Nuke was their best map in the pool. Overpass was their second best. So you're then going further down the line. You're going into an Anubis, which is still fairly well played and fairly well won. 10 wins and 2 losses in the last 3 months. The Ancient for one win, though, I mean, they just played Ancient against Sinners, and that went all the way down to an overtime as a loss. To literally just play that and then, what, 10, 15 minutes later, play Ancient again? I don't know. I don't know if I like that from one win.
I mean, it's that thing what you said earlier about the Aurora win that they had to start off the whole team's tenure. That wasn't an Ancient, the 13-1 result, yes, to their credit. So you can see where they've got the capability to potentially doing well against the higher-end level of Tier 2. I think that, and I think, obviously, considering what the most played map in the pool is for them, then Ancient seems to be like the right sort of pick because they have so much proficiency on it. I think the results certainly have to be questionable, though, because even though they've got 10 wins in the 10 played rather in the last 3 months, only 3 of them have been wins. So there's a lot of concern. I do have to agree on that map up, and because we don't know much about this this one win side and where their strengths and weaknesses will lie in the intricacies, I do feel like that there's a good chance for a 2-0 now with that in mind.
I mean, both teams picked or played at least Ancient in their opening game, and I would say both teams looked pretty shaky on it. I mean, for the one-win side against the Mega, they had an okay first half, moved into the second, and really couldn't get any success going on their T side. Similar for Eklot. So, I don't know, shaky results of Ancient already in the tournament, a chance for both teams to prove that it's a lot stronger than it was previously.
Well, certainly have to try and do that in terms of getting this series on the board, because as I mentioned before, Dweg, there is no second chances for these two teams. It's all about the elimination process. But again, like it's something that you mentioned earlier, the idea that we've got a little bit more to pull from the Eklot side. We've seen these guys and how well they can do. The 5-man unit has been together for 4 months, right? Like the one-win side haven't been together for 4 weeks. So we still have a lot of instability, I think, in terms of this team. And even though I want to see the one-win squad or the one-win name sort of be at the higher end level of Tier 2, you can't necessarily expect that out of a brand new project yet. I think the pieces are there, but I'm yet to see them come to actually make those pieces work.
And this one-win project is very similar to Perivision in the idea that it's a brand new team. There's a couple of pieces towards a higher end of Tier 2. There's some Tier 1 experienced players. And look at how long it took that team to perform. It took months in order to turn a corner. So for one win, I think they're going to have a tough time. I would be surprised if they can really threaten this best of 3 to a victory.
Yeah, I'm going to go 2-0 towards Eklot here. It's a very heavy risk to go in towards that Ancient, and I hope that one win can at least give the fight on that one, but I don't really give them much of a chance for Anubis at the very most, so let's see how far they can take it. The pistol is about to go live to kick off our elimination game of Group D.
Now, looking at this Anubis map, it's Daitor, Forzi, and Blitz that put up a lot of strong individual performances, but it's Kriaz to start off in-house.
Latic first to 4. Ryujin comes up with a double of his own right. Kriaz forced to fight against the likes of Neil, and actually one win have forced out the mid control. MBQ now on the back of the A site. Hearing all these footsteps coming in, Daitor's going to go ahead and join him later on. They jump face into the site. Low HP on Ryujin, but still finds the headshot. A triple taken. Daitor now left to the retake.
And not an easy clutch at all. Picks up the kit, but players everywhere on the bomb site to deal with.
Yeah, Nealon playing anchor. Joe playing out towards this main position. Tags up against the likes of Ryujin, who are playing protected over towards heaven. Eventually catch off a Quadra. What a start for him.
Ryujin just coming into the trading game. That entire situation starts off with Kriaz getting initial success from house. You've got a lot of players from Dynamo Eklot stacked in from mid to keep working the man advantage, and instead the splitting from camera, the overwhelming nature of Ryujin's 4K. A very good start from one win on T side.
Very good start for Ryujin. Mac 10 in his hands, dropping rifles off to his other teammates. Eklot have to go down to the harder ecos to start things off. And for one win, a good run here in Rest could prove quite a lot for them.
It could be the start to a bit of a campaign of at least one tournament where it does put their name on the map. I mean, even that Bet Boom qualifier, you beat Aurora in your opening game, you then beat 9 Pandas 2-0. You're making quite a statement, and then the one game that gets you into the playoffs is against Aurora, and that is a tough game for a brand new team. So we're yet to really see that one run that captures the imagination of what this team's potential is.
Hopefully be a bit more on display for this elimination series. Latic making light work of the pistols. Can't be too shocked at that with the AK in his hands. All players stacked up, all players full. Another quadra in the first couple of rounds for the one-win camp. Eklot will now try and truly resist them here with their rifle buy.
2 players from Kazakhstan on this roster of Buster and Neil, and funny enough, Jay, they were actually teammates in July of 2016 to April of 2017 with Zarlands, and they never played with one another again. That is a really long time to have a reunion.
Let's see whether it's happy reunions. One win. Early doors to their start. Eklot allow them to really establish the confidence on Ryujin and Latic to start things off. Advantage not taken early into round 3. 2-1-2 splits with the one-man defending mid being Kriaz once again, but a lot more emphasis placed towards the site entries, particularly Electric and A main. And nice nades onto Jayo to start things off.
Blitz can just maintain being in the smokes and not being mollied. Straight spam out from A main. Forzy and MPQ keeping attention drawn. There is a lot of players from OneWin setting up for the exec, but it might just have to be a cancel with losing the opening fight and the constant re-utility to main.
It's the only smoke that they have left on this site, though. The other one's on Kriaz towards mid, so he's having to break away to put that smoke back down towards main if they want to continue suppressing it. Would be the right call to make. OneWin. Execution set and ready at the 45-second marker. The smoke's come down from the Molotovs to follow suit as well. We're going to force a blindness and no real contact there for Forzy. A counter flash still comes forward of him, though. MBQ escapes out to open space.
Another flash in towards main. Kriaz still yet to rotate from camera.
4 on. MBQ wins the opening engagement. Latic takes one back. MBQ reduces them back again. Neil and forced to respond, and Latic makes a kill back happen to a 2 versus 2. He's low HP, and both players are coming in from main. Neil knows it can't win against Daitor, though, and low HP for the 1 versus 2 clutch down. Latic knows the first player's at and takes that contact to his casualty. First on the board of Eklot.
A really nice hold there from MBQ, because you are right. The 2 remaining A-site anchors don't have utility to stop against the exec. They've only got a couple of flashes left between them, so it's about repositioning on the bomb site, giving yourself a good angle to be able to keep putting damage up, and gets away with 3 pivotal kills. Kriaz maybe does throw away the opening man advantage a bit. I mean, it's a 3v2, and he kind of runs through camera, gets out to bricks to try and get another kill before falling. It's Daitor and Blitz on the backstab, and, well, pretty much only Daitor. Blitz wasn't required.
Wonderful stuff from the man himself. Confident, cohesive, and baited Latic into a very uncomfortable stance. He got panicked with that low HP. Early starts to the T side, could get negated. Look at how far Kriaz is going to face forward. They have absolutely no idea. Nealon is watching it and just about bails out his teammate. Damage was done, though. Flashes are sent. The taps against Latic adjusted down by Blitz. The 3rd man to face to take one back, but Forzy makes him fall. 3 on 2, 2 on 2. Jo finds another fight back onto MBQ. Forzy continues pressing. The aggression of Eklot is expensive, but it's working.
It's Eklot making a statement in the second gun round of not giving respect to OneWin at all. Very aggressive in there from the canals. And rather than just an opening push and then falling back, they just keep it up. They keep trading off of one another. And for Buster, he might try and get into the A site and wrap around through main. But with so much time left on the clock, Daitor can be ready for this. He's going to be clearing from both the left-hand side of canals and the right-hand side towards main.
The concern for him is that he's playing double duty. He's playing outside of main and onto the bomb site itself. He does look the right way at the right moment and does get Buster to fall. So OneWin, now without the bomb plant bonus, will concede us back to an even stance.
Now, both of these in-game leaders on the respected sides, Jay, have actually played with one another in the past. Nealon and Kriaz were teammates on Simon Gaming from February to June of 2020. A really wild roster with Nealon, Kriaz, Kios, Norbert, and Mo, where it was a CIS roster that was speaking English.
And some people at home will recognize at least a handful of those names. How the times have changed. 1 win. Now sat with only pistols into round 5 as Eklot will look to try and change the tides of the early game. Was looking confident for the tees at the pistol basis, but the rifles break out. Eklot seem to hold their nerve and should have a decent third to take the lead out from here.
And it is actually quite surprising to see how much success is featured in the last 3 months for Eklot on this map when they don't lean to it. And very rarely do we see this map as a map pick. MVQ would like to try and see if he can farm up some cash, get himself into a strong position economy-wise over the next few gun rounds.
Latic to fall. MVQ tries to back away for the moment. His SMG still wants a little bit of cash available, and with the eco pistols, it's perfect for him to farm the money. Indeed, he does find his double kill, but the M4 of Blitz gets away with a couple more, so triple for him, double for MVQ. He's $1,200 gained. And the lead as well found by the Eklot camp. 1 win will look to answer back.
And in the current day, it's basically Eklot and Sinners are trying to press themselves as one of the best teams in the region. And the Enterprise organization has gone completely wrong direction, I suppose, for the local fans to go and pick up the ex-Thunderflash lineup of Tapchan and the Poles over there. Even Sampy don't really compete at this higher end level. And with Sinners already being eliminated, it could be Eklot being 1 step closer to the playoffs.
Indeed, it could. One win want to try and disrupt that. Make their own mark in the West European Series. Very slow to the uptake on these T sides now. They are not rushing, they are not aggressing. Eklot have been the ones that have often taken the fights, honestly. But on this occasion, they themselves will play behind the smokes.
JO's had a couple of big derbies recently. Their last handful of games have been against Omega twice. And played a part of that organization for on and off about 4 years. Blitz with a resmoke down to Electric. As soon as he gets contact, he can slow that in and cancel the B hit.
Burst fire spray through from Ryujin. Blitz down and out. Nealon facing the fight against Daitor 5-on-3. Tap burst to the M4 will return back one of the picks from beyond the smoke, though he can't see anything. Opting to take a more directive fight onto JO. Down and out to the AK's hands. The 4 versus 2 now ensues for the post plant, and Eklot just have nothing left. Have to save the weapons.
We've seen previously Blitz quite involved in some of those firefights, but in that one there, he kind of gets caught with just util out, trying to position himself after having that smoke. And it's just a disrespect from Ryujin, isn't it? He gets on the front side, he doesn't cancel. And then even Forzy from Temple, he has to make something happen. It's a 3v4. They're going to lose the bomb site. Kriaz is too far away. MBQ's the same. So swing out there, try and see if you can make another kill land. Not to be. 1 win tie up again.
Even stances. But Eklot keeping hold of these weapons protects the investment for the next round. They've got enough cash that they can buy back on the other players and not have to go down to any SMGs or have to try and look for more utility elsewhere. Everyone's going to be bolstered here. At this point, firepower might be the key answer to the 1 win side. The rifles have been successful in the early portions of the match for Eklot, and they'll have to be now with the AWP out on Forzy.
First time that Nealon has created a brand new project too. You compare his previous rosters, it's always been joining up with cores or joining organizations. So this is going to be a first for him as an in-game leader.
Hoping to replicate some of that success that he had on K23 during the online era.
They were a very good team for a good portion of time.
Indeed they were. Even prior to that point, the Cybin Gaming squad that you mentioned previously, even prior to the K23 formation, went all the way to 2nd place in the minor championship for Berlin 2019. Love another chance at a LAN. I try and make it all the way forward into the finals of said LAN. If it's the rest circuit, then that certainly would be a positive, but very early doors to 1 wins run if they can make that happen. For now, it's Eklot, the first team to try and set them up on that ladder. Well, contact from the man himself out towards mid. No one to contest him.
Yeah, so Daitor came out to the B-bomb site and used quite a bit of util to kind of give the tell that they're starting 3B. But he's going to shift some of that attention away and watch out the mid flank from Temple. A split on the cards from OneWin. Still tidy utility to work with.
Jo, frag found MBQ trying to hold on to the trades, but is only good for so much. Ryujin takes him aback. Daito continues bursting through. Incendiaries against the quick camera app that could come through from Nealon, who does end up getting punished for it by a margin of 3 points of health. It's a 3 versus 3 on the retake.
It seems to be a save call, and there's still a lurk from Buster trying to cut a rotation out from Temple or from the backstab of mid. Frog, the coach of Endpoint, has been talking quite highly about Ryujin and what he was able to do on that Arc Red roster. This is a very new taste, though, of playing teams at in and around, what, the top 40, 50, 60 position on HLTV. It's a massive jump in his career.
Yeah, certainly any of the performances that he's had that have caught people's eyes have been down to just the eye test and the stats more than the actual results.
Terrorists win.
Maybe this could turn some heads more if he can make a deep run here in this tournament. Again, a lot of things at stake for the players over and OneWin from individuals and as a team.
He did quite well in that ISF event last year, which was the Uzbekistan team out in Romania. And I think they placed 4th at that event and actually surprised a lot of decent teams.
Now hoping. Go deep with OneWin now. Rifles back in for them. The lead still held by those guys. 4Z down on HP. Incendiaries against the forward contact man at the moment. Ryujin. HE's in his hands. The smoke's down against the flames stood up there by MBQ. He's going to force a fight. Buster blind sprays. He did see contact to the left-hand side of that smoke, but Ryujin doesn't care. Headshot gain of the second man. Already the bomb site has fallen. The AWP will stick around, but his rifles are backed off to another save. One exit will come through, but that is it.
And it's been very scrimmy, very puggish from OneWin on this T side, and that's to be expected. When you are a brand new roster, it's going to be very individual. It's going to be very pacey, and they are starting to target the A site quite a bit. They're starting to weakness that there are some positions there of players that could get overwhelmed. And they wanted to go, they wanted to commit. There's a little bit of counter utility, and eventually they just go straight in. A double entry for Ryujin. And Eklot, they've got to try and find a way to slow down some of these A plays, whether that's bringing the AWP out to A early round or maybe actually contesting A main rather than being deeper on the bomb side. This is going to have to come down to replay and to probably Kriaz to make an adaptation.
OneWin starting to pull ahead of this T half. Efficiency in the 2-round lead that they've gained, and Eklot forced to save multiple times over. Tacticals will get called in. The AWP and the M4 may just be the only rifles in play.
And for OneWin, their veto since coming together as a team has always been Instaban Nuke and nothing else. And they've got, I would say, 4 maps that they're picking right now. They're picking a little bit of Mirage, they're picking a bit of Anubis, they're picking a bit of Ancient, and they're picking a bit of Inferno. So knowing that you've already got Anubis and Ancient as the first 2 maps of the veto and Mirage as the decider, from just the perspective of where their strengths lie, that's actually quite positive for OneWin.
Again, proficiency will certainly be something there, but it's a case of whether that cohesion and talent is going to be there for them to overwhelm the teams at the higher end levels, and even the likes of Eklot, who have still kept pace at times. Puggy style tactics, forward face from Ryujin. Very fast into contact. 4Z's AWP can strike first. Peek ahead of the fire. Ryujin's not ready for that one. Finally caught off guard by a big green gun. It's a 5-on-3 as well that could potentially work well enough for the likes of the T side. Latic, a flick onto Daitor. Blitz comes back. 1v3 now left for the AWP. One player forcing the isolation. The M4 there to close it. And Eklot have the steal.
Well, I don't think they're going to be A-rushing again, are they? That is a very good round from Eklot, where when you actually look at the players that are on A, it looks pretty undefended. You've basically just got Kriaz with a single pistol and an incendiary towards A main. It's the damage dealer, though, of the AWP. Very quick couple of kills that comes through from 4Z.
That push of the Molotov was very smart as well. OneWin didn't see that coming. Made success for it. Establishing a couple of free AKs as well for the CT side, and now setting the AWP into an AWP v AWP battle against Latic himself. Smoke's in the way, the HEs don't land deep enough. The second one's going to come through though. Shot on from Latic wins the fight.
And the CIS region's probably got the deepest talent pool of AWPers in the current day. Latic, we've seen on some strong teams in the past, played on a couple of academy rosters, the VP and Na'Vi Academy, and then had a good stint on Aurora. Even while he was there, they were competing at a high end of Tier 2, playing around the top 30 to 40 position on HLTV.
A lot of reputability in his name. Certainly some respectable titles.
And you can't blame Aurora. I mean, they got Deco now. It's like, who are you going to have? Latic or Deco? It's a no-brainer.
Well, 2 brains splattered outside of Electric by Blitz as his 2 trades come back on the Eklot side. Just like that, OneWin's advantage has been completely negated. All that hard work that Latic had done, all for naught.
And they will be able to exploit mid and A. This is basically a complete over-rotation from Eklot. Now, they're going to make an info play out to B main, so this will give them a tell fairly quickly. It's just how fast they're going to be able to adapt players on the rotation.
"20 seconds, they'll smoke off the temple entrance. The sprays will come in to do pretty staunch damage against Buster. The HE's down against the AWPer should also tag him pretty low. The main wraps will start to come in to the H-bomb site, but the plant should be at least put down. The retake, however, looking very healthy for the Eklot side.
2 in from A main, going to strike straight away.
Molotov just to ensure they haven't aggressed out towards Plat. Facing on Buster, fought upon with the shoulder base. Latic Storm does strike into a kill. MBQ with 1 back. Blitz there with a follow-up. At least Latic finds 1 trade, but now Flash is coming in against him. Blitz trying to bait him. He gives him the full-blown kill. Kriaz is on the bomb site meanwhile, tapping it once, trying to force the fight out. Oh, what a flick that is for the full-blown ace of the AWP. He saved the round for 1 win.
Oh, Latic doing damage, and Eklot, that retake looked pretty clean. They have the opening man advantage. The trades are coming down nicely. They have a 2v1. They're trying to bait the AWPer, but it just won't happen. Sick round from Latic.
Beautiful stuff. Close quarters fights, just peeking out at the right moment, staying hidden. Blitz gave him a little bit too much, and from there, OneWin will have minimum 6 now. Eklot. This next buy will be their last chance to close the gap in the CT half of things. Back to the slow styles.
MPQ has got to always be wary about this A play, just the insertion of the quickness. Daitor doesn't have the strongest of weapons to defend out from B. Even his teammate from Blitz has already used his incendiary. 3 on A. Is this just a bit of a gamble? Is this just a bit of a read that, well, OneWin have liked the A play so much, we don't have the strongest of buys, let's just stack up heavily?
Nays the position. Bouncing right down in that main position, tagging Jo down just about 60 HP as well. Felt like it might have been a miss on the geometry, but ultimately it does work out for them. Meanwhile, Nealon is walking out from mid, trying to find an aggressive flank position. The AWP of Forzi able to assist the kill from MBQ. Kriaz was involved in that exchange as well. Advantage now taken by Eklot. Will OneWin continue the commitments?
They kind of have to. I don't know where else this bomb can go. Maybe through Canal to split B?
Oh, certainly as MBQ fights on, they reduce the amount of advantage to a 4-on-4 and reduce the A bomb site defenders to just 2 individuals. Buster hiding in the smoke is about to fade. He's going to get caught. No, he finds the frag back. Forzi, footsteps hurt. Nealon trying to bait him, and he gets his headshot in the end as the man is not scoped in. They have forced it out slowly but surely. They'll take the half.
A fair play to OneWin. They're actually performing quite nicely on T side. They're getting some really good trades. They're working the sharpness of the individuals. And honestly, I know that this is a T side of Anubis, but I've wanted to expect more from Eklot.
Looking likely the 8-4 half will lock in for OneWin. (7-5) is their best case scenario, but with no rifle staying in, Daitor's at least got to fight to his survival, grab that AK and hold it into the next for at least a consolation. But just look at what this money line's about to look like. He might not even stay alive here. I think he's just about escaped the ire of the T side. And the last round of the half, 1 win in a very good spot.
Now, Eklot were on a 6-game winning streak before playing Mauser NXT in the opening game of the group. Now, I get the vibe, maybe similar to Mauser NXT, that Eklot are just playing way too many tournaments. They've got themselves in a good HLTV world ranking of top 60 right now. And even yesterday, they've been playing in the United 21 Season 15 event, and they played Astralis Talent, which is a team that's way outside of the top 100 on HLTV. And I think it was like a 16-13, 16-13 2-0 victory. So yeah, I don't know, maybe prioritizing the amount of officials rather than the practice, and it could be hurting this squad.
Well, we know that the grindy styles have made several teams in the last couple of years, but perhaps you are right here. These boys not coming as prepared against 1 win as we would have hoped for, specifically on the CT side. Maybe the T-half switch could be their chance to turn it all around. But the early game proficiency, with the way they answer back to the rifle rounds of 1 win in the first couple of rounds responsive, those are nowhere to be seen, especially with those 2 engagements. Buster and Nealon, easy picks.
And I'm sure Nealon would love to be able to try and bring this team to LAN. When you play out on Gamer Legion and you play out on Evil Geniuses, okay, you're not looking at the highest of tier 1 caliber teams, Jay, but you're looking at organizations that basically only play on LAN and very infrequently are actually playing online tournaments.
He's going to have to work hard for it as MBQ works hard for the opening picks of the CT side. Back to a 3v3 will go. Now Buster starts moving. Kraus is going to hear these players holding the close quarters. The SMG takes a fight, which he loses. And with that exchange, the CT forces will also lose the B-bomb site.
Probably lose round 12. I mean, Krias needed a 1-for-1 there. I see just basically no chance that this retake is successful. Yes, MBQ has a kit, and he's already got 2 kills in the round, but this is so tough to work.
He's on half HP as well. M4 fighting onto the man. Good shot. Latic takes him back, and now Force is going to grab that M4 and try and work into the clutch. Leg shots taken. Eventually, Latic's Tech 9 will be good enough to finish the job, and it's an 8-4 T-side for 1 win.
Disappointing from Eklot. Daitor is the second highest rated player for Eklot on this map in the last 3 months. Didn't see much from him on the B side. And to be fair, they didn't hit B that frequently. So keep that in mind. At the same point, though, they were up 3-2. And the 4th round that they won was that pure eco, wasn't it? It was the one where Kriaz was A-main and they had the hero AWP get a couple of kills in camera. We did not see a lot of gun round success from Eklot in that first half at all.
No, we did not. Again, early proficiency in the first 5 rounds, but outside of that, very, very little seen. And now Eklot will have to turn into their T side. We know that statistically the T side is better for both of these teams, but 4 rounds to make up, going to have to make it confident to start. There's already Zeus in play as well. Buster taking his USP to try and take some engagements against the T-side line at Electric. The push of mid is now going to establish presence towards potentially a backstab, but for now there's only a 2-player defensive on the B site. If they can overwhelm that, then perhaps it could still work. Instead, Daitor is the first to fall.
Buster needs to get some assistance. Latic could do a lot of damage. Great shot there from Blitz as they cancel and start maneuvering out to A-main.
Nealon's very fast to the rotate, though. Thought that might have been coming. Now over to Heaven. He's watching out from the main entrance. Ice set, flicks back, unable to connect to kill. 4-on-4 for this one. Should just be a simple plant and a retake to get set up by 1 win.
Blitz could be quite aggressive out here from Heaven. MBQ to cut some rotations out from the canals, but everyone is basically coming from either Heaven or from camera.
Jo caught off. Blitz has seen Nealon now, but can't quite hit the kill shot against him and understanding his pressure. Heads have been seen. Nealon has been spotted. Blitz does find Ryujin, and Buster and Nealon 2 versus 4. Both players grouped up, and neither man able to force out another fight against the T side. Eklot just stand to attention, waiting for them to take face, and fights will go their way. Nealon with only 1 responsive to Buster's casualty. Kriaz will be there to close him out, and Eklot take the second half pistol.
And for Eklot, this is where they need to demonstrate how strong their T-side can be. In terms of round win percentage, Anubis is the highest one for T-side out of any map in the pool for the Eklot team. So come here, show a good performance, get a bit of a round streak going. Because from OneWin's perspective, they actually got themselves in a pretty good stance. They won the opening kill. They had quite a lot of defenders out there on B, but it's that one insertion kill that Blitz was able to find to the window and the cancel play to move into A that made the success happen.
Yeah, he bailed them out and Kriaz followed up on it. Well placed, well done. Harsh eco now for OneWin, stacking into that B bomb site, which is where Eklot are leaning towards. At least good reads on what the execution is going to be, but let's find out how many kills they're going to get out of this and whether they'll have any impact towards the economy state of the Eklot side. Smokes go deeper. T-side players are closer. Flashes keep them at least sensory deprivated. Daitor kill found on towards one man before he falls back. Buster with the only casualty of the TT side, and only the SMG drop means nothing of worth was lost for the Eklot camp. Gap closed to 2. Guns are in for OneWin.
A very cheeky flash assist play. I think both of us are looking at that one like saying throw the flash about 3 or 4 seconds earlier. Obviously, they don't have the same information that we do. But Eklot were already out onto the bomb site, so can deal with that quite easily. 2 rounds the difference. This first gun round could allow an 8-8 tied up scoreline.
Still got bonus weapons in from the Eklot side, so if they do, then that's going to be even bonuses to add towards their tally.
I just want to see Laddick on the AWP. Get the money good, get him on the AWP.
16 kills so far in this map. Contrasted by 2 players who are also close towards his numbers on the Eklot side. Blitz at 14, MBQ at 13. Maybe 2 key men of the T side might make the difference against OneWin's 1 key man. Time will tell when that AWP falls into Laddick's hands. For now, just that M4 for him and his teammates. Early damage of the HEs coming in against the A-site aggressors in Ryujin and Jo.
Buster maintaining the electric sideline just in case there's an aggressive play behind the smoke. He's got Nealon very close by. Kriaz going to go onto the entry.
Smoke set, Buster fights Nealon, forced to trade him back. MBQ instantly responds. B-site is out. JO's missed the mark of the backstab, will be covered off by Smokes as well, so no real access for OneWin. 4 on 3, probably a save from here.
And this is when you start getting closer to that 8-8 scoreline, where you get the vibe that Eklot can start doing a lot of damage in this second half. They can start transitioning this comeback into a bit of a lead and put pressure onto maybe some of the gimmicks for OneWin. And their Anubis has been played just 4 times since forming the team. So all eyes are going to be on for OneWin just to get a gauge, right, of where they are. I mean, for Buster, you'd say that this is a massive step down. You literally have played at the tier 1 level for what, the last, I don't know, 5 years of your career, perhaps, with Avangar and VP and Cloud9. And now you're in a position where you're joining a team that basically has to start from the word go. Basically have to just start playing online events to get that HLTV ranking into a good position.
Especially considering that before their stint in the major, Avangar was still like a respectable tier 2 team at the time. Like
yeah, they were quite good.
Yeah, they still went deep at the minors and the other like higher end tier 2 tournaments, occasional showings at the old Star Series events and tournaments of that sort of nature.
And that core was together for so long too. The whole Jame, Kicker, and Buster trio.
Nowhere near as much longevity in the OneWin camp. A brand new project, a brand new affair, but will it reach those same heights? Right now, their heights about to come tumbling down, 1 away from losing the advantage they fought so hard to gain on the T-side line. Daitor pressing on with his AK, trying to catch off Jo, who's still at 17 points of health, wins that opening fight. Kriaz will catch him off immediately with a responsive, and Forzy's AWP can insert the kill on Laddick. MBQ out towards main, seeing players from the water. Molotov was pulled out for him. Ryujin could probably get this kill, and indeed he does. A 3 versus 3 trade, and now still working down as much damage as they can here.
If Ryujin gets 1 more kill, this actually could be on for a bit of a steal. OneWin have just got to treat this round as to be damaging, and so far they've done a good job of at least getting it into a 3v3.
Have lost 2 of those rifles in the process, so Ryujin's M4 is the only automatic. The Eagle's still in the hands of Nealon, though. He is pressing. Forzy wary of it. Smoke's in the way, will cover him off from the other entrance over at Heaven, and also the mid-rapper Buster Grab that M4. Now Forzy will move alongside Kriaz. They'll leave the main site player alone for the time being. Buster does get caught, and Ryujin does strike now. So the 2 versus 2. They're going to have to get on that defuse right now. Tapped once. Ryujin hoping to swing on the AWP's contact. Nealon gets the kill. It's on! Oh, it's all sorts of on. The kills have come in. The defuse might be a little bit late, though. Hell of an effort for OneWin. Certainly damaging, but the scoreline is even.
That's a really good eco round there for OneWin. They'll be happy with what they've achieved, even though it's not quite the round victory. And maybe one of the concerns I do have with this OneWin roster is the lack of real star players. Jo is an in-game leader that's not in-game leading. So you've kind of got 2 riflers of Nealon and Jo that you're not expecting individually to put up massive numbers. You've also got Buster that's a bit of a supportive piece. So there's going to be a lot of emphasis in round victories on whether Latic and, of course, Ryujin can make kills happen. They're going to be the impact players to watch out for.
All right, now they are the 2 top of the board for the CT side. Latic, of course, pulling ahead of everybody right now. And the AWP is in his hands at last. Save from the previous round, thanks to the stolen weapons. Also, 1 free AK for Nealon. Jo forcing forward in from mid. Didn't see anybody. Is he going to stick around and continue fighting? Will he try and press for an even bigger backstab? Instead, he just sticks around, finds Forzy, takes the start.
Yeah, he was greedy for that kill, wasn't he? He was hanging around for quite some time, eager for the opening man advantage, and it gets rewarded without him even taking much of a contact at all. Into A main, there was a lot of players. They now start shifting out to the top of mid, where Nealon has been able to insert himself in a really good position.
Spray through, Nealon down, 4-on-4 has been taken, and MBQ falls out of the way. Buster out alone on the B side. Defense backup is slowly rotating to position. The utility that will be inbound here for the Eklot camp will indicate the execution, but it's all a big old ruse here. Counter smokes will at least come down from the CT side, and they'll pull attention outside of the bomb side, but into the hands of the main T side. Force Jo, 4-upon spray of MBQ, only good for the 1 pick. Ryujin, only good for 1 of his own. Blitz is forced out the man advantage of the trades, and the site is gained.
Well, that was easy. I can't really see much way back here at all. Easy kill for Kriaz. They got faked so easily. That over-rotation came out so quick. And if you are Kriaz, you probably just laugh at yourself and say, geez, we put a little bit of pressure. We used a bit of utility. And they just started running. They were legitimately so quick out of A main.
And that was simple. And that might be an issue to highlight for the OneWin side. It's an issue that will cost them their lead now. Advantage for Eklot at 9-8. T side of Anubis starting to spool up for them now.
And fair play to OneWin. I actually think across the last few years, they've had some really good rosters. The one with Glowing and Deco reached heights where they probably should have qualified to the Rio Major. They just weren't able to do so. They had 1 game to win at the RMR and couldn't do it. You then have the whole one with Hooch and Nickelback. That was quite successful too. They lose that entire core 3 to Amcal. And it's like, oh, well, we've got to start again. We've got to rebuild a roster. And for a brand new project, you have some really reputable names in the scene.
Yeah, the pieces are all in place. They just have to execute them and use them as best as possible.
And nice to see them getting these kind of invites so early on to the team's life cycle too.
We're seeing whether they crop up in any future online cups or any significant tournament qualifiers. Latic. AWP ready against Forzy. He has been so sick at opening up these fights with his big green. Did it on the T side. Once again, set for it on the CT half of things. Kriaz walks right into him ahead of that smoke, thinking he was safe, but the timing was bang on.
Hey, wondering if OneWin's only success is going to come whether Latic gets kills. Blitz, MBQ, slow playing out from mid, waiting for the smoke to clear. Jo could get caught.
Put the nade right onto them. The AWP of Latic with the support. Swing towards a flick, finally missed out. Second face though gets Daitor. MBQ forces out the 1 fight, and Blitz can overwhelm the second man. Still a 3-on-2 that favors OneWin, and Ryujin is going to back up here. The newer blood of the CT side. The Man at 13 kills, the second highest on the board for his team. Still facing the fights of NBQ. Damage has been done. Blitz will start moving with him. AK footsteps heard. Blitz will also contest. Utility sent down. That Molotov should force him. Actually goes a bit too deep in towards Heaven. He forced to fight back on Blitz and still wins it at 10 points of health. NBQ finally gets him down, but needs to prioritize that plant.
HE comes in close to his position. Nealon and Buster, the two vets to try and work this 2v1.
Smoke down, plants outside of it, but his back will be turned towards main. Looks on to Buster, and Buster lands the shot that he needs to equalize again for one win.
Yeah, that round's probably got a lot closer than it should have done. I mean, that was a couple of opening kills for the AWP out in A main, and then ever so slightly, with a couple of good kills in from mid, it starts turning into a round that might just be stolen back. One win to tie up the scoreline again.
Even with Latic in mid, he fought on Daitor and everything. A couple of cheeky shots back at that M4, and even that trade, that engagement against Ryujin was still down to the wire.
If that molly lands correctly, he probably gets forced out and falls without a kill.
Good efforts on the Eklot side, but that little cleanup cost them their own counter steal. Now the economy is in a little bit of a shaky position. Mac 10 on Kriaz, not the best of buys, but the rifles are out regardless.
And Forzy with the AWP waiting for any aggression to come through from B main. And Kriaz is going down to a Mac 10 on purpose, so actually had enough money to go into a Galil and upgrade it further. I wonder whether that's maybe a reason on if it wants to be pacey, something quick out to the B split.
Well, he is the forward man out here. The HE's involved, gets Buster the opening start. NBQ can trade it back, and they are full send now into the B bomb site. Molotovs will try to force the CTs into awkward stances. Counter smokes will cover them off. Forzy has caught Jo. And there's a player still back here at Glyph. The HE's and Nealon will try and reveal contact. Flash is sent over to blind off the T side, but the bomb carrier has forced forward into his hands, into the kill back. A 4-on-2 now for Eklots.
A very good site hit where one win just have to save. There's no other option. And it's a round where Latic, because he has the AWP out to mid, can't strike, can't get himself into a fragile. They make that look easy. Yes, it might be the opening kill from Buster out to Electric, but as soon as he's traded, the site collapses. Nealon and Jo really struggle.
Another great effort from the AWP.
Do you know what I'm thinking now, Jay? This might be a bit of a missed opportunity to steal map 1 for one win.
Yeah.
Just knowing it was 8-4 at the turn. They haven't had that many chances, but even still, Eklot have clawed their way back into this second half. They've played the T side to a very strong level.
That's always the fit when it takes on Anubis, even at this position where it's been in the map pool for a fair bit of time. T-side is still just the strongest half. Even the 4-round deficits can be brought back, as demonstrated in this matchup. One win have found one successful retake, and that has been it.
While I would agree with that sentiment of the T side of Anubis, you do also need to remember that for one win, because they are such a new roster, they're going to have issues on basically all halves and all maps, aren't they? They're going to have a lot of exploitations because they just don't have the time of the protocols. I mean, let's be real. They've been together for 3-4 weeks. They've already played in the Bet-Boon closed qual, the CCT closed qual. They're playing in ESEA Advanced. They're playing here in Rest. They're playing CCT. They've just got knocked out. They probably haven't actually had that many scrims. They probably haven't even developed where their map pool lies because the time's just not really there. Now, potentially, they could have been together slightly before the official signing of the team. The last season of ESEA Advanced in the playoffs, it did feature a bit of a core 3 and core 4. They were using some stand-ins and seemed like they were just trying to hold the spot from the previous season. But for one win, with being such a new project, there's going to be a lot of gaps and there's going to be a lot of exploitations that other teams can look at. I mean, even for one win's like actual victories, who have they beaten? They've beaten Lasercats, who's 171st on HLTV, Ents Academy at 65th. I think that HLTV ranking's overblown for the Finns. They've beaten 9 Pandas, but then even that one, look at what we've seen for 9 Pandas in recent history. They beat Aurora. It's a single best of 1. You've beaten Havu, 106th on HLTV. They beat Permitter, but map 1 was a default win, and then map 2 was their map pick. So there's a lot of asterisks with a lot of their victories. I haven't personally seen a proper victory from OneWin against a high-end tier 2 team. And that's what I'm waiting to see.
And even though they might have been practicing prior to the team's formation officially, like the idea that you haven't got much time to make practice in between these tournaments and in between these officials means that you're not really going to get a chance to look back and study on what's been going wrong in these matches.
And the fact that literally there's been a change to the map pool, which is probably the worst thing possible for a brand new team, because you're probably practicing a little bit of overpass. You may be getting comfortable with it as a third map decider. And then in the very few officials, you then find out, oh, yeah, it's just gone. Okay, we've got to play Dust 2 now.
In their case, they've got to try and make that their oyster. OneWin. Got major opportunities ahead of them. They've got to try and capitalize upon them, and they don't want to make the same mistakes that Eklot have been making in playing too much. Now is the time to try and strike back. CT Side will still feature those weapons, the AWP and the M4 Hell with a half buy around it, a couple of SMGs on Neil and Buster. Look at this from Kriaz. Pro 90, straight up, straight in. JO's in trouble. Spam down against the man. He does go falling to the opening contact. The AWP of Latica, he's going to punish that over-aggression somewhat, but they've been forced out of the bomb site. Buster's SMG also strikes back. Forzie's got to get involved here, and indeed he does.
Daitor gets mollied away, but doesn't really move around on the bomb site all that much. He actually might get back to the same position he was holding.
Flashes send, HE's a miss. Second one does come in against Latic a bit more so. Daitor trying to bait them in a little bit closer. Ryujin has been seen. The spray is so awkward for the AK. And now the SMG closes in the pincers back towards heaven. Flash forward. Orpa of Latic strikes back. Forzy with his own AWP with a second pick missed. And Ryujin there with a responsive OneWin have stolen the round.
I'm actually convinced that if Latic and Ryujin don't get kills, OneWin just can't win rounds. It is legitimately only these two guys that are pulling ahead. 4 kills between Latic and Ryujin. I don't know how consistent that's going to be. I don't believe in that in a best of 3.
Oh, for now it's keeping them in evens. You are right though. All you got to do is look at this scoreboard and then you can very easily decipher who's been having the most impact for the OneWin side. Look at that, 21 kills for the AWP. Jo and Buster are still on single digits here.
Let's do the tally, Jay. You've got 37 kills between Latic and Ryujin, and you've got 10, 6, that's 16, another 9, that's 25. There's a huge disparity from the other 3 versus the other 2.
Kriaz hoping to punish that perhaps, and finally Latic has fallen to the hands of Forzy. One bullet makes all the difference for the T side because one of those key men have dropped and Ryujin is pulled on a rotation again, overly committing from the OneWin side, but his AK looks back into NVQ, who immediately cuts him down. Blitz follows suit on Jo, and that is why you were concerned.
Just instantly, for OneWin, they lose the AWP v AWP challenge out in B main, and players are starting to shift away. They're out of position right there from Ryujin. He gets himself in, to be fair, a pretty good position where you can kind of hope for a 1-for-1 out from Bricks, and he just gets deleted. He just gets destroyed on the run out. Eklot looking to close this Anubis map in style.
Advantage for Eklot once again. Buster does maintain his life at least. The hunt was certainly on against that M4. The AWP was staying on Nealon, so they'll have that pass back to Latic again. Need it pass back to Latic again because he's making the difference. He's assuming he can hit those first shots, which Forzy was able to beat him to the punch on in the previous. And maybe those individual fights might be making the difference, man. Maybe Eklot might be putting that AWP against the AWP and say, right, Forzy, go kill and win us a round.
And probably going to start seeing more Anubis picks from this Eklot team as well. Like their nuke, but got permabanned in this one. They liked their overpass, but that's now gone. Jo aggressive out from the canals has been seen, so here comes the beat pop.
Flash sent, AK sprayed through against Latic. He's completely blinded though, the flashbang. Molotovs and HG start getting sent back towards site to try and stall this bomb plant, but a resmoke will come in a little bit deeper, so they can try and get this plant down. The concern is Nealon, open angle on Daitor. The spray is very awkward for him though. They know the plant's coming in. It's now a case of the 5-on-5 retake.
It should be a save now. MBQ with a real late lurk in T-spawn. Catches off Buster. Get out of there. Do not commit for this retake.
Latic is hoping he can find at least a kill back as the smoke starts to fade. MBQ still back at spawn though. Shots ring out for Latic. Unable to connect one now. He does fall back. He does hold on to his weapon because one when they're going to need them. Map point for Eklot about to be secured on Anubis.
And I really like the decision-making, how quick that is. There's no hesitation. As soon as one win, make an aggressive play. As soon as they start aggressing the canals, Kriaz gets the tell. Bang, let's get into that B bomb site. We know that B's going to be weak. And for Latic, he's being pressured by the smoke and electric, by the flashes. It's just a very good, non-hesitant call. And they probably deserve to take this map. They have performed at a very high level in this second half. They've barely given any chances. Again, the only rounds that have legitimately been won have been because of Latic and Ryujin. In terms of the team cohesion and the team success, it's not here for one win. It's only individual success.
Two rounds to make up for the CT forces. Flashes sent, NBQ. AK backed up incendiary against. Counter smokes come in to protect him. He continues to hold this position at water. AWP of Forzy facing back into that B bomb site. Nealon revealed his shoulder, has spotted the AWP. Smoke sent back, utility on the way into the Molotov, also out towards Cliff. Sees that flick, what a shot on Buster.
Daitor on the bomb site, still trying to deal with Nealon, and that's it. B bomb site's cracked open again.
And a 3-on-5 for one win to stay alive on map one. Eklot maybe allow them to get into their groove in the opening half, but T-side comebacks rife here on Anubis. From the 4-8 deficit to what's looking to be a 13-10 result. They are taking a very long time to get into the retake.
Forzy trying to maintain that temple position. The backstab's not being watched, actually.
JL needs to strike and then have to full send into it. Orp is allowed a shot, he misses it out. Blitz, trade it back. One player, 2 versus 2 on the bomb site. Time is so far ticked for one window. They're going to move quick. Latic firing away on the defuse. JO has defended MBQ, but they're not on the bomb. They're not on the bomb. They're not in the round. They're not in the map. 13-10, one win took too long. They concede Anubis.
And for Eklot, they fundamentally outclassed the one-win roster. I look at that first half, Jay, and thought there were some uncomfortable rounds. There were certainly some positions where they could have been able to come out on top, but they weren't able to do so. What I did notice was one win exploiting the A site a lot in that first half. As soon as we get into the second half, it's Eklot exploiting the B bomb side. So it's very funny how you see both teams having different approaches to the T side.
And I think you touched on a very key point to how one-win success came in, that being Latic and Ryujin. 40 kills between those two players over that map up, and every time they got fragged out first, round went the way of Eklot. So, yeah, that probably is the key stars you're looking at right now, Dwayne. You had those concerns coming into today, but I think we decided that much. I think it might be a little bit too star heavy on the one-win side.
And this can be expected because, again, we don't know. We probably should expect that this isn't going to be the 5 moving forward. It's the 5 for now. You maybe give them a few months, see how it goes, and then you adapt again. Then you maybe take a piece in, you take a piece out. For one minute, it's all about getting a gauge. And unfortunately for them, they had a really good first half, just couldn't pull along in the second. They had a good chance at 8-4 to be able to really cause an upset, put some threat in an elimination best of 3. Unfortunately, now you're a map down going into Ancient.
Yeah, and you can make the considerations for a few months from now where one win could be and the confidence they could build up in that time. But we don't have a few months to play this best of 3. We have only a few hours, and that might be only a couple of hours to close out on map number 2. Ancient is coming up next. It is the 1-win pick, so hopefully they can establish a bit more confidence, but that win rate might suggest otherwise. We'll head towards the break and find out whether they can bring this back in the best of 3 when we return.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
quickly.
Sector clear. Copy. Sector clear. Copy.
Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
The stellar T side from 1win was not enough to turn over the map steal of Anubis, picked by the boys of Eklot. It works the favour of Eklot, the 13-10 result. We move towards Ancient, where some of the doubts may start to creep in. Dwayne, we know that they pick it and play it quite a lot over on the 1win side. Of the very few pool of results, this is the most played map of them all. But unfortunately, the win rates are not quite there for them. And given what we just see on Anubis, I'm not exactly encouraged for this map.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Ancient as an overall picture, so when this lineup officially got signed, their debut game was that 13-1 against Aurora. Now, after that, they had a 13-7 against Laser Cats and a 13-7 against Havu, and then they've lost to everyone else. It's like, come on, man. I actually have not seen a good victory on Ancient. So I think it could be very tough for 1win to send this to a third map.
Especially when you consider that the basis for their victories on the last map was down to basically two players, right? Like Latic, obviously, monstrous stuff alongside his co-teammate of Ryujin. Those are the two guys. When they were getting kills, fair enough. 1win could win the round, but you could also see how Eklot, especially on that T side, were punishing them time and again. 4Z's Orb constantly winning opening fights. Ryujin caught in over rotations due to whatever call that was from the 1win side, punished on the A site execution. A lot of things that Eklot were doing right to force 1win into uncomfortable positions, and I feel like that might repeat here on Ancient.
Yeah, so Latic dropped 30 in that game against Sinners that was only a couple of hours ago on Ancient when they lost it, and Ryujin dropped 27, and you've got those kind of numbers being posted, and it's still not enough to be able to get it over the line. It's still not enough to be able to at least push it to a map victory. So while Eklot's Ancient is one of the weaker maps in the pool for them, I still think they should close in two.
Yeah, I'm in agreement right there. Pistols going live for the second map of the series. 1win, known to be good on their T sides in the limited results that we've seen from them. So perhaps this will be once again the opening half to swimmingly go their way before things will return from the Eklot side. Very monstrous scoreline may be required out of 1win, given how well the Eklot side were able to fight back on a previous map. Early plays in towards mid of the Pistols for the 1win boys. MBQ taking first fight against Ryujin. Daitor's goosed up early, but does take the first frag onto Neil, and unawares of the flanks coming in towards main. We'll have to turn his attention towards that play on a second's time. Ryujin is the man to get the kill back to a 4-on-4.
Now, MBQ sees that player out towards A main, but tries to focus on the bomb side directly. 4Z, Blitz, and Kriaz are all coming through from CT and Temple.
An advantage for 1win here. 4Z's making a ton of noise. Ryujin seen shoulder bait to take him. Jo pops his head above water, but unable to get the kill. Buster being flanked. Latic with his kill. Blitz finally gets onto them, tapping that bomb once, taking a further fight. Has to reload as Kriaz taps it again. Smokes come down towards the bomb itself. The kit is onto Kriaz as Blitz continues fighting, continues working against him. Jo is caught back. Oh, but they've got him through the smoke, and that's more than enough time stalled against 1win. Will take the pistol.
Oh, Ryujin and Latic get an ace between them. Who would have thought? Who would have seen that one coming?
Oh, geez, Blake, not me.
Yeah, 1win, even up against this second round, there could be a force-up for Eklot, and the unfortunate circumstances, there was only ever one scene in Donut, so right at the end there from Blitz, when he gets that kill towards A main, they still don't have the info on where the last is, so the stick in the smoke, probably the best decision they could have come with.
A force back in from Eklot, knowing how close they got to that. Mac-10s, of course, on Neil and Ryujin for the follow-up buy from 1win. Far better than the Scout, MP9, and Deagles, and 5-7 for the Eklot camp. From range, have to take some fights out to the red position. Ryujin's already inserted. No real mid-defensive here from the CTs.
And they've got 4Z and MBQ in from Donut to try and draw him into a bit of a trap with Daitor aggressively in A main. And Kriaz is at least keeping eyes on red, but Mac-10 versus Deagle, this opening kill could be key.
Continuing to press. Shadow seen, he pops out ahead of it, thinking he might have had the jump on them. Instead, Kriaz stabilized his nerves and stabilized his shot for a kill. Mid cleared up, rotations getting called in. SMG at range for Blitz gets smoked back. Utility sent down in his general direction. We'll tag him up a little bit. JO to cut the rotations back of NBQ. Blitz has caught Neil in the meantime though, so advantage stays with Eklot here.
This is looking quite promising because they can still put pressure up onto the bomb site directly. Ladix getting spammed up to 71. You've got a backstab out from Ramp at Daitor, which is completely unknown.
Buster has no idea he's in danger. He just barely stays alive with a missed bullets to HE. Will still do damage to his teammate. Daitor caught him before it exploded. Latic returns fire back. Half HP for him. 3/4 HP for JO. But he's still taken down by Forzi. And his scout shot connecting immediately on the defuse. They'll go. Latic is very deep in at lane. Forzi ends up with a double, and Eklot end up with a steal.
Eklot get themselves in a position where I'm actually quite surprised about that red peak. So Ryujin would have seen the shadow advantage, and I think he just panicked, right? He kind of swung out wide, tried to just get the connection straight away. This was just an easy kill from Kriaz.
And Blitz just edged out the smoke as well to maintain that man advantage on the defensive. Small bits and pieces after the advantage had come forward to maintain and surge forward. Well placed by Eklot. 1 win. Bomb plant bonus leading into the harsher eco. Opting to get guns out in round 4.
Daitor, as soon as he gets a bit of a contact or sees the shadow, he can drop that incendiary. Gonna get overwhelmed quickly, so need some help from MBQ.
Instantaneous. Wonderful reactions and good protocols not to stick around there. HE's down, chipping away at 1 win. A small amount being done in general.
I'm not sure if I appreciate the lack of force buy here in the 3rd round. Now, because they got the bomb down, they're not double eco. But I always get the vibe that you should keep pressure on, that you should try and reset your opposition. And 1 win have just respected this 3rd round easily for Eklot.
Maybe they realize with rifles in the hands of Ryujin and Latic, that's their best chance to make things happen on this matchup. Kriaz, triple found for his Galil. MBQ gets involved in this, so main rifles will stay in play. The AK particularly for Daitor. And credit to them for getting that 1 pick. It doesn't mean much in the grand scale of things. With only eco pistols, you're not expecting much. With the rifles, you hope for a lot more from 1 win.
And we've noticed from Kriaz's career that he's had to make a lot of sacrifices to further progress where he can actually be. He's a guy that was a bit of a young kid back in the day, but he's been involved in a lot of European lineups. He's been involved in playing in CIS teams, playing out in Asia, coming back to Europe, but in-game leading for the very first time. Sometimes in Tier 2, and I would actually say most of the time in Tier 2, you actually do need to make sacrifices to progress.
Nealon's trying to surge forward here. Damage done against his position. A-site under siege, and they're aware of him being out towards Temple. Of course, they pushed out mid to try and hold down to the elbow position of 1 win, but just the press from main. Enabling them to now smoke back and try and go for the execution. Kriaz is just waiting for them to make their move, and finally they will start moving. Ryujin bursted down to low HP, as is Kriaz himself, sacrificing his HP bar, but Daitor can't capitalize with that. Buster's caught out and is lurked towards lane meanwhile, so the man advantage does sit with 1 win extended by MPQ from beyond the smoke. 5 on 3 now. JO seen. Daitor takes no damage, and Kriaz continues to press forward, but does go down.
They're trying to put limitations on this bomb plant. Blitz and Daitor to play off one another, and Donut CT's coming through from spawn. Neil and the last one left a big box. 2
players extremely low HP here for the 1 win side, and the man that initially took control of A is now left to clutch out the round. 30 seconds. They're moving together. All sorts of footsteps heard, but Nealon is just playing possum. They give away nothing. Headshot not gained to the back boxes. Now they know exactly where he is. They'll hold their crossfire. Daitor is backing off just in case he's going to isolate that pick. But NBQ in with a triple. Perfect shooting. Such an awkward position.
And that round fundamentally fell apart from 1 win because they had the A site from the lurkout for Nealon, but they were just too slow to react. They were too slow to get into position. And even though this is a 5v3 and Kriaz overextends, I like the emphasis of what they're approaching there. They are just giving no respect. They are saying, doesn't matter that we're in a 5v3, you ain't getting the bomb down. You ain't getting the cash injection. We're going to just keep fighting you.
And that clock should push up to 4 with that. Upgrade pistols, part of an overall eco though. The Deagles already falling first to Buster. Yet to start in the early portion of this matchup. Ryujin and his Deagle will try to take Daitor back, but Blitz comes up with 2 out of shelf. The press is supporting his teammate, ensuring that no rifles will fall.
And this has been a very slow start from OneWin. And they'll look at the whole position after legitimately getting a team ace in the pistol round between 2 players, Ryujin and Ladek, and say, we couldn't have asked for a better start, and now we're down 1-4.
It was that pistol round only for them. Eckler answered back with their force buy on OneWin, opted not to force out the war of attrition, go towards the rifle rounds and prioritize the important gun buys. And they are still paying for it. Nealon fighting with Latic. Now all sorts of CTs around this corner here. M4's AKs continuing the fight. Nealon just hoping for an exit pick or 2. None gained though. All 5 alive for the Eklot side for a couple rounds in a row, so the economy is going to truly build up. OneWin will have a chance to respond.
And we've got to be realistic with ourselves here and say that if OneWin aren't finding success in this 6th round, it could just be over quickly. It could be a very dominant 8-4, 9-3 kind of scoreline on the City side where you're just expecting Eklot to close. This, to me, is actually survival. A OneWin need round 6.
And they themselves aren't immune to one-sided stomps against them. I mean, you mentioned the Aurora 13-1, but they've lost out 3-13 to VP Prodigy, the 5-13 to Omega. Even the Arc Red squad, that the first ever recorded result in advance, the 6-13. Things have been awkward on Ancient from OneWin when it comes to certain opposition, and not all of them are high-end Tier 2 opposition at that. Slow to the uptake, slow on the default, but Eklot have taken that in their stride, pushed in towards main to take first contact potentially against the bomb carrier here. A lot of emphasis on Daitor, who starts moving. Nealon's seen, he gets the shoulder baits, and Daitor is immediately given an avenue of escape. Incendiary, forcing damage, kill found on Nealon, but Latic is right around that corner, and Daitor will escape him just about.
It's so hesitant. I can't believe Daitor's been able to get out of there alive. Can now start that crossfire between Forzy and defaults.
Forzy left alone as Ryujin will take him aback. An advantage sits with OneWin here.
Just about. MPQ might be able to get a bit of a spam off. Got close to connecting onto that bomb carrier. They might as well set themselves up for exits, and if they can get a kill, they can attempt the retake.
Blitz pixels away from being spotted by Jo, hoping for a mid lurk out of pit, but none will come his way. They are tight in their positionings here on the retake. Smokes towards Temple will clear. NBQ just trying to see anything at all. Buster's back will be turned away from the boxes. Man will fall back. Eventually they do try and play the more passive angle. Try and look for some exits eventually from spawn, and Buster will drop. Ryujin will get himself away, and his teammates will follow in tow. So there you go. A 2nd round for OneWin. Could have been very different, honestly.
I now want to see what Forzy's going to be like on the AWP. We've seen a lot of rifling capabilities for him in the early games of Ancient. And this Eklot side will look at that one and say, okay. And they just about caught us off. I mean, even out there towards A main, you've got a delayed peek from the in-game leader of Nealon. Daitor would have felt incredibly lucky to actually be able to get away with there without getting traded. But between him and Forzy on the bomb site, they don't quite put more damage up. So OneWin give themselves a survival round for now.
Now got to follow up on survival and turn to thrival, try and equalize this scoreline. Nice nades playing out to the center of mass of the players in mid. OneWin. Smokes against them as they try and take some lane access. It's been heavy aggressive here from the Eklot side on their pushes, so they have lane access, and now they have full control.
A Blitz can maintain bottom ramp while the teammates of Daitor and MBQ can basically crossfire between Donut and Shelf. OneWin. I've got quite a few players out from elbow.
Taking their sweet time with this. NBQ's got to smoke. As soon as he sees contact, put that down to press them even longer. After force their way forward of it or change tact and go towards main, which seems to be the call before even that smoke is put up. Forzy's waiting for them, seeing utility coming out. Smoke's in the way. Counter Incendiary goes ahead of it. I think it landed inside that smoke though. HG's back. Mollies will force him out of position. Spam down by Neil, and the engagement against Daitor doesn't go all that well though.
And they've still got the bomb outside of elbows, so this A play, no one's on the bomb right now. They're coming into mids.
Blitz, however, turns back, double up from Shelf. His HG's down. The AK Buster will take back a trade. And at this point, it's all time stalling. NBQ still out here. No one is on the bomb. Nothing that they can gain. As the elbow presence falls, they lost the round from there. Eklot answer back.
I don't know what I'm witnessing there, Jay. I've got 2 players coming out of A main, 2 players out from elbow, and 1 in lane, and yet no one's got the bomb. That's very weird. That whole round from 1win just looks off. And that's scary signs of a team that's going to struggle on T side. They legitimately got the opening pick on A as well.
Tactical's called in by 1win because this is going awry, and the more and more they lose, the more 1xBet lose faith in them.
Even Blitz, I mean, that's a great hold from the top there, a Shelf to put so much emphasis on the couple of players coming out elbow and the last lurker, a Buster at lane. And he's a guy that's played with Czech players in the past. Think back to when he was on Enterprise, when the Czech-Slovakian team had a bit of an international stint. He played with Miltsy on Ents Academy now. He played with a Czech player, Mangus. I remember he played with another Czech player, Stinks. Han was a part of that team too. So he was involved in the very early shifts of that scene, moving from local into international.
Incendiary stole them. HG's stopping 1win from going for the directive rushes. They haven't got enough utility and real firepower to try and play the defaults. Krea's going to open up on the 1 player, and even he can't get forced back by Ryujin. Forzy's AWP catching Buster elsewhere. 5-on-2. This is all falling apart in an instant. And the AWP ain't done, or it is now. Kreaz and Co are so ready to trade. Nealon's got 12 points of health, an impossible clutch for him.
And there's no way that you can kind of tell me that 1win can prepare for this game when they had a best of 3 just beforehand in which they had to forfeit the rest of the maps and just focus on this one. I mean, they're coming into a bit of a day of a real scrappy schedule, one that isn't clean at all. And maybe that's also a factor that's affecting how they play.
You also have to consider as well that the one map that they played against Sinners before they forfeit was this Ancient. It went all the way to overtime, which is part of the reason why they had to forfeit, because there's no way they were going to finish that series in time to compete in res. Let it go to come back into this matchup, lose the opening despite looking so good in the first half, and in the second map in the first half, their positive starts have been negated by the rifle buys of Eklot. They continue to stack on a lead. They can only tie up the half now on the T side of things, and well, that force buy got no real bomb plant bonuses, no cash injections, so it's upgrade pistols now. Eklot should have the 7th.
AWP out from Donut might be up against a lot of eco pistols from A main. A Daitor rotating in towards CT has got an Incendiary, so as soon as he sees a smoke, he can try and get that down to A main.
Utility set, players back away, Daitor. Smoke's involved. The AWP of Forzy is overwhelmed, so that's a positive start, at least for the upgrades. 5-on-4 has been gained. Can they insert a pick back to a trade and a retake?
And missed comms there. Forzy should have been a lot more defensive because of that A maneuver. Daitor can at least try and pick it up, but Jayo gets a really important kill with the AWP.
Kreaz always lurking mid, has been seen by the Deagle. Both players missed their shots. The spray of Kreaz goes all over the place, and now Nealon can back up. Smokes towards CT and towards Donut, about to clear. Flashes are sent. Ryujin isn't catching any of that. Further util down to buy a little bit more breathing room against the players over at main, but 1win have taken far too long towards this. Finally, the kill has come forward. Ryujin is spotted, sprayed down for damage. Kills come in very quickly from Eklot, and they should have the defuse just in time for number 7. That did get dicey, but they pull ahead.
I'm not even sure how they've won that round. That was actually just a save call. Did 1win just start peeking unnecessarily? I don't know. My mind in that round is I'm checked out. I'm in a position where Kriaz is getting baited by a lot of time there for kneeling with the jiggles. There is so little time left on the clock, and even the CTs have kind of backed off. And then all of a sudden, it's just bang. They get 4 kills in the span of a second and a half, and it's on.
I think it was those 2 players on the bomb site that took the aggressive fight, or at least the one man outside the boxes was kind of forced into it. The man behind him, though, yeah, I'm just as confused as you are. One to look back on in demo review, perhaps. Certainly OneWin might be doing that if they get time. Could have been a very nice stolen round, because you mentioned the miscoms there, the AWP down, the CT's just fully suppressed to the 5-on-4 against them. And the bomb plant bonus at least equates towards rifles, but that was their chance to deny Eklot from winning the CT side. Now they've just kind of got to hope for the best and see how much room they can make up.
And Latic with the flashes to try and get them out of the B doors. Blitz and Kriaz with the horizontal crossfire.
Nealon, shoulder seam pre-fire, comes up with the M4 of Blitz that does so much damage. Even a player on 1 point of health here. Ryujin down to 55, his Buster down to 56. Execution set towards the B bomb site could be traded so well if they can find their angles.
And not even using utility, just dry there from the T's. They get rewarded with the start, but we've seen in the past them crumble in situations like this. With the HP bars of where it is, this could still very much be a recovery from Eklot.
Shadow scene, Nealon's gone up. One man pick back, Lurker on A, going to be detected, and perhaps they'll start to connect the dots here, but Daitor for the time being is all alone as the utility starts coming in. His teammates will be late to the party. Smokes down towards long, and Molly sent deep. Doesn't actually land on Daitor, so we've still got this gap to work with. Flashes over. Jo going to check for position. M4 takes the fight, only gets the tag against him. Latix AWP will catch Forzy on the cross instead. Daitor does not make it towards Jo in time. I don't even think he had the angle here. And Nade's back to do more damage. The backlines of MBQ watching Jo caught off with an engagement that Daitor is going to lose out, and now MBQ has got to run back and hold on to the AK. He's got cash, but that rifle more important to the CT side as OneWin take a third.
And for Eklot, there was a bit of a misread in the scenario. It's never easy to call yourself out of trouble when you're in a 3v5, but the B site is quite weak. You've got an opening kill that Daitor can sort of trade out to the A main position, but out there on B, there really isn't anyone that can hold off. OneWin get their 3rd round, and for Eklot, I mean, the buy state's going to be no worries whatsoever for these last couple of rounds and a half. It's just now, how many rounds can OneWin actually get? Can they potentially make it 5-7 at the turn?
And certainly possible. And now comes to their biggest concern, the round streaks. They've been unable to connect more than just individual rounds over the course of this T side. And they will need to go for the perfect closing few rounds at this point to try and make it that 7-5. Mentioned the buy-ups of the Eklot camp, MBQ, having $6,800 will be the money man behind this CT side. AWPs and the M4s will, of course, be in effect for round number 11. Mollies are sent as standard beyond this smoke over at the B door. Slow walk will come through from OneWin.
And Molly out towards ramp, and a flash around the corner gives them all of lane, but the CTs might still pressurize ramp.
Counter smoke comes on towards the doors, but it's going to be pretty useless at this point. The T's have full lane control, and no one from Eklot is really going to challenge it. And the only real player that could is potentially the player over at Cave in MBQ, but his passiveness is only now going to start to change.
A 3 on B and an incendiary and smoke still for Kriaz. This looks really promising. I say that, but they start rotating both MBQ and Blitz back over. They want to take mids.
Nays to check it. No one has been seen. A counter smoke comes in towards ramp at the perfect moment. 45 seconds. And they make their way back into the bomb site.
This is the read now. Forzy's aggressively with the AWP out from Donut. They know that it's going to be a B lane.
In for the backstab when appropriate. They'll flash their way in as well to see the utility start coming down. into Cave. They will lock out one of those key entry positions. There's no more smokes, so as this clears, Jo will have to act. Kriaz is blinded beyond the smokes, beyond the flashbangs. They're up on bomb site. Swing from Blitz is caught. Ryujin checking the corners. Kill can't get found on the second man. Jo tries to respond back, and they turn their AKs into contest. M4 back. A Buster turns up 2 picks, and just like that, 1win have forced out control.
Buster wins this round for 1win by the looks of it. Great incision out there from Cheetah into Cave, catching both of the Cave players on that crossfire.
Could have been the map control that won him the round, but Buster had other ideas. Had a bit of a struggle in the early portions of this map up. Was only 2 picks prior to this round. Doubling up his kill counts and winning a 4th for 1win. So they are slowly clawing this back. Eklot opting to save their weapons, down by a man, no presence at the bomb site, and money still would have been a little bit questionable. They should have been able to drop weapons and get the buy, but now it's going to look a lot more confident.
What caught them off guard was how late this Cave play really is. The rest of the ramp players are already up on the bomb site. The bomb's already down. Eklot, in that scenario, probably feel as if that round is theirs. They've got the right read. They stalled out the clock quite nicely, had a man advantage, had 3 players on B. But it's Buster that wins the round for 1win.
Three rounds still to the good, but Latic is starting to generate his AWP potential. Frag onto Forzy, winning an AWP v AWP fight was only seen a handful of times in that last map up. In this one, going the way of the T's, an all-important start in round 12.
I just wanted to get an opening kill granted for Eklot. Get them into a position where they can work a man advantage within, what, the first 20-odd seconds. Instead, that aggressive maneuver down to ramp cost them. No one on A, as the A players from both Daitor and MBQ have gone aggressive into mid.
Blitz is aggressive through lane. As he smokes off that, they'll realize that B probably isn't going to be the target, but realizing a little bit too late. Now they're going to make their way into an open and free A bomb site. It'll have to be a man disadvantage retake from Eklot.
Now this is going to be uncomfortable. Daitor, let's see if he gets a spam kill from Donut. How much can he do with the nade of the smoke? Deny the bomb? Oh, not quite.
Came in from Ryujin, killing off his own teammate with the damage support of Daitor. Now JO's been heard, but Daitor is going to wait for a flashbang to make his way forward into Ryujin's hands. He gets the kill to make amends for his earlier mistake. Jo comes up against Blitz. Now it's a 4 versus 2. The lurker on B side is so far away from action, but it might not matter. MBQ generates one more pick, and now they hold for it. Smoke down. Kriaz going to have to get right onto that defuse. He is low HP. MBQ might be the better man. Kriaz with the pick. They're now going to go for it. As Kriaz drops, they're dead out of time. They think they're on the defuse. Well, they realize what's really going on, and Nealon deals with it. A 5th round to close the T side for 1win.
Just about for 1win. They had to work really hard to even find minimal success in that first half, and giving them a little tiny streak towards the tail end will boost a bit of morale and boost a position where they can look at it and say, okay, if we win an opening pistol, if we win an opening rifle round, we might just have enough to close this map down. It's not going to be easy, though.
Two rounds to the difference. Eklots go to the T half of things. This is where 1win have struggled before. Again, go back to that Sinners matchup. Connection of the T-side rounds towards the tail end of that second half. Drove it into OT, then it was a T-sided affair right up until the end. Smoke set towards the execution. Eklot ready and set to go into the bomb site. Julius of Nealon spamming away, getting damage against them. Finally drops into a double, a triple in fact. When it felt so haphazard at the start, he turns up the kills he requires. His teammates will back away from the bomb site, but it's a 4v2 to play.
And now they've just got to get the bomb down. At least prioritize the cash injection.
There's your money. Where's the rest? Forzy leaning in against Ryujin, catching him in the side of the head. Donut is under Eklot control.
Kriaz gets peeked in from Temple. Forzy tries to isolate a couple more kills on the bomb site, but not to be. And I agree with you completely. Those Julies had a tough time. Anytime you get baited and you have to drop off of tree, you're thinking from that point onwards, maybe 1 for 1 at a stretch. Probably will just get overwhelmed. And Nealon's got 3 kills. That's crazy how many impact moments he actually had in that scenario.
Unbelievably sick. When he had no right to be. But ultimately he was. The end result is a 1-win pistol. Eklot will bring back in the weapons, though. They'll force their buy into a couple of Galils and AK, 2 MAC-10s on Blitz and Daitor. MBQ fought upon and wins the fight on JO.
Kriaz, though, loses 1 because they go quickly up from B-Rap. Buster from Cave struggles. And well, that's an instant save. And very similar to what we saw from the start here of Ancient. Back and forth force buys in the second round coming out.
Ran down. Remember how Eklot converted off the back of their stolen second. The first half ended up going quite deep. Only at the tail ends where 1Win were able to claw some presence back. The 7-2 looked so one-sided. And even more so as Forzy continues to press and continues to find kills. Ryujin down, Latik all alone here. Is being hunted by a counter offer. Spray through on the Galil, gets himself a quadra. What's around for Forzy?
And that could really wreck the mental. Anytime you go 2 for 2 in pistols, but 0 for 2 in anti-force buys, you're going to get hit extremely hard. And from that position of the first half, they were able to accelerate 7-2. Even if we see something similar to 3-4 rounds in a row, Eklot basically just win the game.
Yeah.
That state is just going to give them the added bonus. I mean, this force buy, just the weaponry that you're working with, you would have to say it's very unrealistic that 1Win are going to win this round. So they're probably going to be down at 6-10. You need to shape up for an opening kill. You probably need a bit of a gamble stack. You need to make some risk here if you're Nealon, because this is such a tough round to shift.
No doubt about that.
And the uncomfortable nature as well, Jay, is that last round you didn't even drop many players from Eklot. So the money in the reserve is not double eco. Even if you win this round for 1Win, you're still going to be up against a very good buy in the next.
Steal or bust for now, though. Win round 15 or focus on the guns in round 17. Spams of the Eagles trying to find a lucky kill through the smoke at mid, unable to do so. Stacking over at the B bomb site is set in for 1Win at least. Maybe Eklot would run into this.
A Blitz, Daitor and Forzy all shaping up for the B split. And Kriaz out from Cave has got a couple of players close by, but none of them are spamming against his spam.
Forzy's found one of Latik from beyond that smoke over at short. Advantage taken, but still 4 players to deal with on this B bomb site. Kriaz, oh, just spotted Buster, now knows there's at least someone out there, but is there a crossfire in play? Check position, spray around the corner. Buster gets away with that frag, and now a Galil to work with. MAC-10 fights on Neal and tries to adjust back against the last man. Buster gets involved. JO on the site itself stands his ground as best he can, but is overwhelmed by the sheer firepower of the T's. Buster now on for the 1v2, a quadra clutch in this round. They know exactly where he was, but where is he going to come from? Forzy will watch Cave. Buster swings against him, gets so much damage, but is unsuccessful in the round.
And unfortunately for 1Win, that was the round to not only win, but the round to set up the B stack. You couldn't have asked for a better play. 2 in from Cave, 3 out on the bomb site directly, and it comes in quite close. Eklot are kind of, they're not committing, but instead they're searching. They're trying to see if they're running into a stack at all. The trades are quite decent. Buster puts in a lot of damage at Cave, but gets overwhelmed from the players directly on the bomb site that came from ramp. And now it's just a complete eco for round 16. This is an easy 10th.
Three still to the favor of Eklot. Sprays through, Molly's down. Latik tagged up heavy. NBQ will get overwhelmed with the numbers game eventually. His teammates will come in with support, trying to ensure that that rifle does not fall into their hands. MAC-10, especially for Kriaz, could find himself a little bit of bonus cash, and indeed he does. As the SMG will fall, the AK will stay. All the main weapons in for Eklot, money bolstered and built. 1 win now go to the gun by what will be their last chance to hold themselves contest in this series and by extension, the rest European series.
And there's just so much money for Forzy and from Daitor. They're going to be buying for round after round. 1 win, even approaching the first gun round, have huge limitations. 2 players down onto FAMASas, a lack of incendiaries, and no kits between anybody. This is desperation.
Buster, quick up, catching players, completely blinded, kill found onto Kriaz. Nealon follows up and can double up as well. Blitz down alongside Forzy, 5 on 2. Bomb control not quite established by the CT side as Daitor got a strike out of main, trying to isolate individual fights though. He's all alone, his teammate is nowhere to be seen. Nealon, the low HP element, could be available for a trade later on in the round. Daitor's main attempt, however, is just to force out something towards Donut or CT.
And that late aggression was so successful. Lanik being hurt out from CT, Daitor with a banging shot, and Jo's out towards Donuts.
I have no idea how he's just done that. Latic had him marked and everything. NBQ has grabbed the bomb meanwhile, but beyond this smoke, oh, timing is everything! Oh my god! Eklot are about to do the impossible.
And this is so workable. They have so many options. They can go back into mid, they can commit up B, they can go into A main, and Jo may just be getting caught going up to shelf.
Back's turned. Perfect adjustment from Daitor! Sharp as a blade from both him and NBQ. Both players are tagged, but so is Nealon, and he's worse for wear. Bomb will go down. He's backed up to the B site. I cannot believe that Eklot have just won this round.
If you're not tilted now, you are full tilted. You are tilted to the absolute max. That was such a good lane take from Nealon and Buster to make a 5v2. And they've just full trolled the round. They have just completely given up individual fights to Daitor on the lurk, to NBQ, who's got to work through the B door smoke against Buster. Pika's advantage is always in favor to Buster in that scenario. Oh my, what a round to win.
I am stunned. I am absolutely stunned. Jesus.
Even Lanik, what's he doing there? Why is he in CT alone? JO's in Donut, there's no crossfire, he's just there.
I am completely speechless. That I think what expects say the best, if I'm being honest here. 1 win, don't have a chance to win this one anymore. 1 AK held for Nealon, a little bit of punch towards round 18, but upgrade pistols, half buy around it. This should be 12-6. 6 whole match points available for the Eklot camp as Nealon tries to throw a spanner into the works. 3 picks from him, looking just as sharp as his forefathers. Oh my word, a quadra held, and he might have just bailed out 1 win.
And they even tried the anti-rush util of the first HE out there through main, but he just disrespected it. Didn't fall off at all. That AK saved him from the previous round, shapes up a round steal now for 1 win.
Forzy needs a full-blown ace. Ostensibly a 1-on-5 for him. First kill caught, the rifle of the CT side dropped. B site is open, but as they start pressing to main, they're going to get all of these guns now. AK back in the hands of Ryujin. Should see a couple of AKs for Jo and Latic as well. This is a very, very difficult clutch to play from here.
Now, all he's got to do is just try and take a couple out. Not look to win the round, but just take 1 more or 2. Ryujin and Jo out from elbow, almost line up for a moment. And for 1 win, that is pure survival, because that buy state, knowing that it's an eco around the AK, that tells you they're playing for overtime, that they're quite happy to try and come back 6 rounds in a row. So this is just a bit of a helping hand to give them a gift of not being on series point just yet.
Four rounds to make up still.
And I would say that that round, Jay, is a real depiction to what we've seen for the majority of this best-of-3 series from 1win's perspective of winning rounds due to individuals.
And this time the individual is Nealon, not even Latic or Ryujin. They started off the game, sure, but Nealen's the man on 16 kills. Latic will get no further than 9, even in this round. Not allowed a shot on the blitz. Nealen will follow up as Buster trades back onto JO's casualty. 3 on 3, as once again the early fights have worked up a lot of aggression. Bomb still yet to commit. Meanwhile, over at A main, a walkout from NBQ should enable some rotation room.
Now, NBQ can strike into a lot of space being taken. He can get into Donut. He can try and pressurize Ryujin at Shelf. Bring that bomb back to A. This is almost a round-winning play just because of the maneuver.
Nice set on Shelf. They got such a good read with all the information. Spray back, kill found. Advantage now for Eklot. Nealen's hero-like perspectives may have just gone to waste. Bomb's on its way, will go down, cut off the rotation. Buster is known about. Daitor's closing in ever so slowly against him. M4 is waiting for a backstab, but he still goes down anyway. Nealen needs to be a hero again for OneWin to put up 20 frags by the end of this round. He's caught NBQ first, isolating that first fight, unawares of the second man, but he must realize he must be close. Kriaz close to bomb site, takes that swing out, loses some HP, but not quite dead yet. Nealen closes in closer, as does Daitor. Adjustment did have the right read, but not the right accuracy. And Eklot finally push up to map, match, and elimination point.
Even for OneWin, this is their map pick of a map that at least has had some competitive results in the past, Jay. And we're going into round 20 with basically the entire team on single digits. The only person that isn't is the in-game leader, who shouldn't be the top fragger. You've got star players on this team that should be able to overcome that. A OneWin have been quite gimmicky over this map, of having some individual rounds lead to success, but the consistency hasn't been there. Eklot have been the far better team over both maps of this series.
Looks so good on that T side of Anubis. CT side started well, may have allowed a little bit left back in for the OneWin squad, but now T-side showing up to eventually push us to the closing round here of 20. Surely this should be all she wrote. OneWin. Passive defensives to try and hold on to the common angles of attack. Latic, particularly his M4, flashing away from position. Smokes down as well. Incendiaries will try to block them from Ryujin as NBQ closes in closer, though they don't have mid completely covered off. The rifles drop. The second man seen. The third player known about. Spam down to 10 points of health. Kriaz overwhelms. GG's in order as Nealen will drop past it. Buster is not going to clutch this. OneWin will find themselves eliminated from the rest European Regional Series.
A perfect bounce back from Eklot after a shaky game against Mouse NXT in the opening game of the group. They've then come back in the elimination series and haven't even dropped a map, even at times not being tested. That second half of Anubis was pretty clean, and I would say all of Ancient was pretty clean as well.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, yes, you had those big moments from several individuals. Obviously, Nealen dropping as many as he did by the end of that map up. A lot of credit towards him for being an individual firepower player. But, like, the idea that you've got that one guy stepping up in map 2 when you had 2 players going ham in similar numbers on map number 1, and they weren't showing up the same sort of thing in Ancient as well, indicates to me that there's still a lot of things that need to get worked on for OneWin. And that's understandable considering it's only been a few weeks. But in terms of this tournament, it does lead to their elimination.
I mean, even for OneWin, I'm surprised that they're 75th in the world on HLTV. That's actually quite high for a team that's quite new and actually doesn't have many tournament runs. I would say that they are going to have some struggles over these next few months, and it is going to help getting these tournament invites. If they get another invite to RES, if they get another invite to CCT, it gets more officials under their belt, but I'm yet to see a strong victory. I'm yet to see some good CS being played from OneWin, and I don't expect that for at least a little while.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Like, again, as you were saying at the start of the day, the idea that these guys could potentially be somewhere in a few months is plausible. But in the meantime, it's going to be struggle. It's going to be difficult. And it might not even be in this formation. It might not be this 5-man roster here because of the nature of, you know, the lacking in the stars. And I mean, you mentioned that as a compositional element. We did see a little bit of that from the AWP and the New Boy, but in terms of consistency, that's something that needs to get worked on because, again, map to map, it wasn't quite there for them, and possibly between series, it might not be something to rely on there. And even then, even if they do rely on it, that individual star power is not going to win you a best of 3.
And for one win, it hurts because of the draw, right? You've got Nemega in your opening game, the team that legitimately just won the last tournament. Then you get Eklot in your next game, who's won 5 tournaments in the last 3 months. They're not easy teams to play. These are tough teams to be able to beat in a group stage. So they probably need teams that are at their position or lower. That's when we're going to start seeing some success. That's when we're going to see some more victories, like what we saw in the 2-0 against Ents Academy, the 2-0 against Lasercats. When you drop down those divisions, when you get those weaker teams, we'll see wins from one win. I just think against the middle of the pack tier 2 and the higher end tier 2s, it's going to be tough to force a lot of upsets.
Well, for Eklot, obviously, they do take the victory, walked into this series as favourites, and now they move on to Group D's decider match. And the question now on everyone's mind, Dwayne, is who is going to join them in that decider match? Our final game of the day will feature the aforementioned Nemega, the winners of the last Rest European Series, and taking on the Mouse NXT side in a rematch that should prove to be very, very interesting from last event's quarterfinals.
I love when we get these rematches in real recent history. For Nemega and Mouse, their series last time around went 3 maps, wasn't particularly close. Eklot will look at that one, and actually, I reckon they'd like to take Nemega, just because there's so many games between Eklot and Mouse NXT in the last handful of months. I reckon get something new. Yeah, it might be one of the best teams in the event, but try and see if you can play Nemega and get yourself into a good position into the playoffs.
Well, needless to say, for the Academy side, it's still going to be a very tough affair. They've also been taking the grindy affairs, and whether that will end up to match sharpness and finally push back a third map affair to their victory is, of course, about to be decided in a short hour's time. We're going to head towards an extended break and come back with our final match of the day here for the Rest Europe Regional Series. So join us back then as we continue with Nemega and Mouse NXT.
I have very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And welcome back to the Rest Europe Regional Series number 3. As we roll on with the group stage, we decide who the final winners match victors are going to be, and therefore the 4th team forward to the quarterfinals and the playoff spot for this season. Omega made the grand final run during Series 2, and now they'd like to try and do the exact same thing against Series 3. However, the opposition they faced against was the same that they had to face off in the quarterfinals against them as well. Mao's NXT, the Academy squad that gave them a good run at 3 maps, will have to try and turn the situation around here in the winners match of Group D.
And in all honesty, that was the only team that gave them a fight in the playoffs. That series against Zero Tenacity in the semis was pretty comfortable. The series against Bleed, they just owned them. So for Mal's NXT, they'll look at this one and say, this is, of course, going to be our toughest game yet, but we've at least played them before, and we held our weight to a certain capacity.
Yeah, I think like a certain capacity is something that has to be debated as to how much of a capacity was really being held there. Obviously, the match went to 3 maps last time about, but each of them were blowouts. Respectively, of course, Mao's got a blowout in their direction, but Omega got 2 back in theirs. So indicating to me that we're definitely taking a look at an Academy team versus a higher end level of Tier 2 sort of squad in this kind of head-to-head.
And before we even talk about the veto, I'll tell you this way, Jay, Vertigo ain't coming back in again. Because it's right. This is a position for Omega where their Instaban used to be Overpass. And with that going out of the pool, I actually reckon for the majority of series moving forward for Omega, they're just going to start banning opponent strengths. They're just going to get into a lot of matchups and say, right, your King's on Ancient, we're banning it. Your King's on Nuke, we're banning it. So for the Omega side, this map change has really helped them and probably going to progress them even further up Tier 2.
Especially considering that they have to really get involved against these tournaments and these victories that to try and achieve what they've been setting out to do since they made it to Chengdu, right? Obviously, they made that significant run. I think a lot of people expected other teams to qualify for that event, but Omega did. They appeared in Tier 1. They get the boost up in the rankings. Now they look to try and prove themselves as a top Tier 1 team, Tier 2 team, rather. And obviously, they have to keep getting results, and sometimes they have been a little bit hit and miss at times. So getting that strength in this kind of a series is going to be prime opportunity. So I understand your logic in that sort of respect, but they are taking on a very sort of a different squad, right? And Omega playing in a couple of tournaments, but not nearly as many as Mao's NXT.
Mao's NXT are playing a stupid amount of games in recent history, and even playing at events off of HLTV, which a lot of the group stage games are going to be best of 3s, a lot of the playoffs are going to be double elim BO3s. There's a lot of tournaments and there's a lot of matches to play, and for Mao's NXT, they've got a couple of wins in a row under their belt. They've also only won 4 out of the past 9, and that game against Eklot was very positive, but then we've also seen losses 2-0 against Perivision and 1-2 losses versus Incilio. So for Mao's NXT, they are in a strong position, but I think they're finding it tough to maintain that position.
Yeah, we discussed a little bit in the Eklot series an hour ago about the idea that they might be playing a little bit too much on that particular side. And certainly, if you're going to argue that for them when they've only got like 3 or 4 tournaments on the trot and these guys have like 5 or 6 or so, like when you're looking at that kind of number, then yeah, Mao's NXT probably might want to consider sort of like easing off a little bit and focusing on the development side of these players rather than the officials. Because look, they are young, they are impressionable, they have got opportunities to sort of make a decent career out of it, but foundations will need to get set in here and now. Maybe a case of just getting match sharpness is the kind of direction that Tobers wants to take it, but in terms of getting those results on the board, I think they need to take a bit of a step back at the moment.
And even the wins that they've had in the last 9 best of 3s, it's been alternate attacks at 77th on HLTV, Eyeballers at 86, Eclot at 60, and X-Preezy as unranked. We're yet to see a win in recent history against a high-end team, a top team in Tier 2, and that's exactly where Omega sit.
Indeed, yes, of course. This is a team that I think are going to walk into this series as the favourites on the Omega side. So, obviously, the notion that it went towards 3 maps, I guess Mouse and XT are going to try and at least replicate that in that sort of sense. But, obviously, you were talking about the Vita a moment ago and the idea that Vertigo will not come in. I mean, I think you'd want to avoid that the most if you're on the Omega side because that was the blowout, and it was the most staunch blowout. If there's one thing that Mouse and XT can have to their credit in that last series is the fact that they got the more one-sided of the maps.
Their Vertigo is very good. So I honestly think Mouse and XT are going to ban Mirage, Omega are going to ban Vertigo, and it means that Mouse and XT have to pick into Nuke, and it means that Omega are going to go Ancient.
Well, there's the Vertigo and Mirage bans. Ancient indeed picked in by Omega, and, well, there you go, Dwayne. You just seem to have all the knowledge of the Tier 2 vetoes. Nuke out for the boys over on the Mouse and XT side. Inferno will be the decider map in our best of 3.
And honestly, for Mouse and XT, while I actually do think they are a team on the rise, and I think that they're a team that can have progression in a lot of these group stages to make opening playoff runs, I think their map pool is weak. I look at Vertigo as sometimes being a one-trick pony. It's their go-to map in every single best of 3, and when they don't get Vertigo, they can have some struggles. And I look at Nuke, I'm not convinced that they're going to take Nuke. I actually think Omega, with how they performed last time around and with how their Nuke has been in their recent couple of best of 3s, I think Omega can take this in 2.
Well, just as an example of what you're mentioning there, the win rates of Mouse and XT's map pool. Vertigo gets an 82%, 82.6% specifically. Inferno, the next map down at 63.6. That's quite a bit of a drop-off. And Nuke, as you mentioned, not very many wins on that map for the Mouse and XT squad. I mean, they are certainly looking to try and work a map that maybe in Omega also don't take all that often. I mean, it's just such an awkward sort of map pool, I think, for the Mouse and XT side. It's very difficult for me to sort of pinpoint an advantage for the Mouse and XT squad in this regard. If they had that Vertigo, then yes, but they don't, honestly. So this is going to be a very different showing, I feel like, by comparison to the last best of 3.
I mean, just to give you an idea of Nuke, Jay, in the last 3 months, Vertigo's been picked in best of 3s 22 times. Nuke now at 8. I mean, that's a third. That's just such a smaller difference to what we expect. At least we've seen both of these maps for Mouse and XT in their opening game. 13-8 on Ancient versus Eclot and 13-5 on Nuke.
We saw Ancient go 13-8 against the Omega in the quarterfinals last time about. Are you predicting a similar fashion? Are you predicting the series to go their way?
I'm going to go comfortable 2-0 for Omega today.
Yeah, I'm going to go 2-0 as well, as Mouse and XT will try and look to change the tides of their fortunes and change the history in regards to this head-to-head. It's the final matchup of the day and therefore the final winners game of the group stage. Omega set in the pistol round to try and overwhelm the likes of Prison, burning away to the backlines. Flamus and Xanta with those opening couple of kills as Nighty the man a full second. Bermalov takes his own contact in at K. Very fast trades come in. PR does get one back in the duel. He's still returning to a 2 versus 2, spamming away on Xanta. Eventually closing out the casualty against him, and Risky Bob now is alone to the clutch. His back pushed up against the wall.
Risky Bob just needs to try and waste as much time as possible. Already being seen out from ramp. He's got to try and isolate these duels.
Smoke's coming down, will provide some cover for the defuse. Tapped once, Syrah takes the fight and makes it a triple to secure the retake for Mouse and XT.
And there is definite players here for Mouse and XT that are going to have to make a statement in this kind of best of 3. I think PR, Syrah, and probably Naito are going to be the 3 riflers that I look at the most as being the hard-hitting players, bringing some of that X factor. Omega completely overwhelmed the bomb site. It seems as if they were going to take that round quite easily, but that triple with the Julies in from the cheater and cave position was the only way that could get recovered.
Good start for Mouse. Of course, you saw the 1xBet odds on screen a moment ago, still favouring Omega, and understandably so. Mouse have the 1-up advantage on the CT side. And if you feel that they can take this series, then of course you can place a bet at 1xBet. Use code 1XRESEU and get a bonus of up to 130% on your first deposit. Omega did get the bomb plant, so the forces are in. Xanta is closing the gap on PR right around the corner of this smoke, but not seen yet.
And watch out for Xanta with some of the entries that he's going to create out at lane, but watch out for Flamus. He is in unreal form in recent history.
Yeah, Lear Fry to take back Naito in an instant. Bermalov is tagged low. Lamas is playing back over at the A-bomb site alongside Risky Bob there. Walks out, have just secured the site with no real resistance to Mouse NXT. I don't even know if they even have an inkling of the fact that the A site's been taken.
No, they won't do. I mean, Syrah can spot out here from CT, but Flammers gets the timing and sees him escaping out to red. I actually think this is round over already.
Yeah, I can't debate you there, mate. Risky Bob will cover off the mid rotates as actually Flammer starts to close the gap against Syrah. Timing is not off. He looks back towards spawn at the right moment, and that gives up the Ghost. Omega known to have taken the A-bomb site, but Mouse NXT know also that they can't do anything about that.
And Omega in a position now where all they need to do is strengthen the post plant. We saw in the pistol round, they took the bomb site quite easily, but struggled against the retake. This time around, don't give any easy jewels, don't give away any freebies, and make sure it's an instant save. Now, the Nemega that we saw against Bleed in the grand final, I think that has to be the highest peak level of performance that we've seen from this squad. That was an unreal showing. That was such a surprise on just how much they were able to outclass one of our tournament favorites.
Yeah, they absolutely battered them. Bleed never really looked in that particular series, so for Nemega, we've seen how high those highs can hit. Part of the reason why we sort of pinned them as being, you know, likely chances, or one of the likely teams to go towards the grand finals of this series. They won it before. Let's try and seek to do the same again here. They have to try and win out the group stage game first. Mouse NXT. Good tack to start, but the instant response from Nemega will set them on the back foot.
And I think we spoke about it on the first day of this tournament, that there were 3 teams that were in discussion to make the grand finals. It's the Gaming Gladiators, it's Nemega, and it's Bleed. And we've already seen the Danes of the Gaming Gladiators go out in last place. So now everybody else, they just want a bit of a taste on, can we defeat the Kings? Can we defeat the teams that are looking like they're going to go all the way?
Well, Bleed have already made it out of groups. Omega seek to try and join them in the first place positions at the same time. Xanta and Lear getting involved with those kills. Syrah's 5-7, good for the pick back onto one man, only one man. Responded to by Lear. Xanta spots another player over towards the B-bomb site. The A defense coming in for PR, well enough for that first kill, but he has such low HP. His double is only good for the damage against the T-side line. It's the 2-1 start for Omega and no money for Mouse NXT.
So the position that Nemega are going to find themselves in, I would say for the majority of even moving into the playoff games, is they're either going to be banning Dust 2 or they're just going to be banning opponent's strengths. So when you get into that scenario, you have to develop your map pool and be ready for the, I would say, the outskirt maps. And like we've seen in this series, a nuke for Mouse NXT. They would have had to have looked at that veto and said, you know, we really don't think we're going to get Vertigo. So how much can we prep for nuke to try and cause a bit of an upset?
Well, that'll be discovered when we get to that particular map.
It depends on how one-sided Ancient is too. I mean, that T-side against Bleed on Ancient was an 11-1/2, and I don't think we're going to get anything close to that, but that gives you an idea on just how stable the T-side is, that it's very strong with pacing, really good aimers, and even up against the Eco Pistols, they are evading it completely.
Stacked up towards A main, hoping that a player would face in and they can get one of those rifles out of the T-side hands, give a bonus towards the next gun round. But Flammus is evading that. Should be able to escape towards Cheetah in time. He's not going to stick around at Shelf, so AK is protected. Mouse NXT that's looking for the exit frags at this point. It's unlikely they get them from this range, though. Orb of Khan, the strike on one. Or more around the corner, but will not extend that far.
And always that click between teams on being sort of middle of the pack to really successful is so difficult to find an answer for what that actually is. And Omega have definitely found that in the last handful of months. And they had a difficult period towards the end of last year. I think the team of Sashi right now have found themselves in some really good form. And you always do wonder what it is, because it's only a few teams that can maybe do it in a year. I mean, how many Tier 2 teams do we really see strike against Tier 1 competition and get LAN opportunities? You would not even be able to name 2 or 3. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's such a small number every time.
Omega wonder if they can be in with that exclusive club. Advantage certainly with them at this moment in time. Mouse and XT to the defaults of the rifles. I think a stop call just get called out there by an Omega, so we'll not concede any further. Yep, Flammer seems to have DC'd, unfortunately, so not ready to go in around number 5, but it does give us a chance to take a deeper look at the buy itself for the Mouse squad, and you can already see where limitations of the economy are continuing to come into this early game.
Indeed. Mouse and XT are going to have a tough time to contest on Ancient, and to be fair, there's a lot of teams that can't even hold their weight on this map against Omega. This is now the 19th time in the last 3 months in best of 3 history that Ancient's been picked, and out of those 19 times that it's been picked, this is the 25th best of 3. So that gives you an idea that Ancient's always the go-to. The only time it isn't is if a team bans it against them. So
they just play it so much, don't they?
Yeah, they do. They love it. And it's very successful for them. The T-side round win percentage is one of the highest in the pool. And that's crazy. I mean, the T-side of Ancient being one of your highest, they put in a lot of good shifts on this map.
It is just a little bit silly, that whole like statistic.
And they just had so many blowouts in the rest circuit. I mean, the second event, what did they get? 13-6 against Alliance, 13-4 against Sangle, 13-8 versus Mouse and XT, a 13-5 against Bleed, 13-8 versus One Win. Teams struggled to just get double digits.
It's only recently where a couple of teams have started to catch them on off days, but even then sometimes those results, those wins are like 11-13. It's like they don't let go of this map that often at all.
And the one surprising one was against Sangle, to be honest, the other day. But in saying that, LNZ's go-to map in the pool is also Ancient. So you're kind of going into a best-of-3 series where both teams like that map.
Everybody else to suffer for it. Omega trying to make Mouse on XT suffer much quicker into the execution. They will go. Already site access gain. Lear training back on Crizzen. The second man back over at Cheetah has been seen. Sierra's decent damage done onto Flammers will put them in the back foot for the post plant, but it's a 4 versus 4.
And not that many nades for Omega to work on the post plant. Flammers against Sierra is going to be a key duel as Naitu falls to the kill out at long.
Sierra's attention is drawn away from Cheetah. PR starts moving in to try and support him. The man's back is turned. Flammus with the straight up kill instead. Looks back in to the last man over at Cheetah control. PR 2 versus 4 with him and Burbalov maybe looking for exits here. There are several tagged up players and Omega Xanta is one of them, as is Flammus, as is Risky Bob who takes damage. They can at least keep it an expensive round, but it is a 4th round nonetheless for Omega.
And it's funny, Jay, because when we first casted Omega in their opening games of the group stage of the last Rest tournament, we were getting quite excited about Khan, putting in some really good performances, showing some high levels of entertainment with the AWP. But as I've seen more from Omega, it's just the riflers that are the takeover players. Your Flammers, your, I would say, Xanta. Between those two guys, they have huge amounts of trading ability and just raw X factor. They make this execution into B and post plant look easy.
Overwhelming stances. Confident stuff from the Omega, not like you would expect much less from them. This T side. Guns, pistols against them. Will at least strike first. Crizzen onto Xanta, but Khan immediately removes Burmalov. His press out of ramp is easily taken aback by Omega.
Just catching enough vision. And now out there to cave. It's stacked up heavily between Sierra and the in-game leader. And PR is searching for a frag out in red, but no one's even giving him a jewel from shelf.
Crizzen will find one of them. Flammus trying to indicate a drop-off, trying to ensure the CTs or try and get the CTs to make a mistake. Trying to isolate further picks back. Sierra swings, actually with Naitu peeking alongside him, get the man advantage back here for the CT side.
Now, Lear is out to mid, and Khan has still got that bomb to the bottom of the B doors. Now, Lear's going to get up to shelf, and they can contact their way into B.
Regroup together. AK of Lear's got a lot of work to do. The AWP doesn't want to swap out to an AK just yet because they don't want to give away the game. There's a very slow walk up and both CTs just hankering down Smokes can get sent in to siphon them off from the short presence, but will they detect that? Lear, dry contact, walk out. The gun barrel's seen. The engagement from Night 2 lines him up for damage. Khan with that one pick back, suspecting there might be nobody else on the bomb site, but will jump face, will realize soon enough. He's a goner. Syrah with the kill count, and how's NXT put up their second.
And just around there where they get drawn into a bit of a trap, they have the boost up, they don't see anything to that left-hand side. They even spam the wall, and still Syrah peaks slightly later. And Cheetah's always one of those angles where, because it is so close range, MP9s are so rock solid. As Syrah and Naitu swing, both of those Nemega players just fall instantly. And for a moment, there's an opportunity of success.
Indeed there is. 2 to the good still for the Nemega. The AWP brought in by Bermalov now tries to apply itself to the fast plays out of the A bomb site. Flammer's first to fall, second peek on Risky Bomb gets him down. PR dealt with, but Bermalov's not done. Triple found the big green gun. Boost up for Khan's going to allow Lear to look over from tree, but suppression against the Nemega is going to allow them very little vision as Syrah finds Lear on the jump up. Contact gain, last player known about Khan's orb in a 1-on-4 clutch. Missed shot of the first. There's nothing left in the round for him.
That's a lovely round to come through from Bermalov. A position where he just kept fragging. Had that initial starts out from Donut, kept falling back, and just kept getting numbers.
Ends with 4. Wonderful sequence, wonderful defense from him. Mouse and NXT getting everything they required out of that. Sick stuff from Bermalov, and Omega continuing to be tested here. Will not have a buy to supplement them as well.
Bermalov, just want to see where the flashes come through. Just getting on the edge of those smokes. Very tight angles being held.
Mouse can now contest this scoreline, try and draw us up to evens and beyond. Last map up saw the Nemega side really run away with the first half before the late game sort of got something together for Mouse and NXT. So the fact that they're getting involved in the mid portion, very encouraging stuff for the Academy side, especially as they will be able to take on just the pistols of the Nemega camp. Upgrades on Xanta and Flammus, and Lear's got a PT-50 as well. So see if these hand cannons can find any casualties and try and make it a bit expensive.
And the first European series in the CCT circuit was probably a bit of a wake-up call as well in the last handful of days for Nemega. And they took on 1 win in their opening game, beat them there, ended up taking a forfeit loss to Sinners, and then went down to Sangul, an international squad of LNZ that's on decent run of form in recent history. And then they got upset by ex-Preezy to go down 1-3 in the main Swiss stage. I suppose that is a team that's hard to prep for, considering it's just a mix at the moment.
I'm not sure what the future of that particular roster is going to be.
But for Nemega, I mean, just to have a grand final victory and then go 1-3 at the main Swiss stage, they won't be happy with that one at all.
Want to make amends. Again, some of those results haven't been all as hit as they'd love it to be. This event has been their domain, though. Bermalov, however, makes the A site his domain consistently. Finally, Khan gets a couple of things back and drops that AWPer, but should get recovered. At least it forces an AK to get returned fight. There's that much, but not much more than that. 4 apiece. Mouse and NXT got exactly what they wanted. An easy enough round. The Nemega answer back with guns.
A Risky Bob yet to be able to get a kill out here on Ancient. One of the guys that's been maintaining lane for the rounds. Bermalov, I'd like to see him get a little bit more involved in the gun round. We saw a really good triple from him against the AXEC. We've now seen a pretty good round on the anti-eco. Let's see what he's made of come the next.
That one man inserted over towards lane. Crizzen might look to try and challenge him or get towards Shelf, where the T's are really acting out too. Engagement from Crizzen plays distraction, enabling his teammate to come in with support, but Xanta snuck right past him. We'll look for PR, we'll look for the mid fights. Seeing one player has no idea of the man below him. PR's going to get caught. That's one pick to return, throwing a bit of discombobulation into the CT side over on the B half of the map, but Syrah still maintains his presence and vision onto A. Xanta is looking for another kill before his teammates act.
If he gets one more, this round could be on. Night 2 just catches him. And now Sierra is deep in from CT. Lear and Carter hoping for the A pick, but no one's on A directly.
I don't have a smoke to siphon off this CT spawn angle. I think they're aware that Sierra's out there. Orp into the back lines, watching out from Donut, fighting onto the M4 now. Baited shot, aware of exactly where the bomb's been placed towards. And try and cut him off from the site. He's going to extend a little bit deeper. They haven't got time for this.
Well, they need a pick. There's no way they can get the bomb down. Lear and the Orpa are kind of just searching right now.
And Lear may search the right position. Red seeing Crizzen. Engagements found. Bermalov might have to try and provide support if Crizzen goes down. Tags initially. AK goes falling. And the Orp is now left with 20 seconds on the clock. Heard by the CT side, knowing exactly where he is. Sierra. Check position. Bermalov makes his way around with distraction, and Kyle Muldrow dropping all the same. So, how's NXT? They have a lead.
Well, really good patience and gimmick from Crizzen. So he's in a stance there where, because of the smoke down to shelf, you're expecting for Nemega come out elbow and just focus on the red and donut player. And instead, Crizzen's just gone very aggressive. Risky Bob was watching out for it, but it's just slightly unorthodox. And then this kill, that's the defining moment. If Xanta gets it, maybe you don't see as much of a rotation towards A. It forces back to a 3v3. Nemega can cancel for a moment. Mouse NXT are making some good individual plays.
Shot to Bermalov. Xanta is caught. Turns back in with a second flick, but misses it out. 5-7. Eventually gets pushed out of the way. 4v4 has been gained. Tech9 fighting in mid is Lear. Crizzen to go down. And Sierra, HE's open the smoke. Catches the bomb carrier. Denies the bomb plant for the time being. Even man stance still favors the CT side with the weapons. Flowers has picked up an AWP, but can he do anything with it?
I need to try and strike with a kill. Aggressive out from CT. Lear gets one more in Temple.
PR picked up, and now the smoke at Donut will fade. AK in the hands of Risky Bob. M4, did he spot him? I don't think he did. They're wary that they've gone back out and potentially going towards the B bomb site. So this is a ruse. The silence in the Mega has pulled NXT.
Oh no, they know it's A. Sierra's just repositioning. He's just getting out to A main to set up the backstab.
Does allow a chance for a bomb plant though. On the half-buy basis, the Mega can be happy with that, or they can go for a little bit more. Donut is now open, but they're going towards CT spawn.
And they need to try and get this fight against Naitu, but he's actually very defensive.
Open AK, lined up, knocked down. Frenchman wins out a triple, and Mouse NXT have been in 6.
That's a round where it actually does get quite scary. The opening press from A main is successful for the 1-for-1 against the Orpa. The late lurk and elbow catches one of the rotators of Crizzen from shelf. A stance, though, where Sierra's defensive line, being so deep, makes it uneasy for the Pistols. And they wanted to keep searching. They wanted to keep fighting. Didn't want to focus on prioritizing the plant.
Rifles will come back for the Mega here. One AK safe from Mouse NXT. Knights are forced away for it, but Crizzen straight in with those flashes, catching Lear off guard. Advantage taken by Mouse NXT. Nemega dipping in for a bit more. Xanta's caught with U2 in hand. The lineup of PR. Damage is up 2. He gets one of those kills and can't known about towards the B doors. Crizzen catching an easy pick on Risky Bob. This Mouse NXT is about to win the half.
And this is a Crizzen in-game leader that's being quite creative with the aggressive approaches. Rather than sitting back and being more defensive in cave, he's constantly looking for fights. Out from shelf, down towards bottom of ramp. You have Naitu on a bit of a crossfire there as well. They've definitely come into Ancient with a game plan of always fighting, always being in positions where you were establishing crossfires and not giving respect to the default.
Nemega will lose all players as a result. AKs are plenty. Is there anyone for Crizzen? I don't think there is. Not like it matters, though. Last round of the half, they got plenty of firepower, and Omega will not be able to respond with a full investment. This could be an 8-4 CT side.
And we were talking about it in yesterday's show of if there's an upset between Mouse NXT and Omega, we will see a Bleed versus Omega first round of the playoffs, which would be wild. A grand final so early on means that one of our favorite teams are going to get knocked out. Omega were in a strong position at 4-1, but this Mouse NXT side has come to play, and they are threatening the first map in the series.
That they are. Been a wild set of affairs. Three rounds up on Mouse and XT, trying to extend it to a 4-round advantage at the turn of the half. Things have been going extremely positive for them on the CT side. Again, doing far better than the 5 that they got on their CT side previously.
Yeah, lack of B hits in the last couple of rounds. We've seen a lot of A leans from Nemega, which means PR's not getting as involved in the action. And he's a guy that's the highest rated player for Mouse NXT on this map in the last 3 months, and he's 5-5. It comes down to Sira in mid, Krizen in cave, and Bermalov with some of his AWP plays from A main and Donut.
Nemega will at least have all the rifles to play with, but not a single AK in sight. Certainly not the most powerful of rifle rounds to close out this opening half.
And with the amount of tactical timeout, or technical timeouts, I should say, maybe there is some issues that are affecting the Nemega side. They've got to try and brush past them and focus up for a really key round.
Well, I mean, if you take a look at the numbers, you might start to see exactly where the issues are cropping up. Risky Bob, for instance, has no kills yet. Or Bermalov baited out at least. They're going to go for the fast execution, or at least Flamus is going to do so. They're going to pull him out onto that A bomb site. Naitu's counter HEs will dish out some damage towards Xanta. Hearing two sides of the attack, but neither one looks to commit.
And that was actually well played from Nemega to have a pressure point to catch Naitu off guard, but in the end, he doesn't even take much damage.
Wins a fight as a result of that. Xanta responds back to Khan's casualty. Now PR is in the back corner of Long. Smokes out Molotov. Xanta going to press the issue unchecked to this position. Kill found. Bomb denied. Patience, a virtue that he has plenty of. Mouse NXT up by 2 players. Make it 3. Flamus in a 1-on-4 that he just can't win. This will be an 8-4 CT half.
And they know that Naitu's not the cave player and Krizen is. So because they deal with Naitu, and they know that Krizen's in cave, they expect 2 on B because there wasn't a crossfire with that wood corner. It's a 2-2-1, and right there, it's a hard bait. That long player at PR just does not peek until he hears the bomb going down.
Krizen about to spot, about to spray, about to maintain the 4-round advantage for Mouse NXT. 8 on the CT side on Nemega's own map pick. Another map pick as well that we rated the T side so heavily earlier on.
Indeed. Nemega have had a tough time adapting to the playstyle from Mouse NXT. Krizen's called a very good game. They've been reading it to a fine degree. And now you're in a position where you should be closing out. You've made quite a statement. You've threatened the first half. Go out there and get another 5 rounds. Go out there and close map 1 and potentially be a team that pushes Nemega into an uncomfortable decider best of 3.
And last time out, Mouse were only able to get 3 on their T-side line. They're going to need at least a little bit more of a push, but to win the pistol and the conversions, an encouraging start for them. Take to that T-side mid-default. Risky Bob's USP trying to contest them. Flamus' Julius gets involved out towards red. No one's accounting for that. Lear comes in with 2 of his own. His USPs just mow them down. It looks like no pistol today for NXT.
And Lear just stepping up out from red. Just when it seemed as if Mouse NXT were going to pincer into Donut nicely. Real sharp round from Lear. And that's going to get some of the positives going. That's going to get some confidence back into the spirits of Nemega.
Exactly what you want to see from them. They haven't got much else to work with. They will have the gun buys, of course. Flamus' initial start was perfect to set up Lear and everything. No one saw that red push. Ends off that round with 15 kills total in this matchup. Mao's respond with a force buy.
Try and get in quickly. Should be the B-pop.
Xanta and Lear will be on the defensive elements. Krizen straight up and out. Flashes will get sent. Xanta will be revealed with the trajectory of his HE. Round the corner they'll go, but him and Risky Bob do hold their nerve. Bermalov with a couple kills back, a 3rd on the Mat 10, but no more than that.
Excellent B hold. Just so much damage being done. Yes, there's a TK involved in the action, but those B defenders just put up mass damage to bring rotations out from red and deny the bomb from going down. Don't allow Mouse and XT to force buy again. And Omega, this is where you start farming up the cash. This is the kind of round where you keep 5 alive. There's a nade stack involved somewhere for Mouse and XT, so watch out for that.
Don't have much else in the firepower department, though, so if you evade it, that's all she wrote. Initial HGs will come out towards mid, but that's about it. Another one was used elsewhere, trying to get down towards shelf. Risky Bob tanks a bit of that. But 3 HGs expended and only 15 points of damage. Not exactly a great set of utility.
Another HG. And another one that does pretty much nothing. Risky Bob. I wonder if he's having some ping issues, perhaps. PC issues as well. 1 and 9. A guy that we look at as being quite a consistent rifler. Very strong, supportive piece for this Omega organization.
Two more rounds for them to make up. Should be one of them right here against the NXT Pistols. Forced in against Khan, who does mow through 2.5. Flammus there to get the other half and do damage on towards Sira and Bermalov. Bermalov caught tagged up next, Herd towards main. Risky Bob's taking for his 3rd kill. And he'll get it.
And Mal's NXT need to make a statement on the buy, otherwise this will be Omega taking back the lead. Pushing for more, getting themselves in a strong position where they were threatened for a moment, and then they were comfortable. It was very streaky in that first half, wasn't it? Pistol got 1, but then it was an instant anti-force buy round that allowed 4 in a row, and then you had a very clean 7 in a row to close out the half. So now seeing 3, I do wonder if yet again we're going to get a streak.
Rifles to try and stop it here from Ours. Bermalov's AWP through the smoke, tries to strike, but Flammus and Risky Bob clean them all out. Nice and easy for them. Xanta even following suit with his SMG. 1 pick back from Crizzen. Needs to try and follow back a trade, but no, Risky Bob involved from mid. Moves the last of the lane presence. Naitu's been hurt by dropping his weapon out. The AWP getting thrown out of bounds. Not like it matters though. Omega already have one. And they will equalize at 8 apiece.
At 19 seconds, Jay, and it was a 5v2. That scares me. That round was over so quickly. Aggressive mid, aggressive lane. And Mouse and XT, they've got to get a feel for the pacing that they want to offer. If you want to go quick, you need to be making sure that util's on point, that timings are nice. Because right there, they legitimately are running out of that elbow smoke, and it's just straight into the mincer, straight into the crossfire.
Mouse and XT just disappearing before their very eyes. Last time out, they responded to the pistol win of the Omega with a couple of rounds on the force back, but this time that didn't happen, and they've lost everyone since. Remember, those were the only 3 rounds they got last time out on Ancient. Talked up the Omega's T side so much. Remember, there is a CT half to play with, and that's not bad for them either, as demonstrated by what we've seen so far, and should be demonstrated as well in round 17, because look at the buy.
And Mouse and XT want to try and get as much out of this as possible. Mid-util, but fairly fast out to the bottom of the B doors. Lear sees nothing aggressively out to Cheetah, so instantly, because he knows he's up against an eco, get himself out to the bomb site directly.
Held back with M4 in hand. Xanta's got smokes in the way. HG standing by for him as well. Flashes that we'll see where Mouse XT are coming in from. Quick pop out to the quick burst fire. Lear will get his pick in as well as Xanta gets a couple more of his AK and his HG combinations. Bermalov not quite taken down by the nade. Shouldn't take many more down for him. 1-on-3 clutch is leaving him very difficult.
And what I love in that round, Jay, is as soon as Lear doesn't see that opening contact out from Cheetah, get back into the bomb site and hold 3 on B. And that read is just, it's beautiful. That is the perfect crossfire that you want against this kind of buy. And they maintain it pretty easily. Not much of a scare at all.
One fight that doesn't go well. Not that you could expect it to his credit. Only pistols out in that round. Guns will return from Mals NXT, but this may be one of their last couple of chances they're going to have to contest this map up. Omega. Now well and truly in the lead and closing in on the win.
Mals NXT, I just wondered to myself, surely they don't let this go and just get slapped about. They gave us such a good performance in that first half that maybe I'm not expecting a map win, but I'm expecting double digits. I'm expecting a little bit of a contest. It just doesn't feel right for Omega to run away with this.
And again, Mals have a chance here to try and stop any further progression from the Omega side. One of their last chances to do so. AKs are out for the CT side, though. Risky Bob and Flamus. Rest of the regular weapons, they've got plenty of cash as well for the CTs. So even if Mals take this round, things are going to get very difficult even afterwards. AKs taking first port of call in from mid initially. You've got Risky Bob to try and challenge them. The AWP of the T side is back there playing possum. Khan might receive them over at main.
The last few rounds, Khan's been the A anchor with the AWP or in Donut. Haven't seen him on B at all. Flamus was close tucked behind that smoke in case anyone wanted to get aggressive. Full lane being taken. This is a lot of map control and map information too.
Flamus got the smoke in hand. Ermolov putting his own smokes down, instantly responded to by Flamus, ensuring they cannot gain mid-control.
Now Flamus keeping his head ducked down for the anti-flash in case they try and pop. Mals NXT, you can only wait for so long.
Yeah.
Now there isn't another resmoke for any of the shelf players, so there's not another one that can go down.
Prison sets up the flash. Smoke to red does come through eventually. They start acting out incendiaries towards pit. Now Mals NXT spring into life, but how much life can they hold in this round? It's going to have to be quick acting life. 30 seconds remaining. Flamus, AK first to challenge. Syrah will fall first.
Oh, Flamus just keeps farming away. And this round looks over already. Burmy does get a trade back, but two players on B, back passive for Risky Bob and for Xanta.
Well, Risky does start pressing. HG's down on Xanta, doing a little bit of damage, but all they need to do is hold the crossfire. There's no smokes towards long, and the bomb gets dropped, leaving it all on Burmalov to save his AWP, because there's no way he's winning this clutch. Omega take 10.
And to be fair to Mals NXT, Jay, they tried to adapt. They've previously had a lot of pace. They go into a gun round where they try and really slow it down. They try retaking nades. They come out from elbow. They try and pressure Donut, and instantly Flamus just gets 2 kills.
Straight up, straight out. Mals NXT taking a second tack. Because they are running out of ideas. They continue to run out of chances. That rifle round will be followed up by one in round 20. Burmalov will probably have to hold on to the AWP for this one. Things are looking more and more awkward for the Academy side. Yet to start on T. 6 in a row for Omega.
I don't even think they've had a single round in the second half that even looks remotely winnable.
That is true. Been shut out of every single one. The defensive lines held. Mals generate some ideas. At least stave off map point with the next rifle buy, but if they can't do that, you're looking at the end of them Ancient.
Backstab out from A mains, very successful for 2. Burmy with the HP is down to 68 because of the HE.
Shots ring out from that AWP as well, so indicating exactly where he is. Lear, meanwhile, makes his walk contact and doesn't quite respond to Bermalov in time. The boost up catches Khan, and just like that, B-side's looking a little bit light on defense. 3-on-3 situation, the bomb can make his way up the site.
Now, Burmy is getting some of this attention drawn out from Shelf. Xanta on the side could deny the bomb. No, not quite.
Hair too late. Bermalov trying to get baited out from ramp position. Flash is sent to keep him blinded. They'll start swinging. They'll burst through. PR makes his move in from Cave. Gets the kill on Xanta. Now Risky Bob. Two very low HP players to deal with here. And Plant down towards the back of the site. The AWP hearing him. Tapped once. Sprays through, catching the one frag. Knows exactly where PR is. Catches the second just on his escape. Risky Bob will continue the hype train, continue the run up for the Mega. 11 on the board. The CT streak just will not end.
And if I'm Bermalov, I am fuming. I am livid. Yes, it's an upgraded eco round off of the back of the saved in orb, but you've managed 3 kills and it's not enough. How is that not enough? Yes, it's a 2v1 post plant with low HP, but in those sort of scenarios,
Three rounds in the lead for the Mega now. Situation dire. At least Syrah can start things off. Lear is down. Syrah trying to follow up against Flammer's responsives. Certainly sit to the right angles at this moment in time. Advantage to the 5-on-3. It's not looking good. Shots of Khan, fragging onto Crizin. One man to forward the T side. Syrah picked up next. Xanta will follow it up. 3-on-2 situation. T-side players on the bomb site need to try and prioritize that plant. Bermalov's AWP catches one. Risky Bob with a kill back. 1-on-3 for Night2. When NXT started with a 2-man advantage, it all starts falling apart for them. Second kill on Khan. 1v1. Night2 trying to get back to that A-bomb site real quick. Positions held. AK's wrap around. Bomb plant has been secured here, but a 1-on-1 for Xanta. Holds his nerve, holds his position back out towards spawn. AK leans, Xanta caught, spray through, he wins it. And the Mega just will not die. They refuse to give up a single round.
How many more chances are they going to get, Jay? How many more opportunities are going to present? Oh, that's the one. That's the one right there to deny them at points.
Doesn't happen, though. 12-8. 4 chances to close. The Mega have not missed a single CT round. Mao's NXT. When they felt like they had such a good momentum swing, this great opportunity off the back of that first half to just run straight through. Falling apart when it comes to the defensives of the Mega, who continue to strike. Lear with sheer confidence onto Syrah. Crizin pinned in a corner as Xanta presses on towards lane. A kill alongside Flammers. Lear gets traded back. Night2 gets involved to a 2 versus 2. Xanta might get isolated. Khan's on his way into mid though.
And the issue is, where do they end? Yes, you've got the player of PR into Cave. Xanta's still out from the doors. If he gets this kill, that drops the bomb. That's round done.
He's pressed. Night2 creeps. Pixel given up, but a spray. That's the kill found. PR now. Alone to the clutch. Khan Zorp sees him, knows exactly what to do. Wait it out. Force him to make an aggressive move, to make an aggressive mistake. He finds that fight though, and Xanta tries to play protective. The footsteps will get heard. PR needs to come to him, and he's playing so close to only offer himself up to the last man. And Mao's NXT stay in play.
This might be the only way they win rounds, Jay. The only way is clutches. I mean, even that last one, what was that, a 1v3 from Night2 attempted? Oh my. I actually thought Omega were going to go completely flawless. I actually thought they were going to win this map without dropping around in the second half.
Yeah, I thought so too. Felt like it was right there, but one fight makes the difference for Mal's NXT. Now the pressure's on them. They're trying to fight back as best they can. One step at a time, one round out of 4. Sprays through from PR and Co. Lear is caught Molotov by PR and Krisen's assistance. The HGs come back into the T side and Flammer starts walking into the hands of the T side. Krisen with 1 kill and Bermalov with a follow-up will maintain the man advantage, extending it as well. Karnzorp, now known about, will fall back to the back lanes and Molotov away from his common rotation angle.
Asira with the walkout on A should bring the rotation of the bomb back through T spawn. Khan is still trying to put an Orc v Orc battle in.
Bermalov's shoulder will go peeking out. He's seen, he's dead. 2v3, still risky bomb, caught sprayed down. Now the bomb can consider the committance. Khan's gonna hear that rotation. He knows there's nothing he can do, so... advantages continue to close down.
And this is actually wild that we're in this scenario. A 1v2 clutch from PR is now actually giving them a chance to potentially go all 24 rounds, to go all through regulation.
Was looking like a blowout towards the end, but perhaps there's still life. Number 10 on the NXT board, and Omega put a lot of money behind that round as well, and not a lot of savings reserved for them. The AWP of Calm will need to stay in play, and they're going to have to formulate probably a half buy at best around it. Not even that. He's dead to rights, full eco now.
I was going to say, if they did save the AWP, I actually might have seen a force buy, just because you won't get the AWP in for round 24. But now it has to be a full eco. And Mal's NXT, they've got to consider this scenario of a very good one chance of being able to push it into overtime. Because they'll know Calm won't have the AWP, so we might be able to do something a bit quicker. We might be able to exploit pace. They've got to get through the anti-eco first. Very light investment. What, 5-7, HE, that's it.
Already found for Bermalov's AWP pick. Deep at the doors, reboost. Spotting him again here for the CT side, but that's the best you can really do at this point.
They'd love to get just 1 kill, try and save a rifle into the next round. Even Flammus with the 5-7 is the only player on A, but he's starting to rotate over.
Straight up gamma for all that remain. CT start pushing. Xanta, Khan and Lear caught dead to rights. Flammus is 5-7. A couple of players that are low, so perhaps a cheeky kill here or there. PR from the long-range engagement, finds his spray, finds his kill. All 5 alive from Mal's NXT. One final gun buy for Omega. As you mentioned, can't get the AWP out. It's M4s across the board.
And Omega going to take a tactical chat to box, because this is a scenario where they were in quite an uncomfortable state of the 4-8. They got themselves in a really strong position to close, and now they could potentially be being pushed to overtime. The CT sides have been glorious for both teams. We've seen a massive amount of success in that side.
Omega talked to a man that found success with this very name. But what can box impart that gives Omega that final push past the finish line to take Ancient? Round 24, it's either win or overtime on Omega or Maus. SMGs on Xanta taking the majority of the utility. Have to play their cards right though, because it's limited on literally everyone else.
In-game leader, very aggressive out from Cave. PR, the only lane player. A couple of the T's trying to come out from elbow. Krisen leading the pack.
Leaning into mid, PR sees exactly where Lear is, but evades the contact of that spray, finds the kill on Kritten. Second player faces, but two went in for the engagement, so he falls extremely quickly. Xanta evades that Molotov by a small margin. The AWP flick misses. Khan goes down in the meantime, so it's an even man stance to the 3 versus 3, but Xanta has the bomb without any backup.
Oh my goodness, that may be one of the biggest whiffs you're going to see all day. He was even ready for the fight on the edge of the smoke.
Op. Now needs to challenge the T side, but which angle are they going to attack from? Risky Bob now joining Flammus. They'll start to look in towards the doorways. Lane is compromised, but they're backing up to try and take the site and counter flank.
This is going to take a lot of time stalling, and this is being watched by Flammus on the off angle.
They're wary of it. A smoke down to that cross would ensure that they can all get towards the bomb. I think PR just got spotted. Flammus is ready for him. Reface, seen him now. See Syrah as well. Spray connect. Second kill, not so much. 2v2. PR's bought them a chance.
There's Hunter with the HE, though, and the AWP right towards the body of PR.
Cross back, AWP in, there's a shot, PR down. 15 seconds for Naitu to strike. Takes a burst, looks in for Risky, but the spray is awkward and far too high. And Omega will take it at last. 13-11, Ancient is theirs.
I cannot believe that the AWP was ready for that and missed. That is going to be so hurting, because Burmy knows. Burmy knows, I win that duel, we win the round. Done. One kill made the difference.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I think you said at the time, flick of a lifetime, and he missed it. Whiff of a lifetime, he missed it. That has got to hurt so badly, because Bermanov was posting up some incredible moments with that AWP. Maybe not as consistent as you'd like him to be, and maybe that's something you have to criticize, given what we just saw in that last round. But at the same time, when he was on, he was on. It's just the case he wasn't on in that round. And for Mouse NXT, no overtime as a result, no chance to turn around the Ancient result.
And for Mouse NXT, I'm disappointed because what started a little bit of a round streak at the tail end was a 1v2. If that round doesn't come through from PR, they get nothing. They get absolutely no success in that second half at all. And for a map that gets played quite frequently at an 8-4 half, when you get those moments, when you get those sort of one-sided scorelines, you have to be taking it against the favorites, because Omega are going to come back. And you know what I was thinking about with that massive round streak in the second half on the City side is we've got Nuke next, and Omega are going to start on that City side. If we get them in a strong position again, they could give themselves a really good-looking scoreline to put a lot of pressure on the Academy squad.
Yeah, this is where history diverts. Last time out, it was Vertigo as the second map, the pick of the Mouse NXT side, but that was banned out first and foremost, and for right good reason, because that was an incredible 13-2 result from them. And as you mentioned, Nuke will be the backup plan of the Mouse NXT side. With how stellar the defensive halves look for Omega, it might be momentum swinging into the second map after this short break, so don't go anywhere as we decide who maybe we're going towards the playoffs.
Respect from 1xBet. 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 Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
Welcome back to the series. It's time to get in the map number 2, where Malzahn XT would typically be considered quite a heavy staunch opposition to deal with, because what would usually be their map pick is the most stellar one. But Nuke ain't Vertigo, Dwayne, and as you mentioned earlier on before we started this one off, their map pool could certainly be a one-trick pony at times for the Academy squad.
And for Nemega, this is where you really want to try and challenge, because they've actually had some decent results on Nuke for their last couple of officials, the 13-5 against the Danes of X-Preezy, the 13-7 against Sangul, and they'll look at that one and say, okay, we got tested quite a bit on Ancient, but only because of that first half. If we had a bit of a cleaner first half performance, we would have closed down that map a lot earlier.
Yeah, I just think about the fact that you went from an 8-4 to an 8-12, right? Like that whole streak that came in on the CT side was unbelievably dominant. Now they go towards the Nuke, where they should be picking into the CT side as well, just to start things off. Feels like to me that's where we're going to sort of see them really like compound their efforts, so to speak. In terms of obviously the Malzahn XT squad and the reason why they picked into this map as their one in the pool, obviously you had to pick a second best because Vertigo is now out of the system, and they have got a couple of good wins as of late. I think my concern is that even though those map ups were confident against Eklot and X-Preezy, it is following on off a 6-map losing streak, and that's obviously the one key concern, because it's not like they're taking on anyone special in that losing streak.
Yeah, there's a couple of weakened teams. I would say that they've got Bleed and Eklot in there, where Eklot pick a lot of Nuke. The Gamer Legion one as well is towards the higher end, but losses to Permitter and Incilio, you don't want to be taking those. So for Malzahn XT, they're going to have to deliver quite nicely, and they're going to have to show us that performance that we saw against Eklot in the opening game on Nuke.
Indeed, yes, and whether we actually get to see that probably might rely on some of the individuals in play. Obviously, to talk about how that last map went down for Malzahn XT, got to give a lot of credit towards the AWP of Bermalov. Had some sick shots over the course of that one, but at the same time, he was the one that whiffed that last shot and maybe didn't hit as many of the consistently solid shots as you'd hope out of him. So perhaps to improve upon that coming into this map might be one of the key win conditions for Malzahn XT in my eyes.
I think Sira's going to be key outside. He's a guy that is going to always be on the move. He's going to be someone that is trying to engage in a lot of fights. So him and Bermalov, the duo there is probably going to be quite pivotal to success. For Nemega, I would just want to keep an eye on Flammus and Xanta once more.
Flammus is on the Julies for the pistol round. Xanta's USP is playing aggressive over at ramp, so right to call those two players out because they might get heavily involved in this defensive line. Xanta moving in as the utility pops out. Fast execution comes in. Lear in the backside gets involved. Flammus' Julies do strike alongside Risky Bomb on Sira. The CTs continue his backstab as the spams come forward against Crizzen. He is low HP. Nighty's dead. Crizzen can get one responsive kill back, but 3 more to find. Does find Risky Bob as well. Karma's extremely low HP, but Crizzen does not hit the killing blow. And the Mega take the pistol.
How much guts must you have if you're Xanta on a pistol round to be walking solo into ramp? That is crazy that he actually made that happen, and straight away, because he just doesn't see anything and their outside player doesn't see anything, it gives the tell it should be an upper play, and they set themselves accordingly quite easy. Risky Bob on the first line of defense gets one, Flammus at top hut gets another, Khan to the backside gets 2, even with him being on very low HP.
And the Mega starting up in this map up CT side. The pistol win, and NXT do not take any further advantages or any further presses forward in terms of the force buys. Happy with just these pistols, go to the guns in the next and try and contest with the real rifles.
And Omega want to give themselves a nice tidy round streak, just like what Malzahn XT were able to do in that first half. Streaks could honestly be quite pivotal to the first and second half for both teams. They're seeing a lot of CT side success on Nuke. And for Nemega to try and get into a group stage game where they don't drop a map. I mean, both of their opening games of the last Rest tournament and this one, they got tidy 2-0s. We did see Nemega get tested in the winners game last time around, though, where they ended up going to a third map, a decider against Sangul, where even that one went all 24 rounds in regulation.
Already had one 24-round game out of this series. One pick back on Bermalov. Again, inserting himself into early confidence with his pistol. But shouldn't see much more out of it here. The SMGs will overwhelm. The M4 will get picked right back up for Flamus. 4 players will maintain their lives as the 2-0 sets in for Omega, and Mouse bring out their guns.
And Mouse and XT would like to see maybe a bit of an aggression play on the outside or the vent drop, just to give a couple of gimmicks in the opening sequence. Try and catch Omega off guard on the bonus round. They'll know that there will still be a couple of SMGs or maybe even a FAMAS in play. It won't be the strongest of weaponry investments.
Press on, and the smokes towards the outside. Risky Bob's SMG sprays down the first of Naitu. Advantage taken, trying to get extended as well by that MP9. Molotov towards credit card. Not quite put out by Syrah. Backing off for the moment. Regrouping with his teammates who have made their way down Secret.
And they've taken complete lobby. Xanta is up against PR, and so is Flamus. They're watching the ladder from the higher end of T-Roof. And even this SMG is doing so much damage outside from Risky Bob.
And Lear comes in with extra support to do serious damage onto Crizin. PR does win his fight back on Flamus, so we're back to a 3-on-3. But look at Xanta again pressing forward towards the top of the roof. PR does not know about this. He will do soon enough. Caught looking the wrong way. Xanta actually the man advantage turns the way of NXT, but now look at Risky Bob involved at the back lines. Crizin, no idea about this. Risky round the corner. That's a kill found. Second player does mow him back down. Khan now with all of it to do.
Down to the lower bomb site on the rotation, but PR is starting to walk out A, so this bomb should come up into the vent.
They have no info on Khan. Khan has no info on them. And has no real rotation room without making serious noise here. None of the doorways were open. The glass wasn't popped out there towards OBS. He'll come back in towards the vent anyway, try and make some noise towards it. I think PR's hearing those footsteps though, so they have an idea of where he's going to retake from without a kit, but a full set of utility.
And not an easy round for Khan to go with. If he doesn't get a kill in early, it might just be him saving onto the AK armor.
He's found a kit now, so perhaps that might ease off the pressure a little bit. The smoke, however, continuing to maintain itself. It now will start to fade. Khan. Still coming in from heaven, though. Might try go for a cheeky... Nah. I was going to say he might try and go for a cheeky ninja if he makes it up with the smoke and the defuse kit, but... fall back out towards spawn, keep the AK. Mouse and XT will find their starts.
I'm actually very surprised that PR gets 2 kills there. Omega have made the right play, so... they get outside a lot of success from Risky Bob in Garage, and they've got 2 players of Flamus and Xanta establishing a crossfire in lobby. PR catches the first. Xanta gets out to the T-roof to expect PR to start maneuvering out of lobby and towards outside, and he's just ready for it. He's just in a position of where he strikes on timing, and Xanta is annoyed because he knows that fight is his. That's his duel to win.
Rebuys from Omega will come in around the AK. Bringing those weapons on the rifles for 3 players. 2 of them are M4s, one of which is a FAMAS. Broken investment might allow Miles and XT to start to convert upon the early game in the end. Blind sprays of Lear catching damage on PR. Didn't know how far he'd walked forward towards. Now we'll start to see him ahead of that smoke. Flashes a little bit late. Naitu caught with also damage of his own right. Flamus, SMG trying to find an angle of attack, but no one's coming in from the heart. Naitu's caught Khan out from heaven. Lear strikes back. Crisin's got the bomb on his back. Another 1v1 fight to take for the M4, but he misses it out. Galil trying to answer back. Mollies will send it away towards Tetris, so Lear is forced into get into the harder cover. They'll dive down the vents in the meantime. Omega is suppressed, but they have the man advantage.
Xanta dropping into ramp, a little bit late to the marker. Burmy struggling with that duel. How is Xanta on 73 points of health?
I have absolutely no idea, but it is a hell of a kill for Omega to take. 4-on-2 now for them. Syrah and Crizin, both with AK. Syrah yet to frag in this game. Let's see if he can change that here. Crizin in the back lines, they're on the bomb site. The kill from Crizin actually lines up on the second player right behind him. Flamus and Lear to fall. Diffuse. Not quite coming in yet. They've tapped it once with a draw out the fight. Syrah goes down. Crizin known about tapping and holding that diffuse. It's Xanta. Blind sprays, open up the doorway. Risky Bob goes down, but Xanta's held it all the way. He'll grab the M4, he'll go for a save, he'll keep it out of the hands of Xanta, but ultimately the round goes away in Omega.
As another one there where it's actually looking pretty clinical in the retake for Omega. They get themselves a 4 versus 2. Really good timing that Krizen's able to find against the vent rotation. But Burmy, that duel against Xanta, just one bullet connects when both players are really struggling against one another.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, but whatever it was, that was me looking back at that and saying, maybe I might have just cost my team the round there. And as a result, Omega are right back on to trying to add pressure towards the T side. Of course, there is a rebuy thanks to the bomb plant bonus. Look at the press of Flammus, though. In at squeaky door, PR on the ladder itself. Expecting CTs to regress. Neither man's going to see each other yet.
As a PR can just wait for a contact and then instantly strafe up, get to the floor, and then start firing. If he starts going down the ladder, though, if he feels that lobby is in fact clear, it's going to be an easy kill for Flammus.
All depends on this action. Meanwhile, towards outside, Risky Bomb has caught a kill on Syrah. Straight through the smoke, seeing where Krizen is, and he runs right into Khan. Not expecting there to be a second player on that outside presence. 5-on-3 game with no damage done.
And picking into Nuke is always difficult when you have to start on the T side when it's not your best map in the pool. This is a strong-looking Omega in the first few rounds of the game. Bomb out from Secret. Lear just gets a bit of a contact and puts the smoke down. And Naito has to cancel. They probably have to go AO for this.
PR will get the trade on Risky Bob in the end, but he takes a lot of damage in return for it. Flammus considering trying to hold outside, but Mini Molotov off by Naito. Press is coming in from his teammates as well towards Secret. Player up over at the ramp comes in towards Heaven to try and provide support. 15 seconds. Flammus just needs this one good kill on Naito, and that would be enough. The M4 provides support and distraction. They're not going to consider the idea of the close vent corner, but Flammus peeks out. Lear comes up from vent, eventually gets his kill and his double. No time left for PR. Mowed down by Lear in his triple. Omega continue with confidence.
And the issue that I'm noticing from Mouse NXT is the only chances they're getting are because of individual duels. And in that round there, it was just PR's one lobby kill that gave him a bit of workability to get back in. He expects that that Krizen multi-frag and the 2v4 in the lower site where they go in for the vent rotation. And PR with the 2 kills that he got out on T-Roof previously. And you just think, how many more opportunities are you going to get where individuals can make plays? How many more chances of round victories are going to come?
On Mouse. Shouldn't find much success in this one. PR does at least take the trade back onto Xanta. But 6 HP for him, the only player with Kevlar. Dead to rights on the start.
I'd actually say that that is pretty much round over now, isn't it? Because
yeah,
it's the right call to put the AK in somebody else's hands. Doesn't matter if there's aim punch. You ain't doing anything on 6 points of health. You're going to just die immediately.
Whoever has it needs to land that first headshot on an instant. Upgrade pistols, and Syrah and Naito as well. PR took the deagle off of Bermalov. Boost. Try and look towards outside, seen by Flammus, opting not to continue to face. Flashes do come forward, actually does get a kill on Bermalov. So another casualty to finally 4-on-3. Man advantage. Retaken by the Omega, and there shouldn't really be much more contest about now as NXT about that. Damage to Syrah now to 33 points of health. Flammus still waiting for more. Deagle spamming out. I've seen the headshot, or they should see the utility coming in, so headshots can be attempted, but ultimately failed, even from range. 1 kill for Naito, at least turns back on Flammus, but still no Kevlar, still PR low. Now PR's alone. Bomb plant can't even get gained or attempted because he has no other choice in the matter. There you go, 5th for Omega, 1 away from evening up the half.
And I really respect the lack of overpeaking in that scenario, right? Like, I know players are jiggling and they're trying to create fights, but there's a lot of teams here in Rest that I would say in those kind of situations, in 4v3s up against an anti-half buy, a bit of a hero, where they just try and get the round over and done with. Where they just try and swing out wide, doesn't matter how many players it costs them, just get the round done. Nemega are being very tactical with keeping money in a strong position.
The press of Risky Bob, complete opposite of the anti-aggression. Straight up forward face, looking for Syrah, caught first and foremost. Matt 10 at range versus an AK. Risky Bob's got the aggression and the advantage every day of the week there. Flamus also with his own kill back on Bermalov. Prison has been seen. Night2 can't get the angle against him. Risky finally starts to fall away from position, does get overwhelmed by the bullet spray. A little something back for the T's with the AK now back into his hands. A 4-on-3 still for the Nemega.
At least they've got PR alive, and he's a player that can be a playmaker. Aggressive outside, though. Look at the walk. 3 CTs.
4 now with Xanta joining them. Nice, he's got U2 in hand. They have absolutely no idea, but maybe that aggression's punished a bit. Flamus caught down, or a 3 versus 3. Reflash, reface as smoke's coming out towards the diagonals. And Taps will try and reveal information, real vision for Xanta. He can't spot anything else, though.
And they've definitely got a chance now towards top of credit. They're putting more pressure on. They're making it very difficult for the in-game leader.
Kritten finally caught down by Xanta. Meanwhile, indoors, they start the walkout a lobby. They realize that they must have gone heavy-handed on outside presence, so no one's on the B side.
And they've got options here to go ramp to lower or also wrap into heaven and split A.
25 seconds. And they take the heaven wrap. PR moving on. Positions held by Lear will be very important to them. They are playing the outside presence. Now's 10 seconds to the clock. Bomb will commit. We'll hear the plant coming on towards them, so rotations start to get called out. He needs to spot out that backup.
A PR from default and Night2 out from heaven. PR gets caught, trying to get out towards Hut and just gets dealt with immediately.
1-on-3 now for Night2. Heaven. Unchecked, undetected, will be soon enough. Utility sent in, that flashbang catching him right in the face, but now info gained by Lear. Khan fought upon, kill immediately for Xanta to respond towards it. Nemega, keep it all alive.
And all honesty, Syrah is having a tough game when he is their best player on Nuke. He is the active role of an outside player that's going to strike to kills, that's going to be involved in opening man advantages. And what do we see in that round, Jay? He's the guy up first, and he's the guy that falls. This accelerated, constant peaking in round 7 makes it so uncomfortable for Malzahn XT to kind of reset and to work a default, because anytime you slow it in, you start setting up util, you're afraid that there's another press. You're afraid that there's going to be another peak coming in.
Syrah's contribution has been an assist so far, that's it. And the odds that one expect continue to get worse and worse from Malzahn XT as this half continues to grow in confidence for Nemega. 4 on the trot for them.
I think the scoreboard said that he had 3 ADR at the end of the last round. Jeez. So he's put up, what, about 1 bullet of damage? That's it?
It's not great. Tough affair from Syrah. Trying to find the forward contact, trying to gain some sort of advantage out of this. He's making noise towards outside ahead of the smokes, which will clear. He finally gets his kill, but Lear is immediate in with a responsive. Now Khan to act out with his M4, his AK rather, of Xanta, involved with a kill towards 2. Swing on Chris and caught with U2 in hand. Can't defend himself. PR. There's nothing he can do. There's not been much that Malzahn XT can do in general.
And I'm convinced that the best thing that Nemega have done in this best of 3J isn't even in the server, it's in the veto. It's banning Vertigo and pushing Nuke as the only option. I cannot see another way that Malzahn XT can win this veto. I cannot see even another map in the pool that they can lean towards. Nuke is the only option when Vertigo gets banned. And they are getting rinsed. They are getting destroyed.
Yeah, the lesser of all the evils in this map pick, but well, evil is evil, greater, lesser, it's all the same to Malzahn XT. 6 to the good on Nemega. The round streak extends to 5. And the T side, I understand it is a T side of Nuke, but the differential in the scoreline is going to be the key thing to watch out for Mouse and XT. Like, if this gets too far gone, and it might already be too far gone.
Well, now I'm thinking about it. If there's another rematch between these two teams, maybe Mouse and XT have to pick Dust 2. We don't know what their Dust 2 is like, but maybe they just have to. Maybe that's their only option.
It's not impossible they could meet each other in the playoffs or in another tournament. Mouse, of course, in the winner's game would drop down to take on Eklot in the decider. If this continues on like this, Xanta kill on Naitu, Orp of Khan, Syrah caught next to 5-on-3. Prison's got the bomb, dead to rights, dropped in the open. CT's going to adjust towards it. Not like Mouse on XT had much contest in this round to begin with. Only pistols and Mac-10's out. Half buy to hope for damage in a bomb plant. They're not going to get either of those.
PR is searching, almost hoping that something can get granted. It's just the lack of frags and the lack of impact frags, I should add. We've had a couple of rounds of what-if moments, but not many. And that's not ideal for a T-side nuke. And PR with the backstab, he needs 2 kills here.
Flamus and Lear seen tap up Lear. Flamus does go down, okay. A little something positive. Couple of guns that can get picked up and try and attack back onto where that bomb's been dropped over at the ramp control, which is the next key concern. The CTs that remain are all stacked up here, minus Risky Bob, who's been a little bit careful about his outside presence. Xanta, the first port of call as well. 23 points of health, heard the body block. They spam their way forward, but they do not get the kill against him. And at this point, it's all time stalling. Mouse don't have time to play with. Have to pick up the bomb, have to get the plant in. Khan finally caught. 7 seconds. Xanta still gets his pick. Bermalov with a responsive, and Risky Bob knows just hold on to his life. That'll be enough to win it off the timer. Nemega maybe damaged up in that last round, but still the streak continues.
It's actually insane how much util was left over there. I'm looking at that scenario from Mouse and XT and saying, oh, do you know what? 2v3, yeah, they might just be able to get the bomb. They might be able to brute force the trades. There is just so much more utility to follow. Somehow there was just so many smokes remaining. And when you get smoked like that, there's just nothing you can do, is it?
Seven in the lead for Nemega. Mouse just can't contest against one of the top-end Tier 2 teams that we have right now, most definitively at this point. Lear with a pick back, double up, can't quite get secure. PR overwhelms him, but Flamus is still backside. Risky Bob's coming in with outside support. PR does get Flamus at the edge of the smoke. 3-on-3, and Khan drops outside of the fence, so Mouse and XT have forced out control of the bomb site. The AWP of Bermalov, though, missed shot. PR swung upon by Xanta. Crizzen turns it back to a 1-on-1, but has no info on the last man.
Crizzen is going to try mind gaming now. Risky Bob's already gone into the vent. Oh, no, they're going to meet head on.
Crizzen, he's got time at least. Risky Bob, oh, the nade pops open the doors, and he was just peeking ahead of it. Crizzen knows exactly where he is. He's going to go for the bomb plant anyway. And the AK gets a 2K. And Nemega continue to stack on round after round after round against Mouse NXT. 8 to the good, 7 in a row. You can't beat them.
No, you can't. And unfortunately, it comes down to Bermalov again, Jay, with a whiff shot. I know some of these shots aren't easy, but when you're facing proper high-end Tier 2 competition, you can't afford to make those mistakes, because if you do, you're just going to lose series. And in that round there, if that AWP just got 1 kill towards Hut, that's it. That's enough of dealing with Xanta.
And that's 3 rounds so far in this series. The first being the 13-11, the 24th of the Ancient. The second one being that downstairs B defense where he got, like, what, 1 bullet off on the player that attacked from ramp. And the AWP shot that missed out right there, and then NXT still trying to beat him with pace. Crizzen especially, 4 points of health in this round, but he has overwhelmed Lear and Flamus, so it is a 5-on-3, and then Omega will finally throw the towel in against. Heavy damage has been sustained in spite of these round victories, so perhaps a save call is on the cards.
I haven't seen many of the upper executions from Mouse NXT. And that one there, he mentioned it, beaten by pace. Very good double entry to come in from Crizzen. And imagine being the in-game leader. The player that you're there to dictate the stars. You're there to set up the game plan. You've got PR, Naitu, Syrah on this team, 3 incredibly strong riflers with an AWP. Now, to be fair, I mean, the AWP isn't that prevalent on T-side of Nuke, but he's the one top fragging. He's the one with the majority of the impact so far.
Just a notion that he's only beaten out by a single frag when you combine both or PR, Syrah, and Naitu's kill counts. Having almost as much impact as all 3 players combined, and even that could probably be debated if we're being honest here. 7 rounds still in the lead for Nemega. Best case scenario for Mouse NXT is the 3-9 T side. Nemega extended to 10-2 might just spell the end of this series, honestly. Broken buys of the SMGs of Flammus and Lear. Still got limitations on Mouse NXT. PR and Syrah rocking the Galils.
Burmy with the default molly. Lear very aggressive with Flammus, and this is lobby being taken completely.
Smokes down against that lobby entrance, the shoulder base just to get the information. Flammus is now wary of any potential players up through the ladder. Krisen has got the opening kill on Khan. Lear tries to answer back through the smoke. We'll get a little bit of chip damage. The M4 of Xanta is forced to strike out of the locker rooms. 4-on-4. Flammus has taken full control now of ramp. He's forced to back off and continue playing outside.
They're just continuing to search. Burmy is waiting for one of these lobby players to get onto T-roof or to express outside. Risky Bob's not seeing anything on the jiggle. Xanta's not seeing anything either.
Krisen about to give him exactly what he wants, though. Kill found. AK looking to swing. Look for the headshot spray. Goes awkward, and now he knows he's in danger. The swing back to Naitu. Gets him. Krisen still involved, but 7 points of health. His teammate at PR needs to support him. The flashbang will just go right past Risky, not even blind him, not allow Krisen to escape.
Risky Bob has got to know this is a trap. He's trying to draw me into the fight, but the angle is just working better for the AK.
3-on-2 now to favor Nemega with less than 30 seconds for Mouse NXT to plant the bomb. Risky Bob turning his attention towards the bomb site. They know it has to be an upper take. B site is fully contested by Flammus. The AK has a lot of emphasis. Mouse running the clock down, but just continuing to give themselves up to 1v1 fights of Risky Bob. A quadra for him in the ending round of the half. A 10-2 half for Nemega. That was a monstrous CT side.
And honestly, Jay, looking at the teams in this competition, reflecting on the performances that we've seen from Nemega in the last tournament at this one, I actually don't know if they're going to lose. I just cannot see this team going anything less than a grand final position and maybe even winning the entire tournament.
Yeah, everything looks so good. So good for them.
I just don't think teams can even threaten. Maybe Bleed. Maybe that's the only team that can actually give them a run for their money.
I mean, we saw what happened to them during the grand finals. Didn't even get a look in that series. And Nemega in the last event only lost maps to the likes of Sangal in their winners match and Mouse NXT in the quarterfinals. They're not going to concede a map to Mouse NXT here in this game. Those are the teams that are given the most stress here in the rest European series is. One of them is being dismantled piece by piece. So far on the CT side, it's been stellar. Now they go to the T-half pistol, and Mouse will try and press to bring the fight back to them to try and force out advantages. Risky Bob will get caught off guard, looking the wrong way. Flammus, however, his Glock in with 2 out the ramp entrance. Lear swings on Syrah, misses his bullets, but gets the connection shot in the end. Nighty with a responsive, but it's still a man advantage here for Nemega.
And they don't even know about Xanta's outside search. Now, Burmy's in a position where they actually could meet one another.
Naitu needs to win this fight. Bermalov does get Xanta in the end now. Naitu definitely needs to win this fight because Lear has the bomb and he's picked him up anyway. They know exactly where the last player is. They'll go down the vents and they'll plant B.
Bermalov in the 1v2, and this is pretty much just for survival in the map.
USP taking a swing, sees the decon door, but doesn't see Khan. Crack angle of the P250, cracks open his head and cracks open the pistol for Nemega.
And it is incredible to think that this is going to be back-to-back playoff runs in back-to-back rest tournaments where Sangal is the team that's given Nemega the biggest run for their money. Out of any team, how is it Sangal?
You see that second shot on Flammus? That was mental.
I want to say the calm one. That's what I'm keen for.
You
actually been baited.
you got debated. Force buy from ours NXT. 3 SMGs to try and contest the rest of this map up because well and truly this round is about survival and Nighty is not surviving a thing here.
Not at all, Khan. I like it how Nemega look at this one and say, yeah, we could go down to maybe a couple of SMGs to get some extra util out. Now let's just get all the rifles in, get as many AKs as possible.
Fast out soon enough here, as soon as the Molotov burns away. Bermalov scouts hit some cracking shots, which he has been doing over the course of this series. Xanta and Khan overwhelm him and Krizin. Flammers gets PR on a return back, and the last player is Syrah. Caught dead to rights, the only man to get a kill in that round, ironically enough, was his second of the game. And the first of 10 map, match, and group points for Nemega.
And my biggest concern for Mal's NXT is that other teams are going to look at them and say, do you know what? All we need to do is ban Vertigo. Like,
Yeah.
Yes, we might leave our permaban open, but is it legitimately a top 50 team in the world that only has Vertigo as a good map? That they are just being punished on any other option?
We talked about the win rates of Vertigo being ridiculous, and yeah, they have seen some respectable play times elsewhere, but we'll talk about that in a second, I think. Nemega looking to end this very quickly, already outside control, already two-man advantage with Syrah and Bermalov down. It's 3 MP9s to protect Maus and keep them in this series. It's just such a tough ask.
Indeed it is. Flammus is waiting for some aggression to come from Door, and I love the composure of this 5v3 just to slow it in and to force the info play, to force the mistake.
60 seconds remaining. Execution coming in as Xanta gets Cruiser next to left standing. PR and Naitu. Now just PR all alone. A 1-on-5. So much HP to tear down, an MP9 to do it all with. Plant secured. No way. Absolutely no way he wins this clutch. Risky Bob committing suicide just for a little bit of funsies, but ultimately the 13-2 result will lock itself in for the Nemega side. 2-0 in the series. They move on to the playoffs.
And there's always a few teams, right, when I look and reflect over the last couple of years at Tier 2, that catch our eye for a few months at a time, maybe from a January to April period, and say, geez, they're doing really well in Tier 2. Bad News Eagles are probably one of them. Entropic's probably another. I think Nemega now needs to start coming into that conversation. These guys actually look unreal. And it's been the jump to success pretty much in the last couple of months, pretty much since those Chengdu qualifiers. Since then, these guys are playing to an extremely high level.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, look, what were they doing before Chengdu? They were playing a lot of qualifiers on the SCA Advanced. That was it. Then they go to Chengdu, they make that decent run at the groups, they start getting all these cup invites. And look, they're not doing all that bad, you know? Like, they're not always successful and not always titles like the last rest, but you're still taking top 8s at certain capacities, and now you certainly will be a top 8 in this one, maybe looking to go further. And as you mentioned, Dwayne, with the way that they're playing, I don't know who tests them in this tournament.
Yeah, no, Nemega are a hot prospect in Tier 2 right now, and they're going to get within the top 30 on HLTV pretty quickly. There's no denying that at all. This could be shaped up for once more another rematch of a Nemega versus Bleed grand final, and I'd love that, honestly. If we get that game again, because I reckon Bleed would be really hungry. That would be, if we do get that right, it would be their 3rd time in a Rest grand final. They would have done a lot of prep for Nemega. That seems, at the moment, like we said in the last tournament, the most likely grand final right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking about the next decider matches that we're going to have tomorrow and who can make their way into the playoffs from the group stage still. And I just can't come up with an answer to who's going to try and upset these boys, right? You might have to take a look at the likes of Bleed, for instance, and hope that they end up sort of capitulating like they almost did against Bait during the last semi-final, like they completely did against the likes of Nemega, because you can see how the branches work out. They are on a complete path towards Nemega. And I don't even think Paravision or Alternate Attacks can take down those two teams.
Well, do you know, I mean, a CIS derby in the semi-final between Paravision and Omega could actually be quite entertaining. Paravision are starting to get some decent success. They're starting to show a little bit more. And to have a derby matchup for a grand final position, that could be quite entertaining for me.
Well, jury's still out for me on Paravision at the moment. Certainly the results do look pretty good, but I'm just thinking about all the awkwardness they had prior to that point, and it's like, well, is this a flash in the pan? Is it going to be the future goings? We'll have to find out, I guess, when the playoffs do roll around, but the playoffs are not coming up tomorrow. Again, we have to go through our group decider games. All of the second and third place teams need to be sorted out into who those final four squads will be in the top 8 in the playoffs today. And again, there's a handful of matches that could look very interesting across our groups.
I mean, for Mouse NXT and Eclot, it's nice to see that rematch again, because it's a match that we've seen a lot of, and it's a match that last time around was just a blowout. It was just really clean, really easy, and I'm sure Kriaz and co won't be happy with that at all. They'll look at that one and say, we should have at least been able to take a map. We should have at least been able to hold our weight. So I'm looking forward to that rematch.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing exactly where we stand in terms of tomorrow's 4 best of 4s, honestly. Like, there's a lot of things to sort of keep our eyes on. So we start at the same time tomorrow, 11 a.m. CEST with 9 Pandas and Passion UA. So one of those CIS derbies that you love so much, Dwayne, possibly to decide which team's going to go forward towards Group A. Can Passion make it a second playoff in a row? Can 9 Pandas turn their whole situation around? That does initially seem like a very interesting sort of affair to start off the day tomorrow. Alliance and Bait probably looking like favourites in that one. Sangha will take on Zero Tenacity, and again, that Eclot versus Mal's rematch will close out the day to see whether or not it is going to be another blowout for the Academy squad.
And we obviously saw the 9 Pandas game against Passion UA in the opening one, and it was quite awkward. We had a bit of a Dilladez show, but it wasn't enough to get the victory. I'm sure Seized in that, looking at that one and say we should be in a playoff position. We should be contesting for at least top 4 in the tournament. And even for Sangor, I just want to see more from these guys, because I've actually been really impressed since they've made the roster changes of bringing Jota and Sammy into the roster. It seems like a new look, and it seems like a new successful team.
Unfortunately, Dwayne, you and I are going to get to see them in tomorrow's second shift, so I'm looking forward to that much at least. But that is all to come in tomorrow's proceedings. Today, that is all we have for you here in the Rest European Series. Our top 4 of the top 4 of the top 8 rather have been decided outside of the groups. 4 more will look to join them tomorrow. So make sure you're tuning back in for all that action here as we continue with the Rest European Series.
Changing quickly.
Sector clear. Copy. Sector clear. Copy.
Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.